Good morning. I'm Jason Simpson live in the ABC 3340 Storm Alert Center. The National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for Pickens County and Lamar County until 4:15 this morning because of a cell that is still just a little bit southeast of Columbus, Mississippi. That's going to clip the far northwest edge of Pickens County and likely come across the southern part of Lamar County, too. These storms have a history of producing some considerable damage back in Mississippi. In fact, one that's up here near Amory now that'll likely cross the northwest corner of Marion County within the next 30 or 35 minutes has had a history of producing some widespread damage back in Webster County, Mississippi, which is northwest of the Golden Triangle, over northwest of Starkville. But our primary concern right now will be southern Lamar and northwest Pickens County. This polygon does not include Reform or Gordo, Carrollton, Aliceville, Memphis, Benevola, none of the communities down here in the southern part of Pickens County, although tornado sirens may be going off all over the place. This is for the far northwest edge of Pickens as well as southern Lamar. So what I'm going to do here is we'll just kind of go back and forth between here, and I'll have to step over to the office to man the radar as well. But at this point, we don't have any damage confirmed with the storm that's coming out of Lowndes County, Mississippi. But it is in that environment, just like the one that was to its north. In fact, it's maybe in a little bit better environment over here in West Alabama to possibly produce a long-track violent tornado. That's the kind of day that we're likely going to deal with here. There are severe thunderstorm warnings west of that, but the primary threat here, northwest edge of Pickens County and southern Lamar County, places like Millport, Kennedy, McShann, Ethelsville, you need to be in a safe place right now. By safe place, we mean lowest level of your home. If you have a basement, go there. If you got a storm shelter, go there. If you live in a mobile home, you have a few minutes to get out of it and get to a neighbor's house or to a sturdy shelter. You just don't want to be in a mobile home in a situation like this, and you certainly don't want to be in a car as this comes across U.S. Highway 82. So again, I'm going to step over here into the office and drive the radar, but our tornado warning is until 4:15 for Pickens County and for Lamar County over in West Alabama, and we may end up with another one for Marion County very soon. This is the close-in look here. We're using the Columbus, Mississippi NexRad, and it's tough to see with the reflectivity. This is not your classic hook echo. In fact, it's a little bit easier to see when we pop the velocity product in here, and you'll be able to see the couplet, which is almost due south of the city of Columbus in that scan. But here comes the live scan around now, so it's clipping northeast. It's right there almost at the intersection of Mississippi Highway 50 and US 82, which is in East Columbus. It's right there at the new Nissan dealership in East Columbus, in really about 2 or 3 miles into Lowndes County on Highway 82. This is come over New Hope, and it's going to cross US 82, clipping places like Ethelsville, McShann, Millport, and then Alabama Highway 96 and Alabama 17 up here into southern Lamar County. You need to be in a safe place just as soon as you can possibly get there. This is a dangerous situation. Today, the Storm Prediction Center has actually outlined a rare high risk of severe weather. And for the rest of us who aren't under a warning, that high risk means that we're basically issuing a forecast that says we really expect these storms to be some of the worst that you can get in Alabama. Unfortunately, there's just no other way to put it. These are going to be some very, very rough storms today, and they're going to last through tonight. This is just wave number one. So a little closer in here on northwest Pickens County, we'll identify a couple of more communities that are definitely at least close to, if not in the direct path of this. And when you start getting up here around Liberty and Shaw and Bethlehem, I think you are in the area where we're going to have to watch carefully as this circulation passes through. It's literally about 5 minutes from crossing US 82, very close to that New Hope exit out there in Lowndes County. That'll cross 82 and then clip the northwest edge of Pickens County. If you're in Ethelsville, you're close enough that you need to be in a safe place in case this thing makes a bit of a right turn. And what you're seeing here with the velocity product, this red and green that's visible right now is not the actual circulation. It's still back over here in the eastern edge of Mississippi. It's that grayed out area right up against the green and the red. I'll use that highlighter one more time and show you exactly where that is. This is our couplet. That's what we're watching. It's tracking up to the northeast at around 50 to 55 miles per hour. So it's going to quickly clip northwest Pickens County. Again, if you're in Carrollton, Reform, Gordo, Aliceville, this is not a problem for you. This is the northwestern edge of the county, and then much of southern Lamar is going to have to deal with this. And ultimately, if it holds together, it could certainly affect Fayette County too. We'll loop this over the last hour and get a little bit better perspective on the direction that it's moving. And this is actually a secondary circulation. Columbus and Starkville were both under tornado warnings a little while ago. The original circulation has weakened some. This secondary one has developed on the southern flank of these clusters of storms that are working across Lowndes toward Pickens and Lamar. And that's, of course, normally where we look for the most dangerous part of a tornado, or most dangerous part of a thunderstorm that could produce a tornado, the southern edge of it. Let's look up here at the northern storm very quickly, the one that has had a history of producing some damage. That couplet is very close to the radar side up at Greenwood Springs, which is near US 278, southeast of Amory, a little bit northeast of Aberdeen, and almost due west of Sullivan. So we've got a strong circulation up in Monroe County, Mississippi, that may very well clip Marion County too very soon. In fact, it looks like it's up into Itawamba County now. There seems to be two different circulations that are working up through there. So no formal tornado warning for Marion, but we do have the one for Pickens and for Lamar. Let's get a little perspective here. I know a lot of folks around Alabama are up at this hour wondering what's happening with the weather. You can see what's going on to the west. Most of the storms are still in Mississippi. They are just now getting into the edge of Alabama. They're a long way away from Birmingham. I think by rush hour we will have some thunderstorms around the immediate Birmingham metro area. Anniston and Gadsden, these will probably weaken before they can actually get to that side of the state, because they will start to edge out of the highest ability for these the area where the most intense development is, where you have the highest instability, where you have the most wind shear. That seems to be centered near Columbus and Tupelo now, and as the storms edge toward Birmingham and Cullman, they will start to weaken a little. They may not fall apart completely though, so some active weather is likely for most of this morning. A tornado watch has been issued for central and north Alabama through 8 o'clock this morning. I would imagine that at least part of Alabama will be under a tornado watch through this time tomorrow morning, including the southeastern edge of the state. Around here, we expect the thunderstorm threat to end somewhere between about 8 and 11 p.m. That would be for the Birmingham television market. So from Anniston down toward Alexander City, this thing will finally end in about 18 hours. But we've got a long, long way to go before we can get to that. What you're seeing here is the composite radar image. And I'm going to back out just a little bit and show you what's going on behind this. And again, this is wave number 1 of an active severe weather event that has taken shape over the last 24 hours. These storms developed back in Arkansas, Louisiana, and Texas, where additional large tornadoes happened yesterday. Like yesterday, it's where we have the leftovers of the storms moving across Mississippi into Alabama. But today, we have the atmosphere in place over East Mississippi and West Alabama that these storms have some severity to them that is not quite matched by the leftover showers that came through here yesterday. There has been considerable damage reported back in eastern Mississippi. And if you take a look at that thing right there, that's coming through Philadelphia and moving toward Kemper County, Mississippi. That has the potential for some strong, damaging straight-line winds with it. Again, we do not have a confirmation of any tornado on the ground in Lowndes County, Lamar County, or Pickens County at this point, but because of the atmosphere that's in place on top of us today, and because of the fact we've already had significant tornado damage in parts of Mississippi, we want you to go ahead and be in your safe place. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Lamar and Marion counties until 4:30, but again, fortunately, we do not have any reports of damage coming from the storm that's moving out of Lowndes County into Lamar and Pickens counties over in West Alabama. Looking at a couple of notes on Twitter, and by the way, if you want to catch up on Twitter, that's a good way to stay with us all day long, all night long, as this is transpiring, as everything unfolds. My Twitter address is @Simpson3340. You can also look me up on Facebook. I'll be the guy wearing the Mississippi State shirt. Got a note here on Twitter that the community of Cumberland in Webster County, Mississippi was hit very hard. That's with this storm right here that's edging up toward Marion County now. That bow echo will likely stay a little southwest of Birmingham. In fact, that may be a Sumter County, Greene County, Marengo County, Hale County issue pretty soon. We may have some damaging winds there, but there's not as much of a tornado threat with that particular complex. It's these more isolated storms up here in northeast Mississippi and now northwest Alabama that have the ability to produce tornadoes. So I'm going to step back over into the office one more time. We'll just go back and forth between these two places. And we'll take a tighter end look here on what's going on in Lamar County and Pickens County over in West Alabama. Again, there is no threat to Birmingham or Cullman or Gadsden or Anniston immediately this morning, at least for the next few hours. I think it would be at least sunrise or later before we start to see any significant activity getting over toward the Birmingham metro area, as these should be weakening somewhat as they cross over, especially US 43. I'd say from US 43 west, that appears to be the target region right now. So again, a tornado warning is in effect until 4:15 this morning for Pickens County and for Lamar County in West Alabama. The greatest threat from this storm will be from a tornado, as well as potentially some fairly large hail that could fall over the northwest part of Pickens County and the southern half of Lamar County. If you're on Alabama Highway 96, if you're on Alabama Highway 17 near Millport, all the way up 96 to Bell, and then south on 159 from Pickens County. If you're on 159, I think you're going to be okay with this one. I'm mistaken about that. But Highway 17 down through Pickens County that runs from Kennedy down to Reform. If you're, say, up about 2 or 3 miles north of Reform, up Highway 17, you need to be in your safe place as this thing is going to come through. If you're right in Reform, the polygon does not include you, so I don't think you're going to have to go through that safety plan at this point. We'll look at the velocity data again, and that couplet actually looks a little bit tighter as it's come across the New Hope exit on Highway 82. It looks like this may be more of a Lamar County issue as opposed to a Pickens County issue, and we'll take a little closer look on this. Again, that's Alabama 96. This is Alabama 17, community of Millport right there. You've got the valley here that runs up toward Kennedy, so we have had some significant tornadoes in the past that have taken this path out of Columbus over the northwest edge of Pickens and then have come up through Lamar County. So I can't stress enough that if you are in Millport or Kennedy or anywhere along Highway 96, and once it, of course, crosses the state line, that becomes Mississippi 50. If you are in those spots, you need to be in a safe place immediately. Don't wait. Take this thing very, very seriously. We have had reports of significant tornado damage within the last hour over parts of eastern Mississippi in Webster County. That's a little northwest of Starkville and Columbus, but this storm is definitely kind of taking a aim at Pickens and Lamar and strengthening as it goes. In fact, that couplet actually looks a little bit better than it did on the previous volume scan as it was coming over the community of New Hope. And again, I'm looking for any confirmation of damage. If you have any damage reports that you would like to send to us, the quickest way to get it to us is Twitter. And if you're not on Twitter, sign up for it. Add us on there. James is at Spann. Ashley is at AshleyB3340, and I'm at Simpson3340. And we have a whole host of folks over in the newsroom who are on Twitter as well that you can get to via our pages. And also the weather blog, a good way to keep up with this when we're not on television, when we don't have an active tornado warning in progress. You can keep up with the latest on what's happening not only here but around the entire southeast in a day like this when we have such a high potential for strong and severe storms. Our tornadic circulation is almost on the state line now. It's practically on top of US 82. In fact, because of the delay in the Columbus radar, it takes us about 3 or 4 minutes to get an entire volume scan because the radar looks at a ½ degree elevation, then it tilts up about 18 times, and then sends us an entire scan. So we're able to look up through an entire volume. Typically, we only show the lowest part of that. So after about 4 or 5 minutes at 50 miles per hour, you can imagine this is somewhere up in maybe the southwest edge of Lamar County, right along Alabama 96. If you ever go out this way, there are not a lot of houses here, but we've got quite a bit of property that's hunting property in this part of the state. If you know anybody who's at a hunting camp in southern Lamar County or northwest Pickens, you need to get them on that cell phone and let them know that this thing is headed in their direction. But again, if you're in Reform or Gordo or Lubbock or Carrollton, Pickensville, this is not a problem for you. This is extreme northwest Pickens County, and now I'm almost safe to say it's north of Ethelsville, although it looks like we might have some additional mischief trying to develop somewhere along this shear line that's coming across Alabama, or coming across US Highway 82 and moving up into the direction of southern Lamar County. So again, looking for anything that has a confirmation of damage on it. We don't have any information that shows that, but this has come across a rural part of Lowndes. If it had come across downtown Columbus, I'm sure we would have known if something had happened there. But it's east of Columbus, and there's just not a whole lot on Highway 82 out there once you get to east of the skating rink in Columbus and near Highway 50. So this is coming up into southern Lamar. You are under a tornado warning. This is a very serious tornado warning. It's not one of those where there's an iffy situation. We're fairly confident that there's enough circulation here to produce what could be a long-track damaging tornado coming out of Lowndes County into southern Lamar County. One more time, I'm going to step over to the office, and I want to take a look around and get everybody up to date on what's happening. I just noticed that there are 2 new tornado warnings up in northwest Alabama. Of course, you can see those at the bottom right-hand corner of the screen. That is Franklin County and Colbert County, and Lamar County and Pickens County also under warnings. But Marion County, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning because of the strong storms that are moving in there. In fact, if we can, let's go to the Hamilton Skycam just to break this up a little bit and show you the conditions that are around the state. If anybody's back there in the control room and we can go to the Skycam network, that would be great. If not, we will, I can just describe it to you, but well, I can actually pop it into the radar. How about that? We've got this live look from Hamilton High on our Skycam, and you can see there's vivid lightning. The rain has started there. The wind is not that intense just yet. We've got some of our sky watchers up in Marion County who are watching that situation closely. We have John Brown and Mike Wilhelm who are up there. Yeah, let's go ahead and take that full, Wyatt. I appreciate that. That's a look at Hamilton right now. The temperature at 71 degrees, dew point at 67, and the wind has shifted around to the north, now to the southwest. So these storms are coming into a very juicy environment over in that part of Marion County. So if you are in Hamilton, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning. But remember, we're under a tornado watch, and one of the things that we often well, sometimes we forget to say it, but we often should say it, is that severe thunderstorms can and often do produce tornadoes with little or no advance warning. If you are under a severe thunderstorm warning on a day like this, you need to take a little bit more precaution than you might on a typical day, especially a summertime afternoon when there's a severe thunderstorm warning. These aren't just storms that have hail and wind gusts to 40 in them. They may have wind gusts to 70 or 80, which might be knocking down trees onto structures. The ground is still very soft due to all the rain that we've had lately, and as we add more rain from this round of storms, the next round of storms that comes in later today may have potential to do even more damage than that with respect to trees and power lines. We'll go down to Fayette. Of course, Fayette County not under a warning at this point, but the temperature at 74. It is stifling outside this morning. The high humidity, the wind from the south, and you can see the clouds screaming in from the south and southwest from the Gulf of Mexico as all this moisture moves in. Panning the camera back around toward the south, and then eventually we'll get around to the west. There you see the actual Skycam pole that the equipment sits on, and now you're looking southwest from downtown Fayette down in the direction of Belk and Kennedy, and you can see the lightning is starting to increase there in Fayette County. The storm isn't even in Fayette County yet. May have had a little bit of rain around there, but the actual storms are still far enough to the west that Fayette is not in any immediate danger from these particular cells that are moving through. So let's go back over to the radar. Birmingham, Tuscaloosa, Demopolis, we're fine. We don't have any issues. This is extreme northwestern Pickens and extreme southern Lamar County that are in the danger zone right now. Of course, there are other storms back in Mississippi that we'll have to watch very carefully. But our circulation, number one, the first tornado warning of the day, is the one that's coming up Alabama 96 right now. And you can see here that the storm doesn't look quite as organized as it did, and that may be a good thing. If it's not as organized, it certainly is a good thing, because it means we might have a little bit of a weakening going on. But there's still a pretty obvious couplet that's now right on Highway 96. And it's going to come just like this up somewhere in the neighborhood of Fernbank to Millport on Highway 17. It may stay a touch south of the city of Vernon, but if you're in Vernon, it'd be a good idea to go through your safety plan. And like we've said, the entire corridor here on Highway 96 in southern Lamar County, all the way up to Belk in Fayette County, we want you to go ahead and be in a safe place, because the tornado is not the couplet. The couplet is the mesocyclone. That's the broad area of rotation. The tornado actually develops as a smaller part of that, an intense part of the rotation that works its way all the way down to the ground, and that can be anywhere in that area. So that's why the polygon has to be so large. So let's take a look here and see if we have any damage reports. And most of what we have heard of so far has been in Mississippi. We've not heard of any damage back in Alabama. We know that there was damage in Webster County, which is west of Starkville, northwest of Starkville and Columbus. We have a lot of reports of trees down on homes with this band of storms. It's a little farther south of this point. Again, you're looking at the velocity data here. This is not the reflectivity. Reflectivity is what shows rain. This shows the wind pattern within the storm. But fortunately, there's no report of damage so far coming out of this. Our Skywatcher Dale over in southern Lamar County at Millport reports a rain rate of 6.26 inches per hour. That's tremendous rain. He's just right up here in some of the rural area near Millport. He also has a peak wind gust of 30 miles per hour so far. But again, there's no significant reported damage yet out of Lamar County, but this has been a classic path for these supercells to drop some fairly substantial tornadoes over the years. Remember back to 2001, back in November 24th, 2001, there was a significant EF3 tornado that tore right up Highway 96 and damaged a lot of southern Lamar County. This is similar to that in look and in track. It may be a little bit northwest of there, so from Millport to Fernbank to Vernon may be the area of most concern. But I think in Pickens County, the threat is almost, I can almost say it's safely over for you, especially from Ethelsville south. If you're south of US 82 in Pickens County, this is not a problem. In fact, this storm's not even going to make it rain in Reform or Gordo or over here toward Palmetto or even the Lovebug community. It's the far southwest edge of Lamar and extreme, and I'm talking extreme northern Pickens County, where we have the possible tornado that will be moving across that part of the state very, very quickly. And again, what I'm doing here is looking at multiple sources, multiple chats, internet messages, determining what is going on here. And the National Weather Service just issuing a severe thunderstorm warning, and you can see those in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen for Greene, Lamar, Pickens, and Sumter counties, and that's for that band of storms that's moving through eastern Mississippi right now. So again, our possible tornado is right here. That's Alabama 96. This is Alabama Highway 17. The community of Fernbank is here. That's Millport. Ethelsville, this is now north of you. So if you're northern Pickens, this is really rapidly becoming a Lamar County situation. The couplet does not seem as well defined as it did just a little while ago, but as this keeps on moving up to the north, we're going to have to watch it closely because it's in a very favorable environment for further development. One more time, I want to go back to this composite image, and it looks a lot worse than the storms really are on composite because you're looking at all levels of the radar at an entire time, so you see multiple things that are happening. And the reason for our severe thunderstorm warning is for this bow echo that's over here around Louisville, between Louisville and Macon, Mississippi. That thing's going to come right through a community called Shugallock and then wind up over the northern Sumter County, pretty close to Geiger and Dancy, down in the southern edge of Pickens in northern Sumter County. That ultimately will affect Greene and Hale and possibly Tuscaloosa counties. But our isolated thunderstorms that are farther north, the ones that have managed to break out ahead of this linear complex, are the ones that have the potential to produce tornadoes. So let's go back to our Skycam network and take a look at what's going on here. This is downtown Fayette, 74 degrees. The wind is not north at 13. The wind compass direction is incorrect there. The wind is from the south-southeast at about 13 miles per hour. So we're going to have some pretty substantial inflow into this, but these storms are just the beginning of what could be a very sizable, maybe even historic kind of tornado outbreak across Alabama and Mississippi and maybe even up into Middle Tennessee today. In fact, I want to do something, I want to go to the graphic system here in just a second and show you where this high risk is for the afternoon and for this evening. In fact, it actually for this morning, but I think the greatest threat probably comes a little bit later on. So if you can flip over to our graphic system to there, that purple area, that includes Tuscaloosa and Bibb and Shelby and Talladega, Calhoun, parts of Cleburne County. That's where our high risk is. That's where the highest risk of strong and severe storms will be. The potential is there for numerous reports of strong winds greater than 58 miles per hour, hail that could be much larger than an inch in diameter, and the possibility there for tornadoes too. And that's not a term that we like to throw around a lot. That's one of those things that causes all kinds of anxiety among folks, but this is a serious weather day, so you have to call it like you see it. You got to call a strike a strike. So a tornado is certainly a good possibility today because of the atmospheric dynamics that are in place, and as this first line of storms comes through, it's going to lay down some boundaries so we get some mesoscale activity going on that could actually help to enhance the thunderstorms a little bit later on in the afternoon. So let's go back to the radar. Keep in mind a tornado watch is in effect until 8 o'clock this morning for central, west, and parts of North Alabama. That does include the Birmingham metro area, the counties that are highlighted in the purple in the lower right-hand corner of the screen. That's Tuscaloosa County, Bibb County, Shelby, Jefferson, St. Clair, Etowah, DeKalb, and northwest through Cullman and through Hamilton, all the way up toward the northwest corner of the state. You're under a severe tornado watch until 8. We have a tornado warning in effect for Lamar and Pickens counties until 4:15 this morning, and a severe thunderstorm warning because of this bow echo that's coming across Noxubee and into Kemper County, Mississippi, and that's going to come right over the same spots that were heavily damaged in the tornadoes almost 2 weeks ago in northern Sumter, parts of Pickens, Greene, eventually Hale and Tuscaloosa may be involved in that too. But the reason that we're here on the air is because of a tornado warning that's in effect for Lamar and for Pickens counties, and we're going to zoom back into that. And just as soon as we can give Pickens County an all clear, we'll do that. But there is no real all clear just yet because these storms certainly are packing a punch, and they definitely mean business. You're looking at the Columbus, Mississippi NEXRAD. Let's take the radar data off, and I'll show you all the polygons just by themselves. You can see the severe thunderstorm warnings for Pickens, for Greene, for Sumter, and for Marion. A severe thunderstorm warning for northern Lamar, but a tornado warning is in effect for southern Lamar County. That includes the city of Vernon. It includes Millport, Kennedy, Fernbank, up to Alabama 18, Alabama 17, Alabama 96. If you're on any of those highways through Lamar County or any points in between, from Vernon all the way down toward the Pickens County line, you need to be in a safe place immediately. The couplet has weakened a little bit within the last 5 to 10 minutes. It doesn't look quite as pronounced as it did, but that does not mean there can't be a tornado there. It just means that we may not be seeing it as well with the radar as we were earlier. But the possible tornado is just a little bit northwest of Millport, and that's going to cross 17 between Vernon and Millport, somewhere very close to Fernbank. In fact, it's already there now, and this will come up near 18, so probably staying just a little bit north of Belk, north of that leg of Highway 96 from Belk down to Kennedy. But still, if you are in those spots, we want you to be at a safe place because we have seen multiple times this morning out to our west over Mississippi that as one circulation diminishes, another one develops on the southern edge of it. So we've got one down south of Vernon now, another one may be developing there around Millport. We'll just have to watch this one very carefully because these have had a history of cycling over and over. That's what supercells do. Often we talk about long track tornadoes, but most of the time what really happens is you'll get a tornado, that one will diminish and another one will develop almost immediately just south of it, so it looks like a continuous damage path. But if you match it up using lat-lon coordinates, you can actually see a slight shift in it. So while we have one circulation that may be falling apart here over the western part of Lamar, there may be another one developing down here around Millport that could come a little closer to Kennedy. So I don't want to give an all clear to anyone in Lamar County just yet, although I think we can clear Pickens County from the warning. And although Lamar is technically in the Columbus Tupelo television market, we're going to stay here with it until the warning is canceled or until it's allowed to expire, simply because we know that if this continues on its path, it's going to wind up back in our television market over in Fayette County. So we're going to stay here till at least 4:15, if not a little bit longer. And of course, we will have complete update on the forecast as long as we're able to keep tornado warnings away on Good Morning Alabama coming up at 4:30. Of course, we're on from 4:30 to 7 every morning here on ABC 3340, and we'd love to have you join us. If you're not a typical GMA viewer, we'd love to have you stick with us through this morning because we will likely have multiple warnings, at least severe thunderstorm warnings, throughout the early morning hours, and then this afternoon, we believe, is when the main event will come in. There is a report from the National Weather Service in Jackson that a possible tornado is near the community of Shugalok in east central Mississippi. That's in far southern Noxubee County. That's south of the city of Macon. So that one may be moving into West Alabama too. That's at that apex of that bow, and I'll show you that in just a moment. I want to go through and look out for any kind of reports of damage. Looks like the Weather Service will not issue a tornado warning for Fayette County, but nonetheless, we've already stayed with it this long. We're going to stick with Lamar County until this warning is allowed to expire. The National Weather Service in Jackson has gone ahead and issued a tornado warning for Kemper and Noxubee counties in East Mississippi. Noxubee is this one here that's just on the west side. Excuse me, that's Lowndes County. Noxubee is a little bit farther south, a little southwest of Ethelsville. So southern Pickens County and Sumter County probably going to get, at the very least, maintained with a severe thunderstorm warning or allowed to upgrade to a tornado warning. And still, I don't have any reports of damage. This has been over a pretty rural area, but no reports of damage is a good thing. The atmosphere is not quite as juicy on this part of Alabama as it is just across the state line in Mississippi, where we have had some substantial damage already reported. I want to get a look here at Twitter. And again, if you are akin to tweeting, you can follow me on Twitter at ABC at Simpson3340. You can follow the warnings. We usually don't put all our warnings through our main Twitter feeds because it just gets so cumbersome, but you can follow that at ewarn. That's EWARN. So you can get warnings via Twitter that way. You can get our updates, our damage reports, the things that we retweet on days like this via Twitter. I'm at Simpson3340. Spann is at Spann, and Ashley Brand is at AshleyB3340. And you can get all that information over on the weather blog too. Get there from abc3340.com. So a tornado warning remains in effect for about another 5 minutes and 50 seconds for Lamar County in West Alabama because of that circulation that is nearing Alabama 17, very close to the community of Fernbank, south of Vernon, a little north of Millport. There may be a secondary circulation that's developing right here, but this is a dangerous situation, as we've mentioned. The radar is now looking through rain to see this, so it may not be seeing it quite as nicely. And actually, that seems to be strengthening a little bit just southwest of the downtown Vernon area. So if you're on Highway 17 in Vernon or on Alabama 18 between Vernon and the Fayette County line, we want you to stay in a safe place. If you are southwest of Millport on 96 or on US 82 from McShann to Ethelsville into Liberty, coal fire, this is not a problem for you anymore. The tornado warning for Pickens County is now over. It's just in Lamar County. And one more time, I'm going to come back over here and drive the radar. And we'll kind of do a reset on everything that has happened so far this morning. We'll turn the composite image on, and it looks a little bit different than the reflectivity because you're looking at multiple radars and multiple levels in the atmosphere. That's what composite means. And how about that bow echo? Looks like a comma head developing on that north of Sugarlock, close to the community of Macon, Mississippi. And if you know anything about Macon, Mississippi Highway 14 intersects at US 45 right there at the Oak Tree Inn. This is the point where a possible tornado might be right now, if there is one within that bow echo, and that could affect southern Pickens County. We don't have a warning for it yet, but the Weather Service in Jackson has elected to go ahead with a tornado warning for Noxubee and Kemper over in eastern Mississippi. We have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Marion County, for Pickens, for Greene, and for Sumter, and a tornado watch that is in effect until 8 o'clock this morning. This is round one. This is definitely not the end of it. It's, in fact, barely the beginning, as these storms will probably weaken somewhat as they continue on into Alabama. They don't have the same shear environment, nor do they have the same kind of dynamic, upper air dynamics or thermodynamics, the instability that they need over central Alabama yet. We're almost there, though. The heat and humidity over Mississippi will continue shifting into Alabama, so these storms will stay alive, but hopefully we can get them to weaken just a little bit over the next few minutes. Our tornado warnings are also in effect up in northwest Alabama. I want to take a look in on those too, just in case you were traveling to the north. If you've got somewhere to be up northwest Alabama into Lauderdale County, Colbert County, and Franklin County, those areas are under a tornado warning as well. So we'll use the Columbus, Mississippi NextRad and take a look in on northwest Alabama too. The tornado warning that's in effect for Franklin County is a storm that produced considerable damage in Webster County, Mississippi. Webster County is northwest of Starkville and Columbus, and it does not look as intense as it did earlier, but there's definitely something to that. And then we also have our severe thunderstorm that is near Hamilton, and any individual storm could very quickly produce a tornado on a day like this, even though we have slightly less in the way of dynamics and thermodynamics in Alabama. There's a chance that any of these storms could spin up a tornado at almost any point. I think this afternoon there's a higher probability of that happening. Again, the Storm Prediction Center has posted a high risk of severe weather for north and central Alabama. That does include the Birmingham area all the way to Huntsville, and it also includes Middle Tennessee and parts of northeast Mississippi. So as this round comes in and lays out some slightly rain-cooled boundaries, we're going to have some real issues later today as new storms begin forming. Let's go to the Skycam network. I want to hit up Hamilton very quickly and look at the conditions there at Hamilton High School. We've seen frequent lightning. Some heavy rain has moved in, but it has not been that windy so far. The wind out of the north at 8 miles per hour. And I will check the peak wind gust, which you're not going to be able to see because the map is up in the corner of the screen, but the peak wind gust so far at 33 miles per hour. And the wind currently north at 8. The worst part of this storm hasn't quite made it into Hamilton yet. It's on the west side of town toward the southwestern edge of Marion County. There's actually a little bit of a bow that has developed within that. So it's in the northern edge of Lamar and southern Marion, and this is going to keep on tracking east across the Hamilton area, likely toward Brilliant and probably staying just a touch to the north of Guin and Winfield. But in Hamilton, you're going to have some pretty rough weather for the next little while. It's going to get windy. There will be some heavy rain, a ton of lightning and thunder, and that'll be followed up by a little bit of a break in the action. But our tornadic thunderstorm, the one that had produced a tornado warning, has now begun to weaken a little bit. And just as I say that, we have a new tornado warning for Pickens County. So we're going to be here a while. Everybody in the newsroom, be aware that we have a new tornado warning for Pickens County. We'll not be starting the show on time because of that. That warning goes until 4:45. So hopefully we can get Good Morning Alabama started at 4:45. At least for another 30 minutes, we have a tornado warning that is in effect. The Weather Service in Jackson indicated that a tornado was likely with that storm as it was moving across the edge of Noxubee County. The tornado warning for southern Lamar County is not likely to be extended past the next 30 seconds. So that one's going to be allowed to expire. So we'll now be here for central Pickens County. The actual text on the Weather Service information here says the radar indicated a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. The storm was 9 miles west of Memphis or 13 miles southwest of Pickensville, moving east at 60. And now they have extended a tornado warning for Greene, Pickens, and Sumter also until 4:15. The National Weather Service indicated a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado on 7 miles northwest of Panola, or 16 miles southwest of Aliceville. That storm also moving east at 60 miles per hour. So let's go to the radar, and we'll pick some of these communities out for you. There's our polygon. The storm really not in Pickens just yet. It's just the edge of it, and we'll actually shift a little farther down to the south, too, to pick up that tornado warning that is in effect for Greene County as well. The bow echo, that's north of Shuqualak, and that's actually very, very close. The apex of that bow is close to Mississippi 14, which runs from Macon over to Louisville, then comes across the state line and comes on into Pickens County. But if you're in Aliceville, Memphis, Benevola, Pickensville, you need to be in a safe place right now. The polygon technically includes Reform and Gordo this time, so almost anyone in Pickens County who was not involved in the last warning, you're involved in at least a severe thunderstorm warning this time, and part of you are under a tornado warning too. So they've actually extended the tornado warning to include parts of Sumter and Greene. That is the area that's highlighted in orange there. That looks a little bit confusing, so let me take the radar data off and the severe thunderstorm polygon off so that it's easier to see where the tornado warning is posted. And it's that bright red area right here. The northern edge of Greene, very near the river. The northern edge of Sumter, where the Geiger area up toward Dancy on Alabama 17, down toward Alabama 39 and Alabama 116. Gainesville's a little bit too far south to be involved in this particular storm, but there are others back in Mississippi that may very well come through Gainesville and ultimately through Utah and possibly Moundville and Tuscaloosa. This warning for Pickens goes all the way up to the Tuscaloosa County line. We have a TVS showing up at the apex of that bow, so whether we have a tornado here or not, I would suggest that we likely at least have damaging winds in excess of 60 or 70 miles per hour just because of the motion of the storm coming east at 70. If you've got a 10 or 15 mile per hour wind, then it's going to accelerate that even further. So if you're in Aliceville, you need to be in a safe place now. In Memphis, up toward Carrollton, you need to be in a safe place. Benevola. And then over here in eastern Pickens County, Gordo and Reform, we want you to go ahead and be in a safe place too. I want to do a little bit of investigating with the radar here, and we'll just kind of bounce back and forth. Even though you don't see me on camera, I walk over toward the Weather Center here to work on the radar itself. So here's a look at the Birmingham radar. We'll hit it from there. We've got that strong bow that's moving into Pickens County right now. And then we'll also look at it from the Columbus, Mississippi radar, which may give us a little bit different perspective as to where the possible tornado may be. And it's actually looking through so much rain, I think we're getting a better shot at it from Birmingham. But let's look in very closely here in the western part of Pickens. We have what appears to be a comma head that's developing, and look at that. This is not a typical looking supercell. What you have here is a strong rotation within a little line that's wrapping rain around it just like that. So a possible tornado right there northeast of Macon, Mississippi. This will pass almost through Memphis and almost through Pickensville. So if you're between the communities of Memphis and Pickensville, anywhere along the river, you need to be in a safe place right now. Just like we said about Lamar County, I can't stress enough how dangerous these situations are on days like this when we have such a volatile atmosphere and such strong dynamics in place. This possible tornado may be on the ground. We know that the Weather Service in Jackson did expect it to be on the ground. I think they got a report from Noxubee County Emergency Management that didn't really get a lot of clarification on it. But a possible tornado was sighted in Noxubee County a little bit earlier. There is no report of significant damage with it just yet, but we are monitoring that very, very closely. The Weather Service in Huntsville continues a tornado warning for Colbert, Franklin, Lauderdale, and Lawrence counties. And by the way, guys, I'm not sure that we're on the live stream. I cannot see it here in the office, but if we're not, we probably need to be. So if you can get that fired up, there's some folks who are asking for that on Twitter. And by the way, Twitter, a good way to stay in touch with us, to give us information, allow us to give you information. I'm at Simpson3340. If you are on Twitter, that would be a great thing for you to stay in touch. This is the Columbus, Mississippi radar. This is western Pickens County. This is Noxubee County over here. We have a TVS that shows up within the comma head echo and the reflectivity. And I'm going to look at the velocity product here as well and get a better perspective on exactly where the possible tornado would be. The velocity seems to update just a little bit faster than that reflectivity. And not to mention the fact that we have a tremendous amount of cloud-to-ground lightning involved in this storm. So we have our couplet, which indicates a tornado northwest of the community of Memphis, which is right along the state line here near Highway 17. So from Aliceville west of Memphis, I said Highway 17, that's not 17. This is near the state line. So moving toward Highway 17, you're going to have a possible tornado near Pickensville and Memphis. It's a very broad area where the tornado may be involved in this couplet. We're a good piece away from the radar, so sometimes things seem to get elongated in the imagery and the view. So here in Noxubee and in western Pickens, you need to be in a safe place right now. This area in southern Pickens, as well as northern Sumter and Greene, there is a secondary circulation that's developing there, but I would suggest that there may be an even greater threat from damaging straight line winds down in southern Pickens County, and a small tornado, maybe a spin up. It may be a little bit larger, maybe long-lived. We're not sure. It's been through a pretty rural area back in eastern Mississippi. It's the middle of the night for most folks, so we don't have any pictures of it, or we don't have any video of it. We don't have any storm spotters on it, so that's one of the reasons that it's we're taking so much caution this morning with telling you where these things are located. So that's our possible tornado moving into Pickens County, and I say possible because I don't have a confirmation on it just yet. But this morning we've known of quite a few tornadoes over in Mississippi, quite a bit of damage from straight line winds as well. We have a number of warnings in place across Alabama. This is the main one here in our television market, the one that's causing the biggest the problems right now. Maybe a tornado that's moving into Pickens County. I'm looking up in the office here. Let's go to the Hamilton Skycam. Marion County is under a severe thunderstorm warning. This is what it looks like in Hamilton right now at Hamilton High School. We still only have a peak wind gust of 33, but the wind has picked up west at 24 miles per hour, and you can see that heavy rain that's pounding the Skycam right there at Hamilton High School as we speak. The only tornado warnings around here, there are two of them, two circulations. One is moving into Pickens. One is moving over the northern edge of Sumter and will likely skirt the Pickens Greene County line. So anyone north of Utah and south of Aliceville, you need to be in a safe place in southern Pickens and northern Greene from that one storm. The second storm is more along the lines of coming through Memphis, Aliceville, McMullen, Pickensville, Carrollton, and then working up toward Gordo and maybe even as far north as Reform, depending on just how much of a left turn it may be able to take. So you see things calming down there in Hamilton after the worst part of that thunderstorm is moving overhead. I'm going to walk back across here to the office, and we'll just kind of take the radar and look back up into Marion County and see what's going on. Again, if you're just waking up with us, we're going to be here until at least 4:45. Good Morning Alabama would normally start in about 7 minutes, but we have a tornado warning in effect for Pickens County, for Sumter County, and for Greene County until 4:45 this morning due to an intense line of thunderstorms that is crossing the state line now, and there could be multiple areas of circulation along that line, but it seems like the most pronounced one is nearing Pickensville as we speak, and then there may be some very strong, gusty, straight-line winds that are coming through Aliceville and through Dancy and Cochran and down toward Geiger. That will cross over Alabama 14 in a matter of moments. South of Aliceville, it's already on top of Alabama 14 now on the northwest side of the city of Aliceville, and it's coming right on into Carrollton, too. So a tornado warning in effect for Pickens County, for Sumter County, and for Greene County until 4:45. Here is a look at the polygons alone. And there's our tornado warning that includes the northern edge of Greene, and I'm talking extreme northern Sumter, and most of southern and central Pickens County. Alabama 86, Highway 17, Highway 14, and US 82. You all need to be in a safe place now. Look at the tremendous lightning output with this as it's coming across western Pickens. This is all moving up in the direction of Gordo, and eventually this may work into Tuscaloosa County if it can hold together. So you're looking at the polygon right there. Here is the actual radar image itself, and I'll pop that back on there. So we have our reflectivity coming on and the comma head. And that's not one we use very often, but this is what we would call a comma. It looks like just like a comma or an apostrophe. That is right there just northwest of Pickensville coming across the state line. And it seems like this has a little bit of a northeastward motion. The rest of it almost due east. So I would suggest that we have a possible tornado here that may come right over or just northwest of Carrollton. And then we have our other area of damaging straight line winds and multiple rotations within this that could create small spin-up tornadoes near Aliceville or Benevola or Dancy or Cochran, anywhere in southern Pickens County. So it'll be much harder to determine if there's a tornado on radar south of Carrollton. But I think that one there that's right on top of the state line now is the one that may have a longer-lived tornado with it if there's one that does so. And again, monitoring multiple feeds here via Twitter, Facebook, instant message chats with the National Weather Service. And fortunately, so far, there is no report of significant damage with this storm. There has been significant damage in parts of Mississippi, back around the city of Eupora, into Choctaw County, into Webster County, Mississippi. We had what may have been a significant tornado that came through about an hour ago, maybe a little bit more than an hour ago, passing northwest of Starkville. We've had tornado warnings in effect for Octibaha and Lowndes in Mississippi, and now we've got them in West Alabama. So far, so good. We don't have any, excuse me, we don't have any reports of significant damage from the storms that are moving through West Alabama right now. And we are now getting a tornado warning, I believe, for Marion County until 5 o'clock. So now we're going to be here at least until 5 while these storms, excuse me, let me get a little swig of coffee here and try to clear my throat. Okay, so a tornado warning in effect now for Marion County until 5 o'clock. So let's expand this view out. We're still using the Columbus, Mississippi NexRad. The storm that has just come through Hamilton has potential to produce a tornado based on what the Weather Service is telling us. So let's take the radar image off and look at this polygon. It includes areas north and east of the city of Hamilton. That's likely going to stay a little bit north of Brilliant, probably a little northwest of Sunny Home. But if you're in Hackleburg or up toward Bear Creek, close to Phillips High School, in eastern Marion County, you need to be in a safe place right now. And I know we've got some sky watchers up in this part of the state. So if you guys are listening, I want you to have your ears on with those scanners and let me know if anything is happening up here in Marion County. So there's our polygon, Hackleburg, Hamilton. It's mainly East Hamilton. This has already passed by Hamilton High School. In fact, let's go to the Skycam over at Hamilton High up here in Marion County and take a look at what's happening. The wind has shifted to the north at 20, and our temperature has fallen into the 60s. The problem here is our dew point hasn't fallen at all. It's still in the mid-60s, and that means we are not stabilizing the atmosphere whatsoever as these storms are passing through. We've got multiple reports of trees down over in East Mississippi, but there is nothing so far in West Alabama. We do see a spot report of a tornado in Lauderdale County, Alabama, up in the northwest corner of the state. So there's a tornado reported on the ground by some storm chasers up in Lauderdale County, and that's of course well northwest of us. But we certainly have some issues to be watching around here. Still don't have anything other than some really heavy rain and some wind gusts to about 30 miles per hour up in Marion. The severe thunderstorm warnings are still in effect, of course, but we're here with our primary focus being tornado warnings. Severe thunderstorm warnings back in Mississippi, too. So, again, like we've been saying all morning so far, and I'm going to just step right across here so you'll see me walking back to the weather office. But we've got a tornado warning in effect for Marion. We also have one in effect for Pickens. And based on the radar data, it seems like the storm that's down in Pickens may have the greatest potential here. But the one in Marion is in an environment very close to where we had a tornado passing from eastern Mississippi into West Alabama, and we got a report that there was a tornado on the ground up in Lauderdale County, too. So definitely the environment is still somewhat conducive to it, even though it's not quite as rough here as it was in Mississippi. So there's our couplet. It's northeast of the city of Hamilton. If you are in Hamilton, you're okay. If you're southwest of Hamilton, back to the northwest toward Scottsville, south down toward the Lamar County line, you're fine. There's no threat of a tornado there. This thing is going to come right up on Hackleburg, and we'll kind of zoom in here and look at some of the smaller communities too as we get down to the 25-mile radius. You can see some of the neighborhoods that pop up: Pierce's Mill, Bryn, and then as I pan up to the north, Lumble. This will be a little bit northwest of Sunny Home. So Hackleburg and Bear Creek, those will be the two main communities that may be impacted by this. And we've got a great sky watcher, Alan Hensley, up there in Bear Creek, who is always keeping us updated on what's happening. So we will watch that one carefully. And just over here, I'm watching the Hamilton Skycam. The wind is still out of the north at 8 at Hamilton High, but I'm going to shift up to the north to the Strata Station headquarters and see what conditions are like there. They've seen a peak wind gust of 27, and from Haleyville, we can look back to the west and peek in on these storms. If the Haleyville camera is, there it is. We've already had a little rain in Haleyville. The wind is from the south at 4, and the camera's looking east now. So I'm going to spin it back around to the west. Temperature at 68 degrees, the wind from the south at 2, and this thing will pass a little bit to the northwest of the city of Haleyville. May actually come very close to Phil Campbell or the Dime community up in southern Franklin County, too. So even though there may not be a technical warning, I know folks are watching us up in that part of the state. So if you're up around Phil Campbell, this one may indeed impact you a little bit later on. So we're positioning that Haleyville camera to look back to the west. Have not seen a lot of lightning output from this storm in the last few minutes, but that doesn't really mean much, because as the storms change environments some, the conditions can certainly change around them. Rain is coming down hard around Bear Creek, and here comes the next scan in from the Columbus, Mississippi radar. This is not your classic looking supercell. Let's go back to the radar imagery. You're looking at Haleyville, and we'll go back and forth between these sky cams. But our tornado warning is now for a storm that's east of Hamilton, likely approaching Hackleburg and Bear Creek and Haleyville up in the northwestern part of Winston County. You're not under a warning in Haleyville, but you're going to have a pretty rough storm nearby here pretty soon. Let's go back farther to the south and check in on Pickens County, where we have a tornado warning in effect until 4:45. And that one is by far the strongest storm in the state of Alabama right now. There's a tremendous amount of lightning output with this. Let's run the metrics on that TVS symbol there in the middle of the screen. We're seeing a tornado impact of a 5.3, a significant tornado index of 4.2, and it looks like we've had 542 strikes of lightning within about a 25-mile radius of Carrollton within the last 30 minutes, and that's a tremendous amount of lightning. If nothing else, there may be some things that have been hit by lightning that'll be damaged this morning because of the intense way that these storms have developed. So let's go to the velocity product. We'll look and see if we still see any strong indications of rotation, and there are a number of them up and down that line. Really what you have when you get a line of storms like this, first of all, you have bowing echoes, which may indicate strong, damaging straight line winds, and if that's the case, that has just come through Aliceville, and it's moving over here toward County Highway 2 around Benevola, and then right down the Sipsey River from the edge of Tuscaloosa County and the border between Pickens and Greene County. This has now passed through northern Sumter, but if you look here, you can see one rotation, you can see what appears to be another one within that bow echo, and then there may be another one down there. We may have multiple rotations up and down that line, and picking out an individual community that would be most likely to be impacted by a tornado in this case is very difficult. So if you're in Pickens County, and I would suggest anywhere in Pickens County, go ahead and go to your safe place, especially if you're in Reform or Gordo or Palmetto, Benevola, or over toward the Tuscaloosa County line, and this thing may be extended into Tuscaloosa County if it maintains that kind of composure. And given the history of the way things have worked so far this morning, I would not be surprised if that happened. Got a 50-knot wind gust down at Meridian Naval Air Station in northern Lauderdale County, Mississippi, as that line passed by. So we at least know that we've got that. And sure enough, a tornado warning now in effect until 5 a.m. for Fayette, Pickens, and Tuscaloosa counties. Let's go over here and get the polygon on the screen for you so that you can determine which, if your town is in this or not. We'll just kind of look at it together using the Birmingham radar. Our polygon's likely going to be for northwest Tuscaloosa County, as I figured. Here is the polygon itself. Let's take the lightning off that. So it's there's just so much lightning clouding up the screen. The Weather Service is issuing basically on the comma head for northern Pickens, for northwest Tuscaloosa, and for southern Fayette County. So if you're up there in Brownville or Moores Bridge or Palmetto or Lubbock or right up here around Newtonville near the Fayette County line, we'd suggest that you be in a safe place right now. So Highway 17, Highway 159, and Highway 82, you've got a potentially tornadic storm, very destructive looking on radar. Fortunately, no reports of damage with it just yet, but there is certainly something to this, and it could produce a tornado at any time if it has not already. So we've got our strong rotation there in Pickens County that's approaching US 82. This one will be south of the first storm that caused the tornado warning earlier for Pickens. We had a warning earlier that clipped the northwest corner of the county. Now we have a warning that comes right down through the central part of the county. Highway 82, Reform, Coal Fire, Gordo, you're involved in a tornado warning now, and it's because of this curl that's on the backside of that line of thunderstorms moving to the northeast at about 60. Remember, driving 60 on Highway 82 gets you from Reform to Gordo in less than 5 minutes. If you factor in that there are no hills, no curves, 60 miles per hour from the northwest side of Carrollton is about 5 minutes as well. In fact, with the latest scan of the radar, it's on top of Reform and Coal Fire right now. And also up around Millport, the rain coming down hard again. All the way down 86 toward 14, south of Carrollton, down toward Aliceville. There could be some strong winds coming in behind this. But with that last scan of the radar, it seems like the reflectivity may have diminished a bit. That triangle is our TVS, the Tornado Vortex Signature. I'm going to step over and look for any kind of damage reports that have come in. We've got a Weather Service telling us now that the velocity product on the new warning that's just southeast of Macshan, which would be this one, the one that's now south of 82 and a little bit southeast of Ethelsville coming up on Reform. That one has 70 knots of rotational velocity, and that is certainly a very, very significant item to note meteorologically. If you're thinking about what kind of weather is being produced at the ground, that means that we at least have some strong, damaging straight-line winds, if not a possible tornado on the ground. It may be a small tornado because of the linear nature of this, but storms like this have been known to produce EF1, EF2 kind of damage, even though they're not single supercells that are out there by themselves. So a tornado that's producing winds of 90 miles per hour or higher, it's definitely a big problem, and if that's what's coming up on Highway 82 in Reform, you want to be in a safe place right now. Gordo, I would suggest you're there too because you're close. The actual circulation is probably going to be about 5 miles northwest of Gordo, and it might clip in the city of Reform, but you're going to have damaging straight-line winds probably on the leading edge of this, so the wind may pick up to around maybe 50, 60 miles per hour just because of the storms, and then you may add to that because of the circulation and possible tornado that's on the west side of the line. We also have warnings in effect for Marion County, so we don't want to neglect that one at all. This is just the one that looks the strongest right now, but sometimes radar can fool us a little bit, so we want to make sure that we keep everybody up to date on what's happening. And the Marion County storm seems to be increasing in intensity a little bit within the last 5 to 10 minutes as it's moving up in the neighborhood of Bear Creek. It's passing Hackleburg as we speak. The rotation, and we'll look at this on the velocity product together and just do some quick analysis. The rotation definitely there. In fact, it looks stronger. So this storm now strengthening and intensifying circulation moving up toward Bear Creek. So if you are in Bear Creek, in Hackleburg, Phil Campbell, Dime, Haleyville, northwest of Haleyville up around Posey Field Airport, you need to be in a safe place right now. A tornado is much smaller than the couplet that shows up on radar. May it be as big as my fist in that image, maybe as much as 20 yards wide. It could be bigger, but if there's a tornado there, it's somewhere between Hackleburg and Bear Creek right now, and that will cross almost right on top of Phillips High School and then come up into southern Franklin County, probably passing Haleyville just a little bit to the north. Let's look at that Haleyville Skycam, and we're not going to be able to see any storm structure because it's the middle of the night and there is so much rain with this, but that's a look at downtown Haleyville right now. You can see that we have quite a bit of lightning. The lightning has really intensified over the past 15 minutes with that storm, but it's still not quite the magnitude of the one that's down in Pickens County with respect to the lightning. Although I would say that given the way that the rotation signature looks that's coming up through Marion County right now, you need to be in a safe place immediately in Bear Creek. Don't wait on this thing. It could be on the ground, and if it is, you maybe have a few seconds before it's actually on top of the city of Bear Creek. Just had a report of a tornado in downtown Florence. So we've got reports of tornadoes on the ground in the state of Alabama this morning, and that heightens our awareness for this storm because we are farther south. We're in juicier air here in Marion County than they are up to the north. Of course, they have slightly better dynamics up around Muscle Shoals than we have in the Hamilton-Haleyville area, but this is a possible tornado, and I would suggest it is very likely that there's a tornado on the ground in northeast Marion County that will likely come right across Bear Creek, very near Phillips High School. If you are in that place, you need to be in a safe place immediately. We've got our sky watcher, Alan, up in Bear Creek, and I am doing my best to try to keep up with everything that's happening here. He doesn't have anything to report just yet, damage-wise. We do have a couple of reports of funnel clouds up in Colbert, Lauderdale, Limestone, and Lawrence counties near Spring Valley, and it looks like we are still damage-free at the moment. We have tornado warnings in effect for multiple counties, for Marion County, for Fayette, Pickens, and Tuscaloosa counties. No reports of damage just yet. Remember, though, these things have come across extremely rural areas. And if a tornado is happening out there in the middle of the woods, nobody may know about it for several days. And what you're looking at there while I talk is the velocity product off the Columbus, Mississippi NexRad. That's the closest radar to Marion County, so we'll use that one. And again, I'm not sure if we are on the live stream, if we can get that active. There are a lot of folks asking for the live stream over on Twitter, and we want to make sure we serve as many people as possible because as satellite data goes out, Dish Network, DirecTV customers often lose the signal as a heavy thunderstorm passes overhead. And look at that. that is intensifying rapidly. If you're in Bear Creek, you need to be in a safe place right now. I would suggest there's a tornado on the ground in Bear Creek or very close to it, moving up to the northeast into the edge of Franklin County within the next minute to 2 minutes. So this is going to move out of Marion County quickly, but that circulation is intensifying very rapidly near the city of Bear Creek. So if you are there, lowest level of your home immediately. If you're in Hamilton, this is already passing you by, but the circulation is really wrapping up here in northern Marion County. This is passing a little bit north of Haleyville. And again, I want to look at that Haleyville Skycam to look at the air that's flowing into this. We've got pretty good inflow from Haleyville, watching this from the north to the northwest. So let's go to the Haleyville camera if we can and look back to the west-northwest. Our wind is out of the east at 11 miles per hour. The peak wind gusts there at 25. So the weather in the city of Haleyville is not too bad, but we definitely have at least a possible tornado that's very near Bear Creek right now. Our Skywatcher Allen has taken shelter, so that's a good thing. We'll find out from him later if anything did indeed happen up there around Bear Creek, and if anything's happening now, I'm sure we'll find out about it in the newsroom as well. So we have a very dangerous situation that has developed this morning with respect to possible tornadoes moving across eastern Mississippi into West Alabama. An intense circulation that you're watching live from Haleyville. We can't see any structure of the storm because we're too far away and there's too much rain, but a very intense circulating thunderstorm, a rotating mesocyclone right over the city of Bear Creek, and that's going to move up into southern Franklin County within a matter of minutes. So we'll be able to clear Marion soon. If you're at Hackleburg or Hamilton or Brilliant, there is no more real danger of a significant thunderstorm for you with this first round. And just to do a reset, because I know a lot of folks are just getting up with us, we'll back out here and look at the entire scope of North Alabama with the Birmingham look at the radar. And there are no warnings in effect for the Birmingham metro area. We do have a tornado warning that is in effect for Tuscaloosa. There is the storm that we're watching up in Marion County, and we have a very substantial line of severe thunderstorms moving into Tuscaloosa, Fayette, Greene, and Sumter counties. And anywhere along that line, we have the possibility of a tornado that could develop at almost any moment. We've been tracking multiple circulations on that line this morning. Luckily, we're going to get a break when this thing passes through and finally weakens a little bit. We're going to get a break in the action, and then there will be more strong thunderstorms later on today. And in fact, the ones that happen later this afternoon have even greater potential to be severe. Take a look at the storms redeveloping back in Arkansas and Louisiana and Texas. That's what we have to look forward to this afternoon. So this is going to be one of those days that we have to watch very closely. Let's go to the graphic system momentarily. I want to show you this high risk that the Storm Prediction Center has posted. You can see the counties that are involved in that. And I've had many questions this morning. Is my county involved in the high risk? I'll tell you this much. It doesn't really matter at this point. What you need to be worried about are watches and warnings. The risk area is a general outline forecast. It is not meant to suggest that there will be something in one county and not another. That's what the warnings are for. We have a moderate risk ringing the high, and then a slight risk all the way down toward the Gulf Coast. And this goes until early tomorrow morning. So I think after about 7 or 8 o'clock this evening, this can be trimmed back over here east of I-65 and then down toward Montgomery and Dothan and then into northwest Florida. But from now through about 7 or 8 o'clock this evening, we run a high risk at that, of strong damaging straight line winds, hail greater than 1 inch in diameter, and the possibility that some of these storms at almost any point could produce a tornado. So the high risk, and I'll list the counties that are involved in this, but again, it's not necessarily the risk that you need to pay attention to. It's the watches and the warnings. So Pickens, Tuscaloosa, Bibb, Shelby, Talladega, Calhoun, parts of Cleburne. You're technically in this, and everybody to the north of there all the way into southern Middle Tennessee, Rome, Georgia in this today. So as all these storms track across this part of the state, the Storm Prediction Center has outlined the high-risk area as the point where the most severe thunderstorms are possible. The moderate risk is bad enough on its own, and everyone in this television market is in the moderate risk. And then south of there toward the Montgomery area, Auburn, down toward Escambia County, Baldwin County, Mobile County, they have the slight risk. These things are still possible in the slight risk. It's just that they're much more likely within the high. So let's just get that out of the way. Watches and warnings, much more important than this. The Storm Prediction Center will probably change the outline a little bit, adjusting it as the day goes on, as they try to nail down exactly where they believe the greatest threat will be, but I think they're pretty well on target here. North and central Alabama, a high risk of strong thunderstorms today. So let's go back to the radar. And again, you're looking at the regional composite. A strong line of thunderstorms has developed over Mississippi this morning. It appears to be turning into more of a bow echo as it drives across Pickens into Tuscaloosa and Fayette counties. Anywhere along that line, though, there is potential for the development of a spin-up tornado that could last a few seconds. It could last a few minutes. But if it hits where you are, then it's not good at all. So 5 o'clock, tornado warning for Marion County. 4:45 technically for Tuscaloosa County, but it looks like they have just extended that. Let's take a look at that polygon together. We'll take the radar data off and look at the polygon itself. It goes all the way across North Tuscaloosa County. It does include places like Ecola, as well as Samantha. The northwest edge of Northport. Northport city limits are pretty large, so if you're in the northwest part of Northport, you need to be in a safe place. Same thing out around Coker, Romulus, Buell, Elrod. You're in a tornado warning for a storm that has so far not produced any significant damage, but it certainly has a look on radar that anything tracking up across that part of Tuscaloosa County has potential to produce something that is quite significant. The tornado warning for Marion County is continued until 5 o'clock. The storm was located west of Haleyville, about 6 miles west of Haleyville, moving northeast at 60. That means it will be out of Marion County soon. So we will focus on what's happening here across the central part of Alabama. The Weather Service indicating that the strongest circulation is coming into west central Tuscaloosa County now, and we're getting some reports of some power lines down in Pickens County and in the Carrollton area near Alabama Highway 86. So numerous reports now that there has been damage in parts of west Alabama or in parts of eastern Mississippi, and this is now moving into west Tuscaloosa County, southern Fayette County. But if you are in the city of Tuscaloosa, this warning's not for you. You're going to have some pretty rough storms in about the next 30 minutes coming right through the heart of Tuscaloosa and Northport. But the worst of this will be just a little bit north of Northport, up around Samantha, Brownville, Moores Bridge, Newtonville, over toward the areas in on Highway 69, up around the Channel 33 tower, the giant tower up there at Wyndham Springs on 69. You're involved in this tornado warning too. And if it continues, if the storms continue on this path, this will likely clip either the northwest edge of Jefferson or extreme southern Walker County. Tremendous lightning output with these things as they're moving out of Pickens into Tuscaloosa and Fayette. But the worst weather of all is likely involved in two separate areas of circulation, one that's in northern Pickens and one that's coming into west central Tuscaloosa. Both those are moving to the northeast at about 60 miles per hour. We'll check in on this lower one, the one that's due west of Tuscaloosa. And how about that? A tornado impact of 9.4 moving east at 69 miles per hour. The only other time that we have seen a tornado impact of 9.4 or higher was back on April 15th. So if you are in west Tuscaloosa County, like I've been saying all morning, I cannot ask you to take this any more seriously. This will be in the city of Tuscaloosa or very near it, near Northport, by about 5 minutes after 5. Of course, it's 10 minutes until 5 right now. Tornado warning is in effect until 5:15 on that southern storm. The northern storm, though, is going to clip the northwest edge of Tuscaloosa County and come through places like Moores Bridge and Brownville and Samantha. So here are the stats on the northern edge circulation. We've got one that's very close to US 82. Here is, we've got a tornado impact of 5.1 on the one that's a little bit west of Coker. That'll come up through Ecola, and that one eventually will track up in the direction of Wyndham Springs. So the southern circulation appears to be a little bit stronger than the northern circulation right now. Here's the velocity product from Columbus. And we see the couplets actually looking a lot more intense. We've got 1, 2, 3 of them. on the radar right now. This one has a swirl to it. We have seen that in relation to some large tornadoes in the past couple of weeks. This is going to come up in the direction of Newtonville. We've got one that is northwest of Coker right now, out there close to Ecola. That'll come over Alabama 171 and then cross just north of Northport, up here around Northside High School, not quite as far south as Lake Tuscaloosa, but up here around Tuscaloosa County High School into Samantha, and then up toward Wyndham Springs. You need to be in a safe place now. Then we have a third circulation that's right down there in southwest Tuscaloosa County. That one doesn't have a warning on it just yet, but with all of these moving across Tuscaloosa, they all have the potential to produce tornadoes, and these actually look like the best circulations that we've had on radar in quite a while. So we're going to stay right here through this and make sure that we get through everything in Tuscaloosa County. We've got nonstop lightning in Northport, report from Twitter. We still don't have our Ustream live, guys, so if we can contact Ron Thomas or someone who knows how to get that. Okay, so for those of you who are waiting on the Ustream, we're going to have that thing up as soon as we can get it. There are a number of reports from Mississippi, but still nothing from central Alabama or from west Alabama, except for the northwest corner of the state. In Lauderdale County, a tornado was confirmed on the ground near downtown Florence, and we've got a number of reports of damage in Mississippi, but still nothing from Alabama so far. And that's great news. That's great news. I would rather be on here talking and never actually have something touch down than to have to report some bad news. So right here in southern Fayette, northwest Tuscaloosa, you need to be in a safe place. If you're south of the city of Fayette, this is going to come pretty close to Berry. So as it crosses 43, it'll likely move in a path just like that, maybe coming just a touch south of the city of Berry. It'll move near the Tuscaloosa-Fayette County line on its entire lifespan, and that is an intense, tightly wrapped circulation that's right on the Fayette-Tuscaloosa-Pickens County line. This one that's northwest of downtown Tuscaloosa has some significant potential for it. That one is a tight rotation as well. And then up and down this line of thunderstorms, there is potential for spin-up development. But I would suggest that if there's a definite spot that I would be most concerned about, it would be those two areas, two rotations, one in extreme southern Fayette, the other one in Tuscaloosa. We'll hit this from a different radar perspective and use the Birmingham radar. And you can see the tremendous lightning output that comes with these. We'll look at the metrics on the first TVS, the one that's to the north, that's just northwest of Tuscaloosa, tornado impact of 5.1, a significant tornado of 3.6, and we just lost both TVS signatures. So sometimes the radar goes back and forth. If it sees it, it pops it on there. If it goes away in a volume scan, it will take it away. So that's why those went away that quickly. I want to use the live radar. This is our live radar coming from Double Oak Mountain, and this will give us a better look at where the storms are right now. So we've got this bow echo that's coming in on Tuscaloosa and Northport, and it's that spot right there where damaging straight line winds may be possible. I want to switch over to our Tuscaloosa Skycam. Let's look at Haleyville very quickly, though. The weather's gotten pretty rough in Haleyville. Tremendous rain falling there at our Skycam, and we have lost data for the last few minutes, but it looks like the wind has gotten a lot stronger as that storm has passed by to the northwest of Haleyville. And there's Tuscaloosa. We're seeing the lightning. And, you know, we may be able to see something on the ground if there is anything there. So, they look like a power flash, unless that was the Tuscaloosa airport. We're looking up in that direction. So if we see that again, if somebody in the control room, you guys help me watch that real close. If you see it again, that may be the airport, because that was in the same place twice. We're looking right toward the Tuscaloosa airport. And I don't see anything that looks like it's on the ground just yet, but we're watching very closely. There's vivid lightning. If there's something there, we may very well see it, as it's coming across Tuscaloosa County right now. The tornadic part of the storm, the first storm that was the original tornado warning for Tuscaloosa County, is just north of Brownville and Moores Bridge right now. A secondary circulation that's within this bow echo is passing. Oh, is that it? Could that be it? Let's watch the lightning there very closely. It looks like we may have a tornado live on our Skycam here. So if you're in Northport, get to a place of safety immediately. That may or may not be a tornado. It's tough to tell, but we may have a tornado that's on the ground live on our Skycam. It's tough to see storm structure in this, but tell you what, I'm going to step out here just to key me over it. Looks like right about, you just pop me in. Let's go to the Skycam and do it that way. I know you're working on the switcher there. It would be right in here. You see that? That could be the rain curtain that's moving in, or it may be a tornado. It's hard to tell when we're dealing with darkness like this, but we've got a south wind at 14. You're looking northwest across the Warrior River up into the city of Northport. This is going to come just northwest, maybe of downtown Northport, and stay just a little north of downtown Tuscaloosa. So we have tremendous lightning here. Let me get on this the instant message chat here and take a look at what's going on. I don't have any report of damage just yet. Ronald Hughes telling us that the wind is picking up in his location. He's out in Coker. He's our sky watcher there. So far, scanner traffic is quiet, so that may not be a tornado. But I would definitely say let's take this extremely seriously, as we've got something back there that at least is some strong, damaging straight-line winds. And look at the wind south at 27. When you have inflow like that, there's a chance that it could very well be on the ground somewhere in that vicinity. I have not seen any true power flashes. I'm convinced that that was the Tuscaloosa Airport light. Sometimes they can look the same because it happened multiple times in the same place. It looked like it was the airport. Can't tell for sure, but there may be a tornado back there in Northport right now. So if you are in Northport, I want you in a safe place immediately. Lake Tuscaloosa as well. And let's just leave it on that Skycam image. I'm going to run the radar over here and look at a couple of different things. And if you guys see something, holler at me, let me know. I'm going to take my eyes off of it for just a moment. But we've got an intense bow echo that's coming across Tuscaloosa County now, and it may have a tornado with it. If it does, based on the live radar information, it would be right there where you're looking. We've got a little donut hole in the radar that's near the community of Mount Olive, which is a little bit west of Tuscaloosa County High School. So if you're up around Tuscaloosa County High School, you need to be in a safe place right now. If you're west of Tuscaloosa, west of Coker, I would say, then you're in the clear. If you're out toward Buell and Elrod and Ecola, this is over for you. But our possible tornado is now moving across the northern part of the city of Northport. And based on what we've seen from the Skycam, I cannot tell with 100% certainty if we did see a tornado. But there is a tremendous thunderstorm back there that probably has winds in excess of 70 or 80 miles per hour, at least in straight line gusts. So let's go to the radar very quickly. Can we double box that? That'd be a great thing if we could put that in a double box, and you can look north. You're looking due north from downtown Tuscaloosa right up into this part of the storm. So this is US 43. That is Alabama 69 right over there. Alabama 171 is over here. This is US 82. So right in here is our possible tornado in this bend in the line, and we have seen numerous looks to these thunderstorms. They have looked supercellular in nature. They have looked linear, and now it looks like we may have a tornado here within a line. So if it's there, it's probably a spin up. It's probably going to be completely wrapped in rain as it approaches. So around Lake Tuscaloosa, Northport, Samantha, and Wyndham Springs, you need to be in a safe place right now. We're watching the camera and the radar here in the same view. I just saw a cloud-to-ground lightning strike, and I'm going to move back. Yeah, I think we're seeing a wall cloud there. Yeah. Let's take the camera full. Yeah, I think that looks like a wall cloud north of downtown Tuscaloosa, rapidly moving east. I'm going to zoom past the RBC building. Let's go a little bit farther here. And it takes some lightning to illuminate these things, and you have to have lightning in just the right spot. So you're looking right past the RBC Bank building, the tallest building in downtown Tuscaloosa. Looks like we have a wall cloud that has developed there. there could be, I'm going to zoom out just a little bit to get some perspective because this thing's moving so quickly we may lose it. If you are in Northport, you need to be in a safe place right now. Holt, Peterson, up there around Tuscaloosa County High School. This is passing to your east very quickly, so it'll be just a matter of minutes before Tuscaloosa County High School, the Huntington Place area, before you are completely cleared. But I'm watching the progress on the live radar and switching back and forth. And I want to stay with that Skycam view to make sure that we're not missing something. But I'm going to look at the velocity products, and I still see very significant signs of rotation. It looks like one is southwest of the city of Tuscaloosa as well. So we've got two potential tornadoes here. One may be southwest of Tuscaloosa, and one may be a little northeast of downtown Tuscaloosa. So it's kind of a situation where everybody in Tuscaloosa County needs to be on their toes. And I would recommend that if you are in eastern Tuscaloosa County, east of Alabama Highway 69, even right along 69, the same places that were struck the other day by that strong tornado that came through southwest Tuscaloosa County. If you're in those areas, you need to be in a safe place right now because we've got two strong circulations on radar that are tracking through Tuscaloosa County as we speak. One is near Northport. The other is the other one is a little bit southwest of Tuscaloosa, down around Foster's and Ralph. And look at that wind, southwest at 32. And what we've got is definitely got circulation there. Definitely have that because we've seen the wind shift from southwest or from the east, from the southeast back to the southwest. And we are watching to see if we've got any kind of reports coming in damage-wise, and I see nothing so far. That's extremely good news. Yeah. Here comes the rain into Tuscaloosa. The wind has shifted to the west at 28. If you're watching that, watch that wind. We're going to watch it together. We're not going to be able to see up into that circulation anymore. Northwest wind at 40. And that's just the straight line wind. Let's back up here. You can see the sheets of rain coming down in downtown Tuscaloosa. And again, we have multiple circulations showing up on radar right now. So if you're anywhere in Tuscaloosa County, you need to be in a safe place because not only do we have possible tornadoes, but we have damaging straight line winds. Just got a report of a 62-knot wind gust at the Tuscaloosa airport. So we're likely to see the wind pick up. See the power go out? Power just went out in downtown Tuscaloosa, wind west at 46. And this is a live image that you're watching. I think we may get a wind gust to at least 60 or 70 out of this before it's all over. That data, sometimes it takes a minute or two for it to update. So we may actually lose that camera before we pick up the highest wind gust. But temperature still at 75 with a wind west at 46, and you can see it is really blowing through there. This is very similar to what it looked like last Wednesday when that bow echo came through Tuscaloosa with the 70+ mile per hour wind gust. So if you're watching this in East Tuscaloosa County, be aware you've got a very powerful thunderstorm headed in your direction. There are a couple of other spots that we're watching very carefully. Again, we don't have any reports of widespread damage just yet with this, but we were watching what looked to be either a wall cloud or a tornado that was going across the northern part of Northport. Looks like that we have two distinct areas that are rotating, one that's in far northern Tuscaloosa County, north and west of Wyndham Springs, one that is now northeast of Northport, and another that is coming across southern Tuscaloosa. So there are three areas in this storm where a tornado may be possible. And so far, we've seen a wind gust there in Tuscaloosa at 41, but that will update in just a moment. The last update we got was about 45 seconds ago. Tremendous lightning, heavy rain as this is moving in. Tornado warning in effect for another 10 minutes for Tuscaloosa County. And this is what we've been watching all morning come across Mississippi into western Alabama. So again, I want to go back to the radar in a double box. Peak wind gust 56. Let's see if we can double box radar and our Skycam. We have a tremendous amount of lightning there. The tornado warning for Fayette County has been allowed to expire and been replaced with a severe thunderstorm warning. Here is the radar without the lightning data on it, and there are a couple of spots to watch with this. One is up here in the far northern part of Tuscaloosa County. One is near a little northeast of Northport now, north of Lake Tuscaloosa, and then in this line here, south of the city, down towards Big Sandy and toward the southern part of the county, there's a rotation within that may be producing a spin-up tornado. Farther south, we have severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for Hale County and for Greene County as this batch of storms moves through. And then we also have our warnings up here in Fayette County for strong storms, not necessarily a tornado warning anymore. But this looks like it's going to hold together and come into Jefferson and Bibb. So I think we may at least have severe thunderstorm warnings up for Jefferson County soon. I just got to note that I believe it's Blount County schools will be delaying 1 hour to allow this to pass by. And I think that may be a decent call there. You want to make sure this is out of the picture before we start putting kids on school buses. Let's take that Tuscaloosa camera full one more time and look at the data on it. We had a peak wind gust of 56. It has settled down now. Looks like the power is back on in part of downtown Tuscaloosa. We still have tremendous lightning and a lot of heavy rain, but nothing so far damage-wise. Did get a 62-mile-per-hour wind gust, and that was at the Tuscaloosa airport, but we don't have any reports of damage. Tornado warning now in effect for Fayette County and Walker County until 5:45 this morning. That's because of the circulation that's up here in the northern part of Tuscaloosa County, southern Fayette, that's moving to the northeast. So let's go back to the radar. We've seen the worst of the weather past this Skycam location, and this is the live radar, mind you, so it doesn't show exactly what the next rad is looking at. We've got a storm right in here that has the potential to produce a tornado moving up toward Jasper. So Jasper's in this polygon. If you're in the city of Jasper, you need to be in a safe place. There are the tremendous storms that are coming right through Tuscaloosa and Holt and Peterson and Duncanville and Moundville. These may or may not be tornadic. We have a little bit of leeway with some of these because it's in a line. It's very tough to tell sometimes if those individual circulations are the ones that are producing tornadoes or if it may be a very smaller one just down the road from it. So with a lot of shear in this line, I would just be on guard. Anywhere in Tuscaloosa or northern Hale County, you may be dealing with a possible spin-up tornado that could last a few seconds to a few minutes. Just be in your safe place. If you're west of Tuscaloosa, the city of Tuscaloosa, Coker, Northport, Ralph, Foster's, Brownville, Mooresbridge, you're fine now. You're in slightly stable air at the moment, so your tornado threat has temporarily ended. But now we're going to shift our focus up here to the north toward Fayette County and Walker County, where we have a new tornado warning that is in effect until 5:45. So we're going to look at the velocity product off the Columbus, Mississippi radar and identify the couplet. It's a little bit tougher to see on that first image, but as it updated, it's very clear to see where that is, and that one's just a little bit east of Berry near Penley Chapel, and that one is more intense than any of the ones that we saw farther south. So if you're in Berry, this is on top of you right now. It's moving toward Penley Chapel and out here toward West Corona, Oakman, the city of Jasper, Townley, into the eastern edge of Fayette County. If you're south of Fowler's Crossroads, south of Alabama Highway 102, over to 124, Alabama 69, Highway 18, and now near US 43 for about the next 2 or 3 minutes. If you're near US 43 in the Berry community, you want to be in a safe place. As we've said earlier, that's a very broad area where the thunderstorm is rotating. We have a rotating updraft that may be producing a tornado that may be on the order of a few hundred yards wide. It might be bigger, it might be smaller, but this is on the order of miles across. So we have a large thunderstorm that's clearly rotating that may be producing a tornado near Berry. You need to be in a safe place on Alabama 18 over all the way to Oakman, Corona, West Corona, up toward Townley in Walker County. And I want to expand this view out just a little bit so that you can get a perspective on where you are. And I'm going to shift our Skycam focus up to Fayette and look at the winds behind this. So far, so good. The peak wind gust in Fayette was only 36 miles per hour, but I want to look very carefully here. Of course, this is well east of Fayette, and we might be better served to look into Jasper. From Jasper, we see a southeast wind at 12. No significant rain just yet, although the streets are fairly wet from a shower that we had earlier. It's not a shower that's coming in this time. It's a possible tornado, and we have several circulations that are showing up in this line, but the most intense is now over eastern Fayette County. There's another one over North Tuscaloosa County that's now a little bit north of Windham Springs. There's one a little bit east of Windham Springs, and you see all of them right here. There's circulation 1 near Barry. There's the one that's north of Windham Springs. There's the one that's northwest of Kellerman, really between Kellerman and Windham Springs. This one will clip North Jefferson County. This one will clip southern Walker, but that's the one that actually has the tornado warning on it. And we also have a 4th circulation that looks like it's developing right down there on the east side of the city of Tuscaloosa, east of the campus of the University of Alabama, out around Cottondale. So anyway, and again, I said this earlier, if you're in Tuscaloosa County from top to bottom, you need to be in a safe place. Now, east of Tuscaloosa and Northport all the way to the Jefferson County line, I would recommend that you go to a safe place, because we've seen these things spin up very, very quickly. In a matter of minutes, we go from what looks like a weak couplet to a very intense thunderstorm that may be producing a fairly large tornado. That's the kind of environment that we have over Fayette County and Walker County. So over here toward what they call the Y, north of Oakman, and then up toward Jasper, you need to be in a safe place immediately. Don't wait on this thing. It's going to come very quickly. It's moving northeast at about 60 miles per hour. But these storms, unlike the highway, they don't have to go around curves. There's no hills, so it's a straight 60 miles per hour. That means it would be in Jasper in less than a half hour, and that's the reason that the warning goes until 5:45. So if you're in Jasper, you need to be in a safe place immediately. I'm going to look at some of the Weather Service information that is coming in, and still we don't see any significant reports of damage coming in, and that's a good thing. We know of some power out. Just got a report from John Talbot that some trees have been knocked down near the Tuscaloosa County line. Okay, trees are down in Coker as well. There are some reports of some street flooding up in Haleyville. There's some power outages around Tuscaloosa County. But so far, I don't see any, any significant damage that's been reported from this. There are, Mark Rose from the National Weather Service office in Birmingham tells us he's starting to get some damage reports trickling in. I'm sure they will add to that very, very soon and let us know what they've seen. We do know that there was a tornado on the ground earlier near Florence up in the northwest corner of the state, so that would definitely lead us to believe that any of these, because we are a little bit more warm and unstable than they are up to the north, any of these could be producing tornadoes. And just from this view alone, just in Fayette, Walker, and Tuscaloosa, I can see 4 spots on radar where a tornado might be a possibility. They don't always form underneath these circulations like this, but there's the most intense one north of Pendley Chapel moving into western Walker County. It may stay just a touch, and I mean a touch northwest of the city of Oakman, a little bit north of the Tuscaloosa County line. We've got another circulation that's now in Walker County. This image is a touch delayed, and then there's one that's east of Windham Springs and one that's east now of Cottondale. And our sky watcher over in Cottondale told us that the power was flickering just a little bit. We've got a report of some trees down near Scottsville, and the Weather Service now going to go ahead and issue a tornado warning for Jefferson County until 5:45. As we have the other circulations that are coming across Tuscaloosa County moving toward Jefferson. So let's step back over here to the office and look at the polygons as they appear. And you can see in the lower right-hand corner of the screen, there are a number of counties across the entire state that are under tornado warnings at this point. So let's take the radar imagery off, and we will look directly at the polygon. And that polygon for Jefferson County. And it's taken just a moment here. There's so much going on that the radar is just chugging along, trying to catch up with all the warnings and all the new data. In fact, I'm not certain that it's going to. So let's go to the Skycam network very quickly while we wait on the radar to update. That's Jasper. we have a southeast wind at 12, and I'm going to look back over toward the southwest. If I can get the camera to move. It seems to be in that position. We may have some very, very slow internet right there in Jasper as these storms are coming in. Lightning can sometimes do that to us. In fact, looks like we just lost the camera about a minute ago. So we don't have any live data coming in from Jasper at the moment, but hopefully we can get that back. There are multiple circulations that are moving across parts of central and west Alabama right now. Two of them are in the Tuscaloosa County area, moving into Walker and Jefferson. And now it's clear to see what part of Jefferson is under this warning. It is a far northwestern edge. Look at that. It includes Bagley. That's about it. I think that's the only community that would be recognized as an actual community that's mostly in Jefferson County that's included. Although I'll say that Sayre is awfully close. West Jefferson is awfully close. So these are moving in that direction. So if you're in West Jefferson or Sayre or Bagley, Summerton, Dora, even as far up here as Warrior and Cane Creek, even though it doesn't quite go that far, there's a severe thunderstorm warning posted for Blunt as these are coming in. But our possible tornado is back here in North Tuscaloosa, and it's likely going to come very close to the Walker-Jefferson County line. So Gorgas, Pumpkin Center, Summerton, Dora, those are the main communities that are right in the path of that circulation. Then we have the other one that's back here in western Walker and eastern Fayette that has a chance at producing a tornado. And we may have more than that. This up and down this line. In fact, let's just do a reset here very quickly and look at what's happening. The Weather Service has actually blanket warned out ahead of this squall line with severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for Bibb, for Shelby, and for Blunt. Jefferson and Tuscaloosa also under severe thunderstorm warnings, but the tornado warnings actually supersede that. So I'd say about 99% of Jefferson County is under a severe thunderstorm warning, whereas over here in the far northwestern edge of the county, you're under a tornado warning. Yes, sir. Okay. All right. Thank you. So our band of thunderstorms is coming across the northern part of Tuscaloosa County. So if you are west of Tuscaloosa over here into Pickens County, into Lamar County or Marion County, there's still going to be thunder and lightning and rain occasionally, but the worst of these storms is now passed by. And we're going to look and see if we have any additional reports that have come in. We do know that, that some damage was trickling into the Weather Service office just a few moments ago. We don't have any confirmation. On exactly what kind of damage it was. We're seeing multiple trees down from our Skywatcher network. Got reports down from Fayette County along Highway 171, some trees down. A tree is on a house on Old Lock 15 Road. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe that's out there around Holt, Lock, and Dam. I think that's where Old Lock 15 is. And you guys can correct me if I'm wrong in the Skywatcher chat. There, Ronald is talking about it. So a tree down at a mobile home earlier in Tuscaloosa reported by the fire department. There's been some hail, there's been some gusty winds, but no tornadoes have been reported in this television market so far. We did have a tornado reported on the ground near Florence up in northwest Alabama. We've got impressive rotation in all these storms. They're pretty intense. There's damage all across parts of Mississippi this morning. Skywatcher Donnie Fowler saying there are trees down in southern and eastern Fayette County. So that pretty well goes with what we've seen on the radar, that there may be a tornado involved in that, because this is a pretty rural area down here south of Berry. Once you get south of Berry on 43, Newtonville's the next community that you run into. And between those two communities, there's a lot of pasture land, a lot of woods, a lot of hunting territory there. So now that it's moving up toward Jasper, we've got reports of trees down, which is sometimes an indication that there's been something significant, and sometimes it's just some gusty straight-line winds, 50, 60 miles per hour, that knock down trees that have already been weakened in previous storms. So sometimes it takes the light of day before we know for sure, and unfortunately, we don't have that luxury right now. We've got complete darkness as all these are moving up across Walker, Tuscaloosa, and now into Jefferson County. If you are in Shelby County or Bibb County or Blunt, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning. These storms are hauling at about 65 to 70 miles per hour. So the storm itself is moving that fast. Any additional wind could push those wind gusts up in excess of 70 or 80. Even though we didn't quite get there in Tuscaloosa earlier, we got to 56 miles per hour. The power has been out in parts of the city of Tuscaloosa for the last few minutes because of that storm. It's now east of there, moving toward Jefferson and Walker. Then we have our severe thunderstorm warning farther to the south that will be for Bibb and Shelby. Alabaster is included in that. Hoover is included in that. It's including Montevallo, Calera, down towards Centerville and Brent, West Blockton, Marvel, the eastern part of Tuscaloosa over here around Lakeview and Million Dollar Lakes, and then up toward McCalla, Birmingham, Hoover, Homewood. You're under a severe thunderstorm warning. It's just the northwest edge of the county, and I realize that there are probably a lot of sirens going off across much of Jefferson County right now, but with this first round of storms, it's going to be the northwest edge of Jefferson that has the issues with the possible tornado in that part of the county. So let's look at the velocity display. We'll look from Birmingham, and then we will look back at the live radar. And again, it's going to take just a sec to update. There are multiple rotations that are showing up here. A couple of them moving into Walker County. It seems like this one that's right over Oakman now is passing just north of Oakman. It seems to be pretty intense. There seems to be a little bit of a spin to this line up near Carbon Hill, too. So there's no warning on that, but there's definitely some activity there. Another circulation that's a little farther down here to the south that's near the Walker-Jefferson County line. And these are becoming a little bit harder to detect, but I think it's pretty easy to see that we've got a little bit of something right there on the radar that's south of Oakman. That's going to come right up the Jefferson County line. So if you're in West Jefferson, Cordova, Summerton, Sipsey, Dora, Bagley, Cane Creek, or Warrior, even though Cane Creek and Warrior are a little bit outside of our polygon, you definitely have a chance of a tornado coming that direction. There it is. That's our possible tornado that's coming through southern Walker County. This will pass right near Cordova and Summerton, possibly as far south as West Jefferson, and then continue moving up in the direction of North Jefferson and on into Blount County. Anywhere along this line, we may have damaging straight line winds in excess of 50 or 60 miles per hour, but so far, we have not heard of widespread, significant damage. We're monitoring Twitter, monitoring a number of feeds here. Our Skywatcher is reporting multiple trees down in Barry. Highway 18 is completely blocked near Barry High School. Fire department there in Barry is en route. J.B. Elliott, our dear friend J.B. Elliott, if you are interested in listening on the radio, if your power goes out, he will be broadcasting live on 98.7 KISS FM very shortly. So he's going wall to wall on that right now. There are a number of reports of trees down. Some of them have fallen on homes, and that is one of the most dangerous things with this. This is not the main event today. There are going to be numerous rounds of strong and severe storms throughout this afternoon and this evening. Let's go to the Jasper Skycam while I talk about this. We're going to watch both these circulations come very close to the city of Jasper. The rain has just started to pick up there. But what I was saying is there are going to be numerous rounds of thunderstorms, some of which will be tornado warnings, some of which will be severe thunderstorm warnings. And we want you to take both very, very seriously today, because anytime you get winds in excess of 50 miles per hour, when the ground is still soft from recent rain, and we have already had big thunderstorms over the past 2 weeks that have probably weakened some trees, if you have trees that are near a mobile home or a house, one of the most dangerous things that can happen is that tree to fall on that house. So anytime you're under a warning today, severe thunderstorm or tornado, we want you to take it very seriously. We have someone on the phone from Walker County EMA. Good morning. How are you doing? Walker County EMA. Fran, do we have Walker County EMA? Not yet. Okay, we will have Walker EMA. If you could tell me who we're talking to, that would be that'd be helpful as well. So you're looking at downtown Jasper there. We have a possible tornado on the west side of Jasper that is moving up toward, one of them is moving maybe just a little bit west of downtown Jasper now, up around Townley. And the other one is now southeast of Oakman, and that's going to cross over Highway 269 just south of Parrish and come up in the direction of Cordova near I-22 or Corridor X, depending on which way you want to call that. And that's the one that's going to be close to the Jefferson County line, which is why Jefferson County is under a tornado warning. These storms don't have the same kind of circulation that they did earlier. Looky there, we've got another one. Looks like it's trying to develop up in Winston County. We don't have a formal tornado warning for Winston County, but we've got all these that are going on to the south. So let's look at that from a different angle. And sure enough, I think we've got something. Let's go back to the radar really quickly. We don't have a formal warning for Winston, but that little spot right up there north of Double Springs, that's a pretty tight little rotation showing up on two different radars from Birmingham and from Columbus, Mississippi. So I would suggest if you are north of Double Springs, Rabbit Town, over into extreme northern Winston County, north of Arley, north of Addison, it'd probably be a good idea to go ahead and go to your safe place. We know that there has been some substantial damage in parts of northwest Alabama up around the shoals from storms already. So as this moves across Winston, there may be a small spin-up tornado that can develop pretty quickly. In all this right here, there are multiple circulation showing up within the northern part of a line of thunderstorms that is approaching Jasper. This will also move up in the direction near West Jefferson, near Summerton, Dora, Sayre, Bagley, and toward Warrior, Cane Creek, and especially into Walker County. We're concerned about Gorgas and Pumpkin Center, Parish, Cordova, and then the communities there that surround Sipsey and Dora and Summerton, as well as Argo right there on the river. Not the St. Clair County Argo, not the Jefferson St. Clair County Argo, but the one that's up here near the Mulberry River that's coming down through Walker County. There you see the Jasper Skycam. We're seeing the wind and the rain pick up there, and it's because of that storm that's moving right up into the city of Jasper as we speak. Wind is out of the southeast at 12. Watching very closely to see if we have any reports of damage other than trees. We are not seeing anything that would really suggest that we have a large tornado on the ground, but there's definitely something to that. Okay, the National Weather Service in Huntsville has issued a tornado warning now for Cullman County. A storm that's southwest of near Cordova, moving northeast at 70 miles per hour. So it's that storm that's south of Jasper. Cullman County now under a tornado warning as well. So let's reset this image. We'll pop the warnings back on here and make those visible. And by the way, the tornado warning for Jefferson County has been canceled. It looks like the tornado is going to go a little bit too far to the north to be technically in Jefferson County, but the Weather Service has warned for all of Cullman County. They've essentially made a polygon that covers the entire county. So from top to bottom, from Bayleton all the way to Brushy Pond, you need to be in a safe place right now. South Cullman County, probably the most danger. This storm is right about there right now. It's very close to Cordova in Walker County, and it is going to cross right up basically Highway 69, which is that classic tornado path near Brushy Pond, near the old Buck Tussle Steakhouse, Dodge City, Good Hope, Hanceville, Holly Pond, the city of Cullman. You all need to be in a safe place as we speak. Take a look at Jasper. Boy, the weather is getting really rough downtown Jasper. The wind has gusted to 38 miles per hour, and the tornadic circulation is getting very, very close to the southern part of Jasper and down toward the city of Parish in central Walker County. So I think our circulation, it's safe to say it's crossing Alabama 269 right now. We don't recommend that you be out in this whatsoever. I know I see a little traffic there in downtown Jasper, but if you can at all wait until this passes by to do anything that requires travel, that would be a very good idea, especially on I-22 east of Jasper. We now have a new tornado warning for Jefferson and Shelby counties. So we are in full outbreak mode here. Let's go to the radar very quickly, full screen. I want to get you updated on on what we're talking about here. We have a new tornado warning due to a circulation that is near $1 Million Lakes in Tuscaloosa County, and that's going to include the heart of the Birmingham metropolitan area. It includes Hoover. It includes the northern edge of Helena as well as Pelham. New tornado warning now for parts of Tuscaloosa and Bibb counties as well. So we have a cluster of warnings that are in effect right now for central Alabama. Tornado warnings for Cullman, Walker, Jefferson, Shelby, Tuscaloosa, and Bibb counties. We're not even going to worry about what time these things expire because there are so many of them, and honestly, it's just a little bit confusing to try to keep up with it. So while we have a tornado warning in effect for the Birmingham metro area, we also have them for Jasper and for Cullman. The storm is not in Cullman County yet, so you have plenty of lead time in Cullman to get to a safe place. Same thing in central and west Jefferson County, Bessemer, McCullough, down toward the northern edge of Shelby County, north of Alabama 13. Or Shelby County Highway 13, that's just west of Helena, that runs over toward Green Pond. You need to be in a safe place immediately. This will be a little north of Alabaster and Montevallo. It will include places like downtown Birmingham, Inverness, Homewood, Vestavia Hills, Cahaba Heights. Anybody that's, if you are between downtown Birmingham and Alabaster, basically this is a tornado warning for you in North Shelby County and South Jefferson County. And again, you're looking live at Jasper at the weather just getting rough there as a tornadic circulation passes just south of the city of Jasper. There are, and again, just getting a couple of notes by Twitter that we have power going out and the radio stations are on. We have JB Elliott live wall-to-wall now on 98.7 KISS FM, and since we are now on in Birmingham with a tornado warning, I would imagine that we're going to be on 104.7 WZZK. I can't guarantee that, don't know that for sure, but usually when we have a tornado warning for Birmingham, we're on ZZK, and you can hear that anywhere. So we're going to cover this entire thing on television, the radio, on Ustream. If you lose satellite data but still have power and internet, you can go to our website, go to abc3340.com, and use the live stream. So just a number of tornado warnings in effect. Looks like we've lost our Jasper Skycam, so I'm going to go to Birmingham, and we're going to watch off to the west as the lightning intensifies over West Jefferson County. Let's stick with the radar, though, on television while I do this, because it's going to take just a sec to move it around. And you can see the polygons, you see the warnings. I'm going to pop the radar data back on. We're going to use our live storm alert radar to track the individual storms and the progress, because it's going to be faster than watching the delayed products from the NexRad. That's a look from Birmingham West. We don't see anything there on the Skycam just yet, but there's an intense line of storms. It's moving into West Jefferson County and Northwest Shelby County, as well as Bibb County. So let's go to the radar. We can't see anything from the camera just yet. Tornado warnings are in effect for Cullman, for Walker, for Jefferson, Shelby, and Bibb, and Tuscaloosa with this line of storms. It's moving through. And I tell you what, we have so much going on. I'm going to abandon the wall and take the laptop over here and just try to monitor everything from one station, because it's just getting too busy to go back and forth. So here's what's going on here. We've got our line of storms that has passed Jasper. We don't know for sure if the power is out in Jasper, but we did lose our Skycam image there. We've got a number of reports of trees down, a number of reports of power outages across the state. But from our Skywatcher network, Hay Valley Fire Department is working, reporting that the power is out in Walker County. Friends in Vance of John Talbot reporting that there's no power in the city of Vance in Tuscaloosa. Don't see anything from the Weather Service as far as a formal report of a tornado. But here's something coming from Mississippi. At a little bit before 1 o'clock this morning, a tornado struck the town of Blaine, which is in Sunflower County. 3 were injured. Numerous structures were damaged there in Sunflower County, Mississippi. 7 people were injured near Eupora, Mississippi, in a tornado at about 2:30 this morning, and those cells have now moved into the Huntsville area. They're up there around Decatur and Athens and Moulton. So we have had a history of damage this morning to our west. We've got the Weather Service letting us know that they're seeing 100-mile-per-hour winds at about 1,200 feet over Tannehill State Park and Lakeview in Tuscaloosa County. So that would indicate that at least 1,200 feet off the ground, at 1,200 feet elevation, some ridge tops are going to get some very intense thunderstorm winds, and there may be a tornado involved in it too. There's tremendous rain. You are not likely to see too much in the way of structure in these storms. There is a report now from Donnie Fowler, our sky watcher up in northern Fayette County. He's in the Camp Comfort community. He says Berry High School has been damaged. So let's see if we can work on getting some information about what happened at Berry High School. Somebody in the newsroom's listening. If you can get someone from Fayette County to let us know what happened there, that would help greatly with the situation that's developing over Walker, because often damage reports are a little bit delayed because it takes a while to communicate them through the emergency management and then back to the National Weather Service. So you're looking at live storm alert radar. Let's get involved in this storm that's coming through Bibb and Shelby and Jefferson. Let's just go tight in on it. It's going to take me just a sec to get in tight on Jefferson and Shelby counties, but we have a tornado warning that's in effect for essentially the southern half of the Birmingham metro area. We've got a strong line of thunderstorms with multiple rotations moving in through East Tuscaloosa County, and now it's crossed the line into western Jefferson. So if you're in Bessemer or McCalla or Pelham or Helena or Hoover, you need to be in a safe place immediately. Don't take any time that you don't have to get into a safe place. If you live in a mobile home in the metro area, you need to get out of that into a substantial structure, because even if there's not a tornado here, the winds at 1,200 feet we know are blowing at about 100 miles per hour, and it doesn't matter if the wind is 100 in a straight line or 100 in a circulating tornado, it still does considerable damage. We know that there has already been quite a bit of damage done back to our west. We're hearing reports trickle in from Fayette County that a number of trees have been knocked down and that there's damage at Berry High School right there in the heart of Berry. Trees are down on Berry High School. So we're getting a number of reports of that happening. That's the same kind of thing we expect to happen across Jefferson and North Shelby counties as these storms move on up to the northeast. They're doing it very quickly, too. So you see it on radar there. It looks like it's a good ways away from downtown and from Hoover, but moving at 60 miles per hour, you're talking 5 or 10 minutes before it is on top of Hoover and on top of I-65. Okay, phone lines in Fayette are down. We're not able to get in touch with the EMA, so I appreciate the newsroom trying to do that for us. But we obviously have had something happen up around the eastern part of Fayette County, and that's moving up into Walker. We have a tornado warning that's in effect for Walker and for Cullman. The storm that has produced the damage in Fayette County is the one that's passing. Okay, we have entrapment in Fayette County. A lady is trapped in a house. Fran, can you tell me exactly where that is? Okay, we don't know an exact location, but we know of one woman that is trapped in Fayette County because of damage. Not sure if it's tree or power line or tree damage to a house or structural damage, but that storm is quickly moving northeast of Jasper into South Cullman County. So if you're in Collie, Arkadelphia, Brushy Pond, Dodge City, Hanceville, or Good Hope, this is your call to action. We know that a storm has produced significant damage, or what seems to be significant damage in Fayette County. I haven't heard anything from Walker just yet, but I'm imagining. Okay, let's see. Wallace Williams from Cottondale is reporting that volunteer fire unit is reporting extensive damage and houses damaged in Tuscaloosa County. They did not catch the location, but I know they're going to continue to listen for that. So we've got some extensive damage to homes in parts of Tuscaloosa County with these storms. So take them very, very seriously. I know it's extremely early in the morning, and we're waiting on round 2 to come later this afternoon, but we have a significant severe weather threat going on right now. And we've got James Spann, who has gotten in here, and James, I know that you've been monitoring this from home. I think that you have a microphone on. Let me know when you have a mic. And we're going to bring you into this. So we've got a number of rotations within this line that's passing east of Jasper, passing into the Birmingham metro area. There's not one definitive spot, though, that looks like a greater threat of a tornado than another based on that image. So I would suggest that anywhere from Cullman and Walker through Jefferson and North Shelby, if you are in anywhere essentially south of Good Hope and north of Alabaster, go through your tornado safety plan right now.
Yeah, I think that's obviously wise, Jason. This is going to be one of these lines where it's going to be very hard to identify a specific tornado, but within that entire line, we could easily see winds gusting to over 50 miles an hour. And if you guys can punch me in the chroma key wall, that would be fantastic. Thank you very much. the main tornado threat is later today, but these storms are very serious. So let's kind of reset here. It's 5:40. A lot of you are just waking up now to the sirens going off. Let's show the reflectivity. And let me just say, anybody in advance of this line, I know there are specific tornado warnings for small spots within the line, but anybody in advance of this line could see winds easily over 50 or 60 miles an hour. We've had it in Tuscaloosa and Fayette and Walker counties with hundreds of trees blown down. And again, clearly within the line, there could be a few embedded tornadoes. But like we've discussed in many situations like this, these linear situations, the main risk, it is not from tornadoes, it is from widespread damaging straight line winds. So the storms have come on through Tuscaloosa and Fayette. For this round, the severe weather is over. Another round happens later today, and that's the main tornado threat. But again, clearly for Cullman, for Blunt Springs, for Gardendale, the whole Birmingham metro area, and then Centerville and Brent, the storms are moving in right now. They're in the western sections of Birmingham, and as they pass on through, they could easily, this whole line could produce straight line winds in excess of 50 miles an hour. And I tell you what, let's look at the Skycam coming from Birmingham. And again, we're just going to look at the numbers here. It's 73 over 68, and so far the peak wind gust is 38 miles an hour. This is looking off to the west from the top of the Daniel building downtown.
And while you're talking about that, James,
yes,
John Talbot just reported that Jefferson County Sheriff's Office has a report of a person trapped by a fallen tree on Eastern Valley Road by the Village Convenience Store. So that's just down from the Eastern Valley Road Fire Department. So we've got some rough wind moving into Jefferson County right now, like you're talking about. Yeah,
and again, John in Hueytown is reporting 40-mile-per-hour winds, and he's in the Hueytown Concord area with the power coming off and on. And we've got widespread power outages this morning. We'll go back to the radar, and again, the call to action, first off, we encourage nobody to be driving. I know it is about the time when school buses run. And this is a time where people are getting up and going to work. So we put the radar up, please, behind us. This is going to be the big picture. Okay. And a lot of systems are opening late, and if you can watch the crawl that is running hopefully across the bottom of your screen soon. But Marion County schools have closed for the day. But again, right in here, you got this line of storms that could easily produce very strong, damaging straight line winds coming into Birmingham. We do have tornado warnings in effect for Cullman County, for Walker County, for parts of Jefferson and Shelby counties. Severe thunderstorm warnings down that line for parts of Bibb County and Perry County. And again, there could be a few embedded tornadoes within that line. We're not going to play trying to catch that little small spot. We're just going to say that everybody needs to be in a position where you're not driving. So a lot of people are listening to us maybe right now on radio in Birmingham on WZZK on 104.7, our radio partners. What I would advise you to do, find you a convenience store, a gas station, something like that. Just go inside, wait until this thing passes. This line is racing through here. It's not going to last long, and soon we can go on about your business and everything goes back to normal. Because so many trees have blown down, it's better to be safe than sorry here. So again, we advise no travel along Interstate 65 all the way from Cullman down to Birmingham and down south into Shelby County and ultimately Bibb and Chilton counties. Wait until this line passes. And again, Jason, you're seeing the reports I am. Power is off in many areas. We have many reports of downed trees and power lines where the storms have come through this morning in parts of Walker, Tuscaloosa, Fayette counties. We've had some reports of entrapments where trees have come down on homes. So this is a serious situation, and I think the wise thing to do, Jason, as you've been talking about all morning, is just respect this whole line. This is serious business.
Right. There's nothing about any one given spot on the line other than some small circulations that seem to spin up and go away. And this may be one of those situations where we have a number of smaller tornadoes that form for a matter of maybe 2 or 3 minutes and track a couple of miles, as opposed to having long track tornadoes like we maybe anticipate a little bit later on today. I want to show you this from the graphic system. The Storm Prediction Center has placed Alabama in a high risk of severe weather today. We want you to pay more attention, though, to watches and warnings as opposed to the risk. The issue with a risk is that it's a forecast. It's an idea for placement of the strongest, most intense, most numerous thunderstorms, and they think that'll happen over North Alabama. We tend to agree with that. Surrounding that, a moderate risk is nothing to sneeze at. South of it, a slight risk over the southern half of the state, as storms may not be quite as numerous or as intense. farther south of U.S. Highway 80. So from Montgomery to Demopolis south, not quite as intense as it will be across the north and especially the north central part of the state. Tornadoes, a distinct possibility. We believe that we've had a few of them in West Alabama this morning. They may not have been the long track kind of tornadoes that we had in Mississippi overnight, but there has been significant damage done in Mississippi, and these reports are now starting to trickle into western Alabama. A lot of trees down, a couple of folks are trapped in houses.
Let me pass along some late reports, and again, if you can punch the radar up behind me, Wyatt, we'll put the reflectivity on back here. And again, Wyatt, if you can punch me up on the key wall, thank you. We've had a report of winds in excess of 100 miles per hour in Cordova with this line. We have reports of, here's an example of what people are telling us with this line. The worst wind I've ever seen living here in the Morgan Road area of Bessemer. And again, all of this is blowing through the Birmingham metro right now. Power is out. Reports of damaged homes in the Coaling area with trees down on homes. So again, these storms are very serious indeed. And again, I know that there are tornado warnings, and often when you watch our coverage, we are able to identify small-scale spots within, or small spots within a storm where you'll have a tornado. I don't want to do that this morning. We will probably do a little bit of that, but again, this line, all the way from Cullman, right down I-65, down to Warrior, Kimberly, Morris, Mount Olive, Gardendale, Forestdale, Graysville, Concord, Pleasant Grove, Bessemer, about to come into the Birmingham metro. Birmingham, Vestavia, Hoover, Homewood, Helena, Alabaster. We've had reports of winds in through here that have exceeded 100 miles per hour. And I don't know if that's an actual observation or if that is an estimate, but I do believe that to be accurate. And we have had hundreds and hundreds of trees blown down. Workers with chainsaws are up Highway 69 in Tuscaloosa at Forest Glen. At this point, there's no power. Many people are sitting in the dark this morning where the storms have come through, and there's pretty good chance you're going to lose power in the Birmingham metro. Again, I don't have a specific count. And in terms of the schools, again, watch the bottom of your screen. There is a crawl that is constantly running. We're going to be passing along weather information. I know that we have many questions about schools, closings, delayed openings. All of that is coming across the bottom of your screen right now. But again, we strongly advise that nobody be driving along this whole I-65 corridor for Cullman, down to the Birmingham metro, down to Calera for the next 30 minutes. Let's let these things pass. The greatest danger as the storms pass will be potential for falling trees and live power lines. And many tragic deaths have occurred in events like this where people are driving, the storms come through, trees come down, you can't see anything. When the rain begins to fall, you can't see your hand if you stick it out in front of your face. The visibility is that poor, and if there's a downed tree in the road, you're not going to be able to see that. And again, let's go to our Skycam. We're going to go kind of bounce back and forth between sources. This is the Skycam coming from downtown Birmingham on top of the Daniel building. And we're going to watch the numbers. The peak wind gust is so far to 44 miles an hour. I know that you can't see that on television because of the map that is covering that up on the right. I can see that data on my screen. The winds are averaging 24, gusting to 44. And again, the heavy rain is beginning to fall. And got
an estimated wind of 50 miles per hour in Hueytown. And Clay Barnett, one of our former interns and loyal Skywatchers, says he heard some transformers blowing out there in Hueytown as well.
Yeah, I've had multiple reports of people that see the flashes, and those are the fuses in association with those transformers to protect the system. So we're going to have widespread power outages this morning because of this line with down trees and power lines. And many school systems are opening late, and we advise that school systems do delay in advance of this line because, again, the last thing you want are buses out here running, and many of the bus routes in rural systems begin here in about 12 to 15 minutes. Some of the buses start to run as early as 6 o'clock. Now, if you're in West Alabama, the problem you got over there, it's down trees. This severe weather batch is over. We have more coming up later today, but again, in many areas, we've got trees that are down. And I think, Tracy, you got a late update for us.
Yeah, James, I'll tell you what, we'll remind our viewers to watch the bottom of your screen there, and that's where you'll be able to see the closings and delays that are going on right now. And James, also tell our viewers here that Alabama Power is keeping track of the power outages that are going on right now, and they tell us that in Walker County there are 27,000 customers without power right now. 27,000 customers without power in Walker County. 14,000 of those, 14,000 of those they feel are isolated, and they're working on that right now. Also, they have extra crews that are going to the scenes where these power outages have occurred. So they're working on that. And again, look for the closings and delays at the bottom of your screen. James, back to you now.
All right, and again, we're monitoring just dozens and dozens of reports coming from our sky watchers and via Facebook and Twitter. The reports of trees down are countless in advance of this line. Power outages, and again, for 25,000 people to be without. How many in Walker, Tracy? I'm sorry. 27,000. Yeah. That's a huge outage for that one county in northwest Alabama, and that's very widespread. And again, this is a situation where you're going to have a lot of trees that are going down on roads and on buildings. We're getting reports from our neck of the woods. The TV station here is in River Chase in Hoover, not too far away. We've got reports of power outages now in Pelham, in Helena, in Alabaster, and again, I don't want to focus on specific spots within that line because we want to focus on the whole line. It seems like the most intense wind is in the section here through Cullman, through western Blount, through central Jefferson counties. And let's go back to the Skycam. This thing is coming through downtown Birmingham right now. And again, we're kind of watching the data together, Jason, and it'll be interesting to watch that peak wind gust so far at 44. And we get an update from the weather equipment there about every minute. So in just a moment, we'll get an update. But the 1 minute average is 21 miles an hour with a peak wind gust of 44. But many folks that are telling me that they have not seen wind like this and they lived here for a long time. We're getting reports now of trees down and serious structural damage on houses in parts of North Tuscaloosa County with reports of possible injuries. And again, I don't want to get into specific injury reports without official information, but I do know that there are many ambulances and first responders that are running this morning to calls for situations where we have perhaps entrapment and other people that are in their homes where trees have come down.
So switch over to the Inverness camera and look west. Because it looks like the bow is coming right into there. The wind southwest at 35, and I'm going to pan the camera back out Valleydale Road and look back over toward the River Chase Galleria, which is where the bow echo has just passed overhead. In fact, it's over the television station as we speak. So we'll kind of watch that. The peak wind gust hasn't updated yet. It's showing 30, so I would imagine we're looking at 40 or 45 at the bare minimum. As this comes across North Shelby, it seems like the greatest threat may be from damaging straight line winds, but there may be an isolated small spin-up tornado that enhances those straight line winds in a very small area, something on the order of maybe 100, 200 yards wide. That's generally the size of these things, but it's hard to tell based on radar imagery, and because of the nature of the storm, we really can't see that well what's going on with it. It looked like I just saw a power flash.
Those are those big fuses that literally blow, and those are power flashes, I do believe, not lightning strikes, Jason.
That would have been close to Spann Park High School based on where that is looking across the ridge.
Right.
Look like another one.
Again, yeah.
Oh, wow, look at that.
We're watching widespread power outages coming through the Birmingham metro right now. This is a very, very dangerous thunderstorm complex. Everybody in the Birmingham metro, I don't care where you are, forget the polygons right now. We'll do that later today. Forget the polygons at this moment. Everybody in the Birmingham metro should be in a safe place right now. I know you're trying to get your kids ready for school. Don't worry about that. If the principal gets mad, tell him to call me. You need to be in a small room, lowest floor, near the center, away from windows until this line of severe storms passes. The issue, it's widespread, damaging straight line winds. And again, look at that one. This is an amazing scene. This camera is on top of the Wingate Inn overlooking Highway 280, and Jason has the camera looking back over into the core of Hoover and Pelham. And again, you can see multiple explosions there, ground-based explosions, and these are the fuses that are attached to these transformers. And what that does, that cuts the power out, and it's designed to protect the safety of the system. But obviously, this morning episode will create widespread power outages, widespread wind damage, and again, many are reporting via social media and the Skywatcher chat that we've got big problems here. We've got a report now of a tree down in the road right here by the television station around US 31 and Valleydale Road. We've got a report from Jefferson County deputies reporting trees and power lines down on a car. Perhaps somebody's trapped in that car on Eastern Valley Road. Pelham Fire responding to a tree on a residence on Wooddale Lane in Pelham. And there are so many of these reports. I could sit here for hours and pass these on, but the important message is this. We don't want anybody driving in this. If you're in the Birmingham Metro, just listening to us perhaps on our radio partners in Birmingham, it's the Cox Radio family, WZZK 104.7. We want you to just pull over, find a gas station, find a store, and just get in there, get into an interior part, and just wait this thing out. These lines are, the line is flying through here. But again, Jason, that is an amazing scene watching the transformers go.
We just lost power to most of Inverness.
Yeah, I mean,
so south of the Cahaba River, basically everyone in Shelby County is without power until you get to Missionary Ridge. Looks like the traffic lights are still working on 280, but west of 280, over toward the Colonnade, things look like they're shut down right now. Right, and again, normally you would see a lot more light out there, and we're watching, and I'm afraid we're going to lose that camera in any moment now. Again, this is on top of the Wingate Inn. I think they do have a generator at that particular hotel, and hopefully we'll be able to keep that camera shot. I think we just lost it. Okay, it's down. So you could just see the power going out wave after wave after wave across the Birmingham Metro. So if you're just waking up to this, we have a line of severe storms producing widespread wind damage. The leading edge of this line is coming through the eastern part of the Birmingham metropolitan area. Ultimately, this will be affecting Trussville, Irondale, Leeds, Liberty Park. Down into Shelby County, it will be affecting places like Chelsea, and as this line comes through, you can expect winds of over 80 miles an hour. Widespread tree and power line damage. Because of the widespread nature of the tree damage, we recommend everybody from Cullman all the way down to Shelby County and Calera be in a safe place until the line passes. Now, if you are west of this line, we have a lot of trees and lines down. Power outages are widespread. I get the idea from looking at the reports, this will be a major infrastructure rebuild for Alabama Power Company. This is one of these early morning shots that's going to take a long time to get everybody back online. And the problem is, later today, we have a high risk of severe weather with possible long-track tornadoes this afternoon and this evening. So this is the last thing we needed, was this morning wake-up call with widespread tree and power line damage. And this will be ultimately affecting Gadsden and Anniston and these communities in East Alabama within the hour. I mean, this thing is racing through here at a very rapid clip. So all of the warnings basically are severe thunderstorm warnings, and a lot of times the warnings are issued because of hail, but this is clearly because of strong, widespread, damaging straight-line wind. We have warnings in effect now almost over to Anniston and Gadsden. These will be extended east throughout the course of the morning. And again, in West Alabama, the cleanup continues. And Jason, the reports are just so numerous, I could sit here for probably 3 hours and read these things off. And Inverness is back. Again, it looks as though the power probably is out. The peak wind gust is 39. Now, we lost power during the core of this thing. And looking down below, it looks like that a lot of power is out down there. I mean, traditionally, you see a lot more lights. And it's like we've got street lights, and that's all. Right. If you watched that camera about 10 minutes ago, you saw multiple power flashes. We often associate that with a tornado. And as Jason said, there could be a small tornado involved in this, but we're not going to focus on that. Don't even want to try. We're just going to focus on the potential for widespread, damaging, straight-line wind. We should also note that the Citadel family of radio stations in Tuscaloosa is carrying the coverage. Our friends there, B101.7, 95.3 The Bear, WTG 92.9. If you're listening in Tuscaloosa, the severe weather for now is over. You've got issues with power and down trees and power lines. The greatest threat for the next several hours, really for this morning, will be from Birmingham east. So we're going to focus on the eastern part of the Birmingham Metro, then back into East Alabama for this morning. But please understand, everybody that's in North or Central Alabama within our large television market here, later today there is a very substantial risk of tornadoes and severe storms this afternoon and tonight. This is a preview, if you will, and we sure hope it's not a preview what's come later. We think later the main threat will be from tornadic activity. Just got a report from Charles Daniel. He said that for the first time in his life, he's gone into the basement. Charles is a meteorologist, and he said that he would guess 90-mile-per-hour winds in his section of Hoover. He lives just right close to Shades Creek, and 90-mile-per-hour winds. A couple of trees have cracked, and the power is out at his location. So that was where we were seeing all those power flashes in Vestavia and Hoover. The worst of it didn't come through Inverness. As you can see, we still have power at the Wingate, but extreme North Shelby County, South Jefferson County, and that's moving toward Leeds right now. Yeah, no power. I'm just going to go through some of the Facebook reports. No power
in Vance, no power in Dodge City. That's, of course, up in South Cullman County. Power out is in Brookwood. Power is out in the Inverness area, and they're telling us that the wind was insane. Power out is in Liberty Park. A transformer just blew in Gardendale. They say that the power flash, they have power at the moment. No power in Cottondale. And this is a good point. Now, a lot of people are sitting in the dark listening to us on radio, and they're wanting to know about schools, and they cannot watch that crawl. So in a minute, Tracy, I'm going to, if you could gather the school information, and we'll need to read that audibly. So for the people that don't have power, because they've got their kids and they don't know what to do about that. So yeah.
I've got a little information for you,
well, you
right
go ahead
now.
And take it right now.
And let me just kind of piggyback on what you and Jason were talking about just a moment ago. You guys know Ainsley. She is one of our colleagues over in Pelham, and she reports that her power is out as well. I've got some information for you, our viewers. We want to share this with you again, just to remind you. Alabama Power reports that in Walker County, about 27,000 customers are without power. About 27,000 customers without power in Walker County. In Tuscaloosa County, about 14,000 customers are without power there. So power outages have become a problem this morning, as you can imagine, and as you've seen on your screen via our tower cams. Alabama Power's number, 1-800-888-2726. If your power is out but you are able to use your phone, you can call Alabama Power, report a power outage in your community. Guys, put that number up again for me one more time, 1-800-888-2726. Finally, I want to let you know about the Eastern Valley area. In that community, we do have reports of trees down, and at least one person who apparently is trapped in a vehicle because of a downed tree. So that's the kind of thing we'll be keeping an eye on from the newsroom, and we'll let you know more of those reports as they become available. And as James mentioned just a moment ago, if you want information on the school closings and the school delays that are going on right now, just look at the bottom of your screen there, and you can see the crawl. That crawl is giving you all the very latest information, and also we'll be sharing that with you in detail, the school closing and school delays as well. James, I'll toss it back to you right now. We'll have some more information in just a minute.
Yeah, and I would say about probably half our people cannot read that because they're in the dark right now. They're sitting listening to the radio. So, Tracy, I'm going to put that on you, if you would, to kind of gather all the school information, and we will read that audibly so you can listen to it on radio, or if you can't watch us. And again, a quick note, we are on Ustream. If you have a smartphone, an iPhone or an Android phone, download our app, the ABC 3340 weather app. You can watch us via the internet in the dark with no power. Oxford City Schools delayed 2 hours. And again, we are on in Birmingham. Let me kind of mention the radio stations. On 104.7 WZZK, our radio partner in the Birmingham Metro is Cox. In Tuscaloosa, the Citadel family of stations. All right, and now Tracy has that full list. So for those of you that are listening by radio in the dark.
Before we do that, James, the National Weather Service in Huntsville wants to draw particular attention to Cullman County right now. A very tight circulation is moving across the south end of Cullman, and just got a note from the ABC television station in Huntsville that the BTI index, and that's another radar system, is a 9 on that storm. So if you're in Cullman or Good Hope or Phelan or Berlin or Welty or Holly Pond, you need to be in a safe place right now, because that circulation is going to be moving right on top of you in just a matter of minutes. It's moving northeast very quickly. The Weather Service in Huntsville suggesting that there's probably a tornado with it. Usually they don't say probably a tornado. They issue the tornado warning and leave it at that. But this thing has really ramped up in the last couple of minutes. So in Cullman County, take cover immediately in the city of Cullman, out to Berlin and Holly Pond, Hanceville, Phelan, Bolte, and Welty. All those spots need to be in a safe place. Lowest floor of your home, away from windows. If you're in a mobile home, you've got just a matter of minutes in eastern Cullman County to get out of that and find some substantial shelter. James?
Okay, and again, before we go to Tracy, John Talbot, our sky watcher, and let's take a look at this big radar view. We want to show the whole reflectivity because, as Jason said, there seems to be an enhanced tornado threat in Cullman County, but this whole line is dangerous. John Talbot says there were so many reports of trees coming from various law enforcement agencies. For example, Bessemer police overloaded with calls. Some trees are on houses, cars, and there are people trapped within the city limits of Bessemer. Again, a tree is down on Fieldstown Road. There are hundreds of them. But Tracy, what we're going to do for those listening by radio, and right now radio and our stream, it's a lifeline because so many people are in the dark concerning schools and everything else. Here's Tracy with an update.
Okay, James, thanks very much. You know, Jason just mentioned about the possibility of a tornado in Cullman County, and of course it only makes sense. Cullman County says that their schools will be delayed by 2 hours. Cullman City schools will be delayed by 2 hours as well. Atala City schools will be delayed by 2 hours. Bibb County schools delayed by 1 1 hour. Cherokee County schools delayed by 2 hours. Blount County schools delayed by an hour. Etowah County schools are delayed by 2 hours. Gadsden City schools also delayed by 2 hours. Jasper City schools will be delayed until 10 a.m. and Walker County schools will be delayed until 10 a.m. And you know, all through the morning, these are subject to change, so you want to listen very carefully. As a matter of fact, here is a fresh one for you. Lamar County has closed its schools. Lamar County schools are closed. Marion County schools also are closed this morning. And St. James Catholic School will be open in two hours later. They are in a 2-hour delay as well. And James, Jason, we're going to continue to update this list for you and bring you any additional schools that will be closed.
I got a new one. Tuscaloosa County schools are closed. This is just in from Tuscaloosa County. So Tuscaloosa County schools are closed for today. And again, we're going to go to Tracy on a frequent basis to read this. I know that we have it crawling across the bottom of the screen, but because of the widespread nature of the power outages, a lot of you are listening in the dark. Another report, this is from an employee working at Birmingham Fire and Rescue in the Inslee area. Multiple calls in the same area of Inslee for trees on houses. And again, this is not just limited to Inslee. This is widespread. We've got reports of major widespread tree and power lines down all the way from Cullman. And again, we recommend that everybody up here in that northeastern part of Cullman County, especially, there could be an enhanced risk of a small tornado within that line. But the whole line is producing wind damage, Jason.
Yeah, we just lost charter here. That means that we're going to have to go to the internet computer for radar from now on.
Okay. So I'll tell you what I'm going to do.
Just a logistical note.
Right. I am going to walk out and get the 3G card in my office, Jason. So I will activate, because you won't have internet on that MacBook Pro. I will activate the 3G card on this MacBook Pro, and I'll make that a Wi-Fi hotspot so Tracy, you can have it. Let's go back to Tracy for a quick update. I
can do that right here, James, with the in-house internet.
Okay. Why don't you guys go ahead and hook that up, and I'll just remind our viewers about the closings that we have up to this point here. We do have some schools closed. Tuscaloosa County, spit it out. Tuscaloosa County schools are closed as of right now. Also, Marion County schools have closed this morning. The rest are delays. Here's the latest on that. Atala City schools delayed by 2 hours. Bibb County schools also delayed by an hour. Cherokee County schools delayed by 1 hour. Blount County schools also delayed by 1 hour. Cullman City schools will be delayed by 2 hours. Cullman County schools also delayed by 2 hours. And Etowah County schools, they all are delayed by 2 hours. Gadsden City schools delayed by 2 hours. Jasper City schools will be delayed until 10 a.m. Walker County schools will be delayed until 10 a.m. And St. James Catholic schools also are delayed by 2 hours. And as we said, this is a list that continues to modify as the morning goes along and as we see what the weather conditions are. And so right now, Jason, you have some information for us. Okay, I'm going to toss it back to Jason. And Jason, of course, will be updating this list for our viewers and for our listeners as well. And in just a few minutes, we'll have a fresh list for you. Jason?
Yeah, we'll just kind of talk you through what's happening here. First of all, we have, is my microphone up?
You're up.
Okay. Yeah. The first things first, we have lost our data connection to our main radar system. So we're going through a process right now of adding back an in-house connection. Of course, it takes a little time to do that. We kind of doing our own IT work here. But nonetheless, we have a significant severe weather event unfolding this morning. What we are noticing, though, is that it's more seemingly a straight line wind event with a threat of isolated tornadoes. And based on some of the latest radar scans that we got just before we lost all of our data, it looked as if we may have a potential for an enhanced threat of a tornado up in Cullman County. And I'm going to pull up the radar imagery right now. If I can get that in.
10 seconds, I'll have my MacBook Pro is a hotspot.
And we now have, let's go to the internet computer, Dennis. We can look at the radar using an application here called Radar Scope. There's our line of storms. This is the latest radar image we have. It was at 6:03. The severe thunderstorm was passing through Leeds, through Irondale, through Chelsea, approaching Vincent, Harpersville, Moody, and Margaret. And one thing you notice, I think you can probably see the cursor there. I cannot see the on-air signal to know if that's visible or not.
We can see the cursor.
Okay. Right over Irondale, it looks like another comma head is developing, so I'm going to look at the velocity display. This is base velocity. We may very well be dealing with yet another circulation within the line. So if you're in Irondale, Trussville, Moody, Margaret, Argo, Branchville, possible tornado moving in your direction right now. That would be an enhanced area within the line where a spin-up tornado may be possible. This doesn't seem like the long track kind of tornado, but it may enhance an already 80-mile-per-hour wind to maybe 100 or 120, which may take the roof off a house. It may knock a lot of trees down through a house. Please take it seriously in northeast Jefferson County. If you're west of I-65, things have gotten better from Jefferson through Shelby County, but we have this little enhanced area where there's rotation just north of Irondale, near I-59, approaching Trussville. It's almost over Roebuck Parkway, and then coming right up over downtown Trussville. In fact, I'm good. Well, we can't use the Skycam because it's on the other server. Hopefully, we can get that back pretty soon. But our other storm that had the possible tornado with it, and let me shift radars here up to HTX, which is the Huntsville radar. We'll look back into Cullman County, and we still have a rotation that is pretty significant. Right over the city of Cullman. So if you are in Cullman, like we mentioned earlier, you need to be in your safe place. If you are in Fairview, Bayleton, Berlin, or Holly Pond, you also need to be in a place of safety because we have an intense circulation that's born from a squall line. It's now the comma head, the top end of the squall line it has turned into something, and that actually looks like it's broken free, and we almost have a hook showing up over the eastern part of the county. So we almost have two circulations here, one that would be near Hanceville based on reflectivity, and then one that is embedded in the reflectivity over East Cullman. So just like we said for Jefferson County earlier, if you're in Cullman County, east of I-65, we recommend that you go to a place of safety immediately. You have a tornado warning in effect for virtually the entire county, but the two areas where there would be the most concern, just north of Hanceville, up 91 toward Walter, Welty, and Holly Pond. The second area, which is embedded in the reflectivity and harder to see, would be East Cullman, the area out there close to Cullman Regional Medical Center up on 157, Fairview, Bayleton, Simcoe, and ultimately that'll move up toward Arab, and some of the communities in between would be Pleasant View, Birdsong. Of course, you've got a number of neighborhoods up around Bayleton and Fairview toward Eva, Effie, and then right up toward the Morgan County line. There are two circulations in Cullman County. We may even be looking at one there in Blunt based on the high top radar. I'm going to look at the base reflectivity again with that. It doesn't look quite that significant, but I would think that there's probably some significant wind around Cleveland and Rosa and Aniana. That'll be moving up Highway 75 and 79 through Bluntsville, Susan Moore Sneed, and the Rainbow Crossing soon, and ultimately that'll wind up in Douglas and Albertville. Our circulation that is over Cullman is the original circulation is moving up Highway 69, but this secondary one that's east of Good Hope and a little north of Hanceville is likely to cross somewhere near Holly Pond on Highway 278. So if you're around Walter or Welty or Holly Pond or Oak Level, you need to be in a safe place. Same thing in the eastern part of Cullman up to Simcoe, Fairview, Bayleton, and then eventually Arab up and down Highway 69. We have severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect for St. Clair County, for Blount County, for Jefferson County. We'll scroll down here, and now you're looking at eastern Jefferson. We've got that bow echo that has just come through Leeds and Trussville. Potential for some...
While you're there, Jason, let me go through some reports. You leave the radar there. These are just reports coming in via Twitter and Facebook. Really getting tough in Argo. Power is out in Woodstock. Power is out in Blount County. Power is out on Acton Road with trees down. Trees down on South Shades Crest Road in the southern part of the Birmingham metropolitan area around Russet Woods. We have reports of Good Hope with no power. We have reports of no power in Gardendale, but it came back on briefly. We have power out in Leeds. We've had power out on Skyline Drive. Trees down on Warrior Jasper Road, in some cases blocking the road. We have multiple reports of roads that are being blocked here by trees. We have reports of trees down on homes in Inslee, and that's in the western part of the Birmingham metro area. And again, the screaming message, if you can put me in the, I'm going to let you key me in front of that. Wide if you can. Thank you. If you're just joining us, it's 6:13. I want to do a reset. We are on radio and television. I'm James Spann. The television side, of course, is ABC 3340 on radio. We're on multiple radio stations. The Cox family of stations in Birmingham, 104.7, WZZK in that group, and in Tuscaloosa, the Citadel family of stations, B101.7 and 92.9 and 95.3. We have had a major widespread wind damage event this morning. Almost all of the damage related to straight line winds. This line of severe storms is pressing now east of Birmingham. We have this bow-shaped echo that's produced a lot of wind damage in the Birmingham metro. But I want to give people an all clear from this initial batch. Downtown I-65 in the Birmingham metro and points west. It's pouring rain, but the severe weather threat for now is over. Later today, yes, more severe storms. In fact, a very substantial tornado threat later today. But again, I-65 west, Tuscaloosa, Jasper, Fayette, there is no more severe weather for the next few hours. I wanted to make that perfectly clear. The greatest danger is in advance of this line. The line is coming through St. Clair County. It's blowing through Springville and Pell City. It's coming up through, and again, this tornado warning is for northeastern Cullman County, as Jason talked about, but the line extends all the way down into parts of Shelby County, moving into Chilton County. In advance of this, Anniston, Oxford, Alexandria, Asheville, all of these communities over here in East Alabama, in advance of this part of the line, you are in a position where you could see straight line winds that could easily exceed 80 miles per hour. Now, because so many of you are in the dark listening to us on radio or watching the Ustream, I know you can't watch the crawl. But again, before I go to Tracy, just let me say this. The most urgent thing right now is to be very, very careful if you drive to work in this. We don't want anybody driving in advance of this, but where the storms have passed, be aware that there are thousands and thousands of trees down. And I'm telling you, you can come up on a tree and not even know it, and that's a real problem here. So, boy, that looks like a suspicious circulation right there, doesn't it, Jason?
Yeah, I think so. We've seen these come and go along this line, but there was one that came up just north of Trussville a moment ago.
Let me just kind of point out for the people that are listening to us by radio, this is in, looks like it's in Shelby County off to the, perhaps around Sterrett or Vandiver. But again, before we go back to specifics, and again, this whole line, I don't want to focus on spots today. The whole line can produce widespread tree and power line damage. But for those of you sitting in the dark listening on radio, I know you can't read the crawl, so we're going to go to Tracy, who has a list of all of the schools, the ones that are closed and opening late. Tracy, so let's kick it over to you.
Okay, James, thanks very much. We've got that list for you, and we can also show you on screen too. So I'm just going to read it out. I'll go from top to bottom here. Atala City schools are going to be delayed by 2 hours. Advent Episcopal Day School is delayed also by 2 hours. Bibb County schools delayed by 1 hour. Cherokee County schools will be delayed by 2 hours. Blount County schools delayed by 1 hour. Coosa Christian School delayed by 2 hours. Coosa Valley Academy is closed. Coosa Valley Academy is closed. Cullman City Schools, for now, delayed by 2 hours. Cullman County Schools delayed by 2 hours. That could change. We're watching that situation there. Etowah County Schools delayed by 2 hours. Fayette County Schools are closed today. Tuscaloosa County Schools are closed today. Gadsden City Schools are delayed by 2 hours. Hale County schools are delayed until 10 a.m. Haleyville City schools are closed. Jasper City schools are delayed until 10 a.m. Kids World Daycare in Hanceville is closed. Lamar County schools are closed. Primrose School of Riverwoods in Helena is delayed until 7:30 this morning. St. Bernard Prep School is delayed until 10 a.m. St. James Catholic School in Gadsden, so far delayed by 2 hours. Walker County Schools delayed until 10 a.m. Westbrook Christian School in Rainbow City is delayed until 10 a.m. And Oxford schools are delayed by 2 hours as well. We do have a report also that the old post office in Coaling has some trees down on it, and there are a number of tree down reports in Coaling as well. So James, that's the latest list right now, and we're staying on top of this, and at any moment we'll have an update on that, and of course we'll share that with our viewers and our listeners, James.
Yeah, thank you so much. It is going to be a morning where we probably have just as many people listening to us on radio now as we do have watching on television or the streams. So we are going to be very descriptive in what we talk about. Again, we want to mention that the Weather Service in Huntsville continues a tornado warning for parts of northeastern Cullman County. Our friends in Huntsville, and the way that works for Cullman County, it belongs to the Huntsville National Weather Service County warning area, but the county is the Birmingham television market.
And James,
We've
I don't mean to
reports of
interrupt,
trees down and damaged buildings in Hanceville.
While you're talking about that, I got a Facebook report of trees down, roofs off mobile homes, and bad damage to a lot of homes around Bremen in Cullman County. And
that makes sense. Did you see the Hanceville report?
Yeah, the Hanceville report just came in, 90-mile-per-hour winds there. Can't stress enough, if you are in northeast Cullman County from Holly Pond to Walter, Welty, Berlin, Fairview, Bayleton, Birdsong, Thrasher's Crossroads, and up into Arab, you need to be in a safe place immediately. Don't wait on this thing. We're slowly getting our internet back so we can go back to the radar in just a minute, but we want to stick with the radar from the internet computer temporarily. The couplet on that storm in Cullman County, let's take that thing full, and James, you can see it right there pretty easily.
Yeah, I'll let you zoom into this thing. And again, also while we're looking at this, we in Hoover, the city of Hoover, multiple reports of trees down this morning. So again, this is not a limited issue, limited here to Cullman County or any specific spot. This is very widespread. The reason we have focused on Cullman County up here is the potential for widespread wind damage. And again, you can see the velocity couplet that's located right here. That's sitting at the point where Marshall, Cullman, and Blount counties all come together. This has produced very significant damage in Hanceville. And Jason, that late report, I'm sorry, was from?
That was from Bremen.
Okay, from Bremen. So,
yeah.
Again, this has produced perhaps an enhanced area of damage across Cullman County this morning. So that northeastern part of Cullman County remains under a tornado warning. And again, this could perhaps move up to northern Blount as well. So if you are in that part of the world, just be aware there could be an enhanced risk of perhaps damage related to a tornado and not necessarily from straight line winds. But again, I want to stress one more time, if you are just joining us this morning, this whole line can produce widespread wind damage. It has this morning, and it will continue to do so in East Alabama. But again, Jason, that thing looks like it's wrapped up pretty well up there.
Yeah, it is.
It looks like a little mesoscale feature that could enhance the damage clearly up here in Cullman and Blount.
That's also the kind of feature that came through near Eupora, Mississippi about 5 hours ago. There was some significant tornado damage over in eastern Mississippi in Webster County because of a storm that looked just like that. So again, cannot stress enough how important it is that you not stand and watch for this storm to come through. One, there's a tremendous amount of rain ahead of it. There's a lot of thunder and lightning. It's not safe to be out there anyway. There may be a strong gust of wind ahead of the storm, and then behind everything that you initially get, there may be a tornado in there near Hanceville moving up Highway 91 in the direction of Holly Pond. There are a lot of trees, a lot of hills. Roads are curvy right there. Please don't be driving on Highway 91, County Road 747, or US 278 through eastern Cullman County for about the next 10 or 15 minutes until this storm can get completely passed by. And we'll note that the Weather Service in Huntsville has issued a southern polygon for Marshall County, so almost all of Marshall County is under a tornado warning right now because of that storm that's near Hanceville. And there are still two circulations that look like they're going on. The southern one is becoming the more dominant one, and that's the one that's just northeast of Hanceville, probably a touch west of Center Hill, out west of Pitt's Grocery, toward the Welty Elementary School, toward Duke's Store, and that will cross over Highway 278. Based on its current movement, it may be out there close to the Jet Pep facility on the west side of Holly Pond. Maybe as far to the west as Berlin, but it's more than likely going to be a little closer to Holly Pond, closer to where the big Jet Pep facility is on the west side of town. So if you are in that area, please go through your tornado safety plan right now. Don't be near the windows. If you don't have anywhere else to be, and there goes the newest radar update, this thing has now passed over Holly Pond, and it's headed up toward Bayleton. So if you're between Holly Pond and Bayleton, the threat is right there along the basically the Holly Pond Brooklyn Road that runs from the red light in Holly Pond up to Highway 69. You take a right on Highway 69, go up toward Bayleton. You need to be in a safe place in that part of the county, Thrasher's Crossroads, even as far up as New Home and Union Grove.
All right, and again, Jason, we get a whole lot of things are happening here. And if you can expand this out, again, that's a very specific area in Cullman County. I want to do a quick reset. We have now been joined by WTDR in Anniston, Thunder 92.7, so we are on radio in Tuscaloosa, in Birmingham, and in Anniston. I want to first off just clearly show we have a line of severe storms in East Alabama that will be blowing through Gadsden and Anniston. This line has had a history of producing winds in excess of 75 miles per hour. We have widespread tree and power line damage in parts of West Alabama and the Birmingham metro, and this will be coming through these eastern Alabama counties. This is Etowah, this is Calhoun, this is Clay, this is Talladega, this is eastern St. Clair. The storms are coming through Springville right now. If you are in advance of this line, we do not advise anybody to be traveling. That's the new severe thunderstorm warning that includes Gadsden and Anniston, Ashland, and Lineville. The whole area in advance of this line is under a severe thunderstorm warning for the potential for damaging straight line winds. We have a tornado warning up here for northeastern Cullman County, but the whole line is serious, okay? In just a moment, we're going to go through the school closings because probably about half of the audience is listening by radio now and not watching by television because power is out. At least 7 trees are down in the Mountain Lodge apartments in Vestavia Hill. Power outages in Cropwell in St. Clair County. We have a report of significant damage in Jasper, potential entrapment of 2 adults and 2 children. Whether that is a home, we don't know at this point, but that is via EMS radio that's come in. Cahaba Heights has large limbs down. They could hear transformers blowing or the fuses with those transformers. No power. Many people are sitting in the dark this morning. Trees are down in Dodge City on structures. And again, a lot of reports of what could be enhanced tornado damage in parts of Cullman County, specifically places like Hanceville. And again, we've got a report of a fully involved house fire in Tuscaloosa off Culver Road. Whether that's related to lightning or something else, we don't know. But there is a plethora of problems all across the state this morning. And the main call to action, it's driving. This is the time now. Let's see, it's getting later in the morning. It's 6:25. This is when a lot of folks are getting set to go to work. Many school systems have closed or they are delayed. In a moment, I'm going to pitch to Tracy, who's going to go down through the whole list because many of you cannot read the crawl because you're listening by radio. But let me first off tell you who is at risk and who for now is okay from severe weather. The greatest concern for damaging straight line winds, widespread damaging straight line winds for the next 30 minutes would be parts of DeKalb, Cherokee, Etowah, Calhoun, Clay, Talladega counties. If you're in any of these areas, Anniston, Gadsden, obviously those 2 larger cities in there, Ashland, Lineville, Talladega, I'd want you to be in a safe place, and certainly nobody needs to be driving through this. And again, if your boss gets mad or something happens at school, you tell those guys to call me. We want everybody safe. The greatest threat is for people driving in rain where you can't see less than a quarter mile in front of you and there's a tree down and you don't know it's there. We've had a lot of loss of life in the state from that. There is a tornado threat up here in the northern end of this line coming through northeastern Cullman County. That is in the process of exiting Cullman County, up around Joppa, coming up into Marshall County. And again, Marshall County is up in Huntsville television market. So that is the concern this morning. East Alabama. For the Birmingham metro and points west, no severe weather for several hours this morning. In fact, we might get a 6-hour break from severe weather. Birmingham, Tuscaloosa, Jasper, Fayette, we have widespread tree and power line damage here. Many people are in the dark, but again, from the Birmingham metro west, no severe weather for a good 4, 5, 6 hours. But for everybody, there will be another round of severe weather later today. This afternoon and tonight, we could see some long track violent tornadoes involved with that. There is a high risk of severe weather, and that is for later this afternoon and tonight. Jason's throwing up the radar coming from radars to the west. And again, notice we have severe thunderstorm warnings out here in parts of Arkansas. So this stuff goes way back to Texarkana, so we're far from over. But again, from Birmingham west, for now, the severe weather's over for a few hours. Tracy, let's go to you for an update.
Okay, James, Jason, you got hit something? Okay, I'll tell you what, let's do this. We've got Yenna Wadadja, who is out live, and she's been covering some of the storm damage that's occurring in our area. She's also been tweeting some of her photos. Yenna, this is Tracy. Can you hear me? Oh, okay, we don't have her yet. Let's do this, though. She's been tweeting some of her images, and one of the things that she's shown, can we show some of her pictures? Can we show some of Yenna's pictures that she sent us on Twitter? Okay, we don't have those up yet. Tell you what I'll do. Okay, here we go. Here's a couple of the images that Yenna Wadadja has sent in. If you guys look at the image on your screen there, you can see that there is a police cruiser in the foreground. Look in the background there. You see that vehicle? It is under a tree, which has fallen on it. Now, at the time that Yenna sent these in, which was about 15-20 minutes ago, there were at least 2 individuals who were trapped in this van because the tree had fallen on it. Now, she's in the Birmingham metro area, and so this is the kind of damage that we're seeing all around. James and Jason have been talking to us about what's going on in Vestavia, what's going on in Calera, what's going on in Hoover and those areas. So all around the Birmingham metro area, there's been a lot of damage. As a matter of fact, I think we have Yenu Adagio with us right now. Yenu, are you there?
Yeah, Tracy, I'm here, and we're out on Eastern Valley Road where we were telling you, James and Jason were telling you earlier about the car that was possibly trapped, and that person is indeed trapped on Eastern Valley Road. What has happened is this tree apparently came down on them as they were traveling, tree on top of them and a tree in front of them also. What happened is the tree pulled down the power lines at the time, so right now they're trapped inside of that van. We know they're okay. There's a woman and an 8-year-old child inside of that van. They're waiting on Alabama Power essentially to get here to be able to clear the lines before they can get out of the van. No structural damage to the van so much. I mean, of course, it's trapped under the tree, but they are not injured. And there's also another truck with a man who is trapped inside of this sort of power line area. So this is why it is so important to be careful this morning, to delay your commute if you can, and to be careful of these power lines and these trees that might be down right now. We saw trees down all along Eastern Valley Road in Bessemer, and this is just one of the areas. So again, use some caution as you're heading out this morning, and just take it easy and delay that commute if you can this morning, Tracy.
Okay, Yenu, thanks very much. I'll remind our viewers that you can follow Yenu Adagio on Twitter. If you're not able to watch television, if maybe you have internet service, you can follow her on Twitter and keep up with her reports and her photos as well. There will be more of those coming in throughout the morning. Right now, let's go over the updated list of school closings and school delays that we have been compiling for you right now. We'll start from the top and go to the bottom. Atala City schools are going to be closed. Well, they'll be delayed for 2 hours. Delayed for 2 hours. Advent Episcopal will be delayed by 2 hours. Bibb County schools will be delayed by 1 hour. Marion County schools are closed today. Tuscaloosa County schools are closed today. Westbrook Christian schools are delayed by 2 hours as well. If we can go ahead and advance that graphic there, we can show our viewers that. I'll let them know. Blount County schools are delayed by 1 hour. Briarwood Christian School closed. Coosa Christian School is delayed by 2 hours. Also, Coosa Valley Academy is closed. Cullman City Schools delayed by 2 hours so far. Cullman County Schools delayed by 2 hours. Etowah County Schools delayed by 2 hours. Fayette County Schools are closed for today. Fayette County Schools closed. Gadsden City Schools delayed by 2 hours. Hale County Schools delayed until Hale County Schools delayed until 10 a.m. Haleyville City Schools are closed. Jasper City Schools are delayed. Reports
of this, so you can't drive I-65 north or south around the Dodge City exit because of trees down blocking the interstate. Power is out in Ohatchee. A possible gas leak in Hueytown. Some homes are being evacuated now. A reminder, too, this is important if you're listening to us by radio. And again, for those that are driving now where the severe weather threat is over, be aware that you got power outages and you're going to come across these intersections with no power and the lights are out. Treat it like a four-way stop. Everybody needs to stop. Just imagine four-way stop signs, those intersections. Eastern Valley Road, many reports of the trees down trees down everywhere and on houses. In Glencoe, very high wind that's hit. Power out is in Weaver. Estimated winds in East Gadsden, 60 miles per hour or higher. Power is out. The lightning is purple. Another report of power out in Gadsden and trees down. And again, this is coming over here toward Weiss Lake, Leesburg, Cedar Bluff Center. It's come on through Anniston. Next up in line is Heflin and Fruithurst. It's coming through Ashland and Lineville. So again, these East Alabama counties, this is serious business. We want everybody to be in a shelter as though this were a tornado warning. Again, the call to action is for those around Leesburg, Center, Cedar Bluff, Galesville, Piedmont, Heflin, Fruithurst, Muscadine, Ashland, Lineville, ultimately those around Lake Wedowee, the city of Wedowee, and Roanoke. But clearly this is still producing strong straight line winds in excess in some cases of 80 miles an hour. We have reports of trees down behind the Coca-Cola plant in Oxford in the neighborhood there. Trees are down blocking the east lane of US 82 between Centerville and Tuscaloosa. Roof damage in Munford. Huge trees are down. Power is out in Leeds. Major damage in Moody, major property damage with trees and lines down. So again, this is a situation where it is very, very widespread. But through all of these thousands of reports, nobody has been injured.
Right. But Pam Huff just brought a report to us, said that Shades Crest Road is blocked between US 31 and Columbiana Road completely by two large trees. There's no going either way on Shades Crest right now in Jefferson County, and there are a ton of roads that are like that. If it's not trees, it's signs or debris that's blocking the road or power lines. Don't try to drive through any place where there are power lines down, and certainly don't get out and try to move them. You have no idea if they're still alive or not. Just because it's down doesn't mean there's not electricity still flowing through it. James,
I was going to say, I'm sorry, you go ahead and finish.
I was going to mention that you mentioned this high risk a little earlier. This is the outline from the Storm Prediction Center, and the highest risk will be from the Birmingham Metro, Tuscaloosa, and Anniston northward into North Alabama for additional strong storms today. They will not come in the form of a line next time. They will be isolated supercells that very well could have some large, long-track tornadoes. That's the guidance that we're looking at for today. So strong winds, hail, and more tornadoes a possibility later on.
All right, now let's go to the MacBook Pro in the weather office. We can take that. Just some images coming in. And again, I don't want anybody out here taking pictures unless you know it's safe, and certainly don't get around those live lines. These are images across the state. I can't tell you exactly where they are from. In some of these cases, the trees are relatively small, and I'll tell you, in some parts of the state, it is bad, where we actually have major structural damage. But again, these are all images that have come in from you over the past 15 or 20 minutes. And again, that's what people are waking up to this morning. Of course, they awakened to the storm. And again, this is why we preach having a weather radio, having a way of getting these warnings. Everybody should have gotten a warning a good 30 minutes before this happened with these severe thunderstorm warnings this morning. And hopefully everybody was in a safe place. And I think that the fact that nobody so far has been injured is a testament to how the warning system does work.
John Talbot just sent me a message, said there are injuries, and apparently things are coming so fast and furious that we're just missing the reports as they come through.
Yeah, I fear that there could be, right.
Let's tell you what I'll do is I'll go back through and I'll be in touch with John, and maybe he can recap some of those for me, and you continue with the pictures, and I'll see if I can figure out where those are.
Right, and again, you can see that's some video of a tree down on a vehicle, and a lot of people are going to have trees down on vehicles this morning and houses, and I know it's awfully frustrating, but if you are alive and well and not hurt, count your blessings this morning. It has been an amazing, widespread, extremely severe event in our state here this morning with widespread tree and power line damage. And again, that scene that you're seeing right there is typical of what we are seeing in various parts of the state. And again, the call that's from the Eastern Valley Road. That's where I think is located right now. So again, let's go back to the radar. And again, what I want to do is just kind of to talk you through. There's the address. It's pictures at abc3340.com. But you take care of business first. You take care of your family and do whatever you have to do. After you've done all the important stuff, if you have time, snap a picture with your phone and send it to us to that address, just as a file attachment. All right, we have a line of severe storms. Within that entire line, we could see winds of 80 miles per hour or higher, possibly producing structural and tree damage. The line is now coming through Leesburg, Center, Weiss Lake. Nobody, and I mean nobody, should be driving here. If you're listening to us on radio, we're on Thunder 92.7 in Anniston. If you're listening to us by radio, pull over. Now, for Anniston, the worst is over. For Oxford, the worst is over. That nasty line is right on downtown Heflin right now. It's coming through Piedmont, about to come through Spring Garden. And again, from time to time, we have seen evidence of what could be small tornadoes within that line. It could be this morning that there were small tornadoes within that line, but it doesn't matter whether it's straight line wind or a tornado. You just want to be in a safe place because it is so widespread. So again, everybody now in Cherokee County, everybody in Cleburne County, those in Clay County, ahead of the line, and those in Randolph County. Again, if you're around Lake Wedowee, all the way down here to Roanoke, be in a safe place. Now, below that, we don't expect the winds to be that bad coming down Highway 280 down through Alexander City, Dadeville, and Lake Martin. The big issue is this bow echo right here, and that has produced nasty, major, widespread damage across the state this morning. And again, we have a whole lot of pictures coming in, and we're going to show those here in just a moment. But let me go through, again, some of the, and look at the peak wind gust at Chehaw. And I know you can't see it on the air because of the map that's on the screen. The peak wind gust there is 51 miles per hour. At this point, Vestavia police are answering injury-only calls. There are reports of gas leaks and hundreds of trees down, and I believe that report to be credible. This is a report from Facebook. My dad was driving to work. He says the road was blocked from Mercedes to Brookwood. And that would be, and again, the interstate as well. There are trees down all over the place, and the interstate there was blocked. Reports of a cell phone tower blown down behind the Wendy's in Brent, numerous power outages, and water is out in some parts of the county. Major trees are down in Hayden. Power is out in Oxford. Highway 77 in Southside and Gadsden blocked by trees. Woodhaven Drive in Cahaba Heights is covered with trees. Again, Berry and Fayette County took a major hit this morning. Apparently, they have serious structural damage. Major damage at the Methodist Church in Pell City on 3rd Avenue. Major structural damage there. Late reports coming in within this line. This is from Sandrock. And again, we're interested in the reports along the line. We know the damage is widespread behind that. Power is flickering in very high winds up in Sandrock and Cherokee County up on the mountain.
And we're starting to see that storm rotate again, James.
Yeah,
so I think you've got an enhanced tornado threat there in center.
Yeah, you see these little, line echo wave patterns that form in here. In this whole line, there could be embedded tornado. Yeah, look at that.
Look at that.
Goodness gracious. There's no tornado warning here. And again, your course of action shouldn't change. If you're in advance of this line, you ought to be in a safe place, but clearly there's evidence of rotation here near center, and that's moving right up to right over the lake.
And I finally got, John caught me up with the injuries. There was one injury at 8th Court West and 5th Place West. A tree was on a house, entrapment with injury there. There was one person transported from an unknown part of Tuscaloosa County or an unreported part of Tuscaloosa County to DCH Hospital earlier. And there are a couple of others that John is trying to go back and look through and get to us. But there you see the number of people without power statewide. That's why we're on the radio. That's why we recommend if you have a smartphone that you look us up on Ustream. If you don't get power back by this afternoon, we're going to have more heavy storms, so don't abandon us. Even if you don't have high bandwidth, if you're not in a 3G area with AT&T or Verizon or Sprint or any of the other carriers, make sure that you're at least using Twitter if you have a smartphone. You can follow us on Twitter. I'm at Simpson3340. James is at Spann. Very simple. You can follow at ABC3340 and at eWarn. There's a whole host of them. Just look for us on Twitter or on Facebook. Even if you don't have the ability to stream us live because you don't have enough bandwidth in more rural areas on a smartphone, if you have one, that's a quick way to get in touch with us, and we can get in touch with you if something's going on that you need to know about. And we send out the warnings, we send out damage reports, and all sorts of stuff via those in social media, the messaging kind of systems like that. So if you don't have it, then if you have a smartphone, you have the ability to get it. It'd be a good thing to have if you expect to be out of power for a while today. I think let's go to Tracy Haynes.
I tell you what, before we do that, very quickly, let's take the internet computer. What I want to do, we've got so many excellent pictures coming in right now, so we can actually see what's happened here. This is the damage out around the Mercedes plant. And again, this is in, of course, eastern Tuscaloosa County near Vance. And again, Tracy, in just a moment, I'll kick it over to you. But this is the first look we've had of the damage around Mercedes. Look at all those trees down. And again, you can see the Mercedes plant off in the distance. Those trees are right there along Interstate 5920. Now, these are some residential areas around the Birmingham Metro. I say the Birmingham Metro area. This could be around the state. So just wanted to show you these images. So, Tracy, what we're going to do, and again, 7:07, we're going to do kind of a reset. The call to action is for those of you in the remaining part of Alabama in advance of that line. East Alabama's Cherokee, Cleburne, and Randolph counties. Those are the counties adjacent to the Georgia border. Be in a safe place until the storms are out of the state. They'll be out of the state by 7:30. So for about another 23 minutes, if you are near the Georgia border, look at that. And this is all this morning.
Where was that? Is that Berry?
Hang on. I'll tell you what. Hang on just a second. Let me back that up. And again, you're seeing these in real time as I'm seeing them. This is in Coling. This is in Tuscaloosa County in Coling. That is just below the Mercedes plant. If you come up from Tuscaloosa on U.S. Highway 11, the old Birmingham Highway, you come through Cottondale, and then you come through Coling, and then you come through Vance. So that is damage from Coling this morning. And again, this is widespread, serious business. And again, let's kind of loop through some of these quickly. And again, I think I tell you what, we're just going to do a bit of magic here real quick. I got a new image that just came in. This is an 18-wheeler that is overturned. And this is, again, this is all coming from that Mercedes area in eastern Tuscaloosa County. There's the 18-wheeler right there. Apparently that 18-wheeler was driving along, and the winds came along, whether it's straight line or a tornado, and just totally rolled that thing. So again, Tracy, I'll kick it over to you. The reason we're going to let Tracy read a lot is that this is a major power outage for the state. Understand, we've got 255,000 people that we know of with no power. This is a major issue. It's going to take a long time to get the power back. And the problem we've got a major tornado outbreak expected this afternoon and tonight. So a lot of people will not have commercial power during this outbreak. And we're going to address this as the morning progresses. But Tracy, we're going to let you kind of run through the school situation. So and we're going to read it because so many people are listening by radio with our radio partners. So Tracy, back over to you.
Okay, James, thanks very much. Right before the schools, I'll tell our viewers this. I'm going to go over those figures with you as far as power outages again, and we'll show them to you as well. According to Alabama Power, just now reporting 255,000 people right now, 255,000 customers are without power right now. We've had some real serious weather. As a matter of fact, our little graphic there is not quite updated. It's 255,000 without power, 60+ thousand in the western part of our state, 27,000 plus in the eastern part of our state. So we'll keep up with those figures for you. Now, this is a long list, so if you're having to watch, bear with us on this. For those of you who are listening, we are doing this for you as James has reminded you. So I'll start at the top and go to the bottom. Here are the closings and delays for school systems in our area. Okay, so Attala City Schools will be delayed by 2 hours this morning. Bibb County schools are delayed by 1 hour. Blount County schools delayed by 1 hour. Briarwood Christian schools closed. Coosa Christian School delayed by 2 hours. Coosa Valley Academy is closed this morning. Cullman City Schools delayed by 2 hours still, and that time slot continues to move up. We'll update you We'll update you on that. Cullman County Schools were delayed by 2 hours as well, maybe less than 2 hours by now. Episcopal Day School delayed by 2 hours. Etowah County, a 2-hour delay up to this point. Episcopal Day School, 2 hours. Etowah County, 2-hour delay. Fayette County schools are closed this morning, and Gadsden City schools have so far a 2-hour delay. There are a number of other schools which are closed, including Haleyville City schools. They are closed. Jasper City schools will open at 10 a.m. Birmingham Southern University delayed till 10 a.m. this morning. Jasper City School is delayed till 10 a.m. this morning. Lamar County schools are closed. Lead City School delayed by 1 hour. Liberty Christian in Guin is closed. Also, Marion County schools are closed today. North Christian Academy is closed. Aniana City Schools delayed by 1 hour. Oxford City Schools delayed by 2 hours. Pell City schools are closed. Shades Mountain Christian also is closed this morning. St. Bernard Prep is set to open at 10 a.m. St. James Catholic in Gadsden is delayed by 2 hours, perhaps a bit less now. Talladega City buses are delayed by 1 hour. Tuscaloosa Christian School is closed. Tuscaloosa City Schools are closed, and Tuscaloosa County Schools are closed as well. And then University of Montevallo set to open at 9 a.m. Valleydale Christian School is closed. Walker County Schools will open at 10 a.m. Wallace State will open at 10 a.m. and Westbrook Christian is going to open at 10 a.m. as well. Now, that's the audio list for those of you who are having to listen, and we do know that many of you are listening by radio. Some of our viewers are tweeting and texting us and listening by smartphone. We appreciate you guys who are listening to us only audibly. Now, for those of you who are watching us over the air, if you look at the bottom of your screen there, you'll see a complete list of the school closings that are happening in our viewing area, and we have some important information for you at the very top of our screen as it crawls along at the top as well. I want you to pay attention to both of those. We need to get back over to Jason and James right now. They have the latest on what's happening with our weather. Back over to you now.
All right, the storms are going to exit the state soon this morning, but this show is not over. But let me just show you where we are now. The storms that have caused damage, widespread damage, are sitting on the Georgia border here in Cleburne County, curving down into Randolph County. Now, Cleburne and Randolph were assigned to the Atlanta television market, so we're going to kind of shift from reporting on this line to reporting damage here in a few minutes. But again, just a call to action. If you're in advance of this line in Cleburne or Randolph, now Clay County is one of ours. If you're down there around Mellow Valley in the southern part of the county, you should be in a safe place until the storms pass. These are severe thunderstorm warnings. Take those seriously. We have a new tornado warning, it looks like, for Cherokee County for that rotation. Or was that a tornado warning I saw there, Jason?
That's a tornado warning for DeKalb.
Okay, for up the road in DeKalb County.
Yeah, but this one, it has all the earmarks of everything that we've seen so far this morning that has the more severe damage associated with it. East of Center, Cedar Bluff, Galesville. You need to be in a safe place right now near U.S. Highway 411 and also up Alabama 35. It would be a good idea to be in a safe place, an interior part of your house. If you're in a mobile home in the far eastern edge of Cherokee County, make sure that you can get to a substantial shelter immediately. Even if there's not a tornado there, 90 to 100 mile per hour winds have been sustained along this line, which does the same kind of damage as a small tornado, an EF1, EF2 tornado right there in that range. So it doesn't matter if the wind is blowing in a straight line or if it's a part of a small circulation, it's still doing damage and it's still a very dangerous kind of situation. We'll switch radars and look at this Cherokee County situation from Huntsville. The high top radar clearly showing a better circulation near Cedar Bluff and Galesville. So if you're up on the north end of Weiss Lake, Galesville, Broomtown, up toward Dirt Cellar Mountain, then right over toward the border, you need to be in a safe place because there's a possible tornado there. Even though there's no formal tornado warning, I have no qualms with saying that there's a possible tornado given what kind of damage that we have seen so far today. We'll zoom in a little tighter here and give you a little better chance to see some of these communities. Based on the Huntsville radar, the high top radar, the circulation was over Cedar Bluff and Galesville just a moment ago, but now it's probably displaced just a little bit up north of Galesville, closer to the communities of Dewey and Fullerton and Broomtown. So if you're in those areas, you need to be in a safe place just as soon as you can get there. Some of the highways up in this part of the state, that's County Road 41 that I'm highlighting there. This is Alabama 68. That is 35, which is where the storm is crossing right now, and this is Alabama 9. So this is all north of US 411. So if you're anywhere along and north of 411, up to 9, 68, 35, Cherokee County Road 41, right up through the valley near Dirt Cellar Mountain, it would be a good idea to go through your tornado safety plan right now because we have a rotating thunderstorm that's moving overhead. This particular storm is a lot stronger than it was as it came across Etowah County, and there were numerous trees and power lines that were reported knocked down in Etowah County too. So although there's no formal tornado warning, there is the potential there at least that the tornado could be possible within the area there close to Cedar Bluff and Galesville within a matter of a few moments. Down the line farther, we have noticed that the storms have weakened farther to the south. They're not quite as intense once you get south of Lineville and Ashland, but there will be more storms later today. These are actually beginning to run out of dynamics a little bit. They're running away from the best of the dynamics and the instability, which was centered over Mississippi and West Alabama earlier this morning. Noticing that the heaviest storms in Cleburne County have now passed by Heflin. It's coming right over Turkey Heaven Mountain, down toward Chulafinny and Hollis Crossroads. It's just now past those spots. It's past Mount Cheaha, and it's past Ashland and Lineville. So if you're west of there through Talladega, through Pell City, through Birmingham, Aniana, you're fine now. There are no significant storms immediately on the horizon. But within the next 6 hours, we see another disturbance that's going to take some of this really warm, humid air that we have in place. In fact, Dennis was just telling me a look at the Birmingham tower cam. Let's look at the tower cam off of Red Mountain, and you can actually see a little bit of blue sky beginning to break through some of those clouds. We need clouds. We need clouds to stay over top of us and keep that temperature down. If we get out into full sunshine, it is game on again for these storms later this afternoon.
I got a bunch of pictures. Let's go to the MacBook Pro in the office. These are from Cahaba Heights, and again, this is very widespread across the area today, across multiple counties. That, again, is from Cahaba Heights in the Birmingham Metro, just southeast of Birmingham. And again, all of these pictures are from various parts of Alabama. In some cases, the damage is major. In some cases, it's mostly limbs down. But again, the thing that's striking this morning and a little bit disturbing, we have 255,000 Alabama Power customers with no service. And there is no way they're going to get everybody restored by the time this tornado outbreak begins later today. So a lot of people will be going through this with no electricity. So it's going to be very important for our radio partners to be with us today and for folks that have smartphones to find a way to charge those phones and check out the stream. And again, all of these images are coming in. If you've got images you'd like to send us, the address is pictures@abc3340.com. If you're driving to work this morning, you're going to have a lot of trees down. And just don't drive fast on the way to work, because you come around the curb and you see a big tree down like that, you're going to have a problem. We've had a lot of issues with loss of life and major injuries because of that over the years. Look at the roof off that house. And again, I believe that is near the Mercedes plant right there. And again, we've had major damage out there with trees down and major damage around Vance and Coaling in eastern Tuscaloosa County, major damage in Berry and Fayette County. We've had, again, I could sit here until 10 o'clock and read these reports and never have time to do all that. But again, those are images being sent. Let me just kind of go through some of the later reports that are coming in via Facebook and Twitter. 2059 is still blocked, I think, between Tuscaloosa and Birmingham out around Vance. I'm sorry, a tree is blocking the right 2 lanes at mile marker 92. A lot of trees and poles are down around Vance. In fact, those images you're looking at on the screen are from near the Mercedes plant. Power is out in Piedmont. Trees are down countywide in Cullman. There are some house fires, perhaps related to lightning. There's damage around the Cullman golf course. There's
been some major damage to Wallace State Community College based on some of the reports that we've gotten in from Sheriff's Deputy Rob Cook up in Cullman County.
Houses have trees in them in Hueytown. We have reports of houses on trees in Odenville. Moody, major damage in St. Clair County, trailers destroyed. There was an entrapment. We've had a lot of reports of entrapments where trees come down. And look at again, this isn't Coaling. This is from Tuscaloosa County. There could have been some embedded tornadoes within this line. That could have been caused by straight line winds. And I'm afraid with what's going to happen later today, it's going to take days and days, if not weeks, to do storm damage assessment on all of this. And again, via Twitter, the area around Eastern Valley Road and McCalla, we've called that out a lot this morning with major damage there. But the message that we want to clearly communicate, we are going to have a break this morning for about 6 hours. Between, I say 6 hours, maybe 5 hours, sometime around midday, the next round will likely begin. But this will at least give us a chance to catch our breath, do some damage cleanup, do some patching, and put the tarps over these roofs until this next major tornado threat begins this afternoon and tonight. I'd say the main 12-hour window is noon to midnight for the next round, but understand that we are going to get that break this morning. The severe weather threat for almost all of Alabama for the next 4 hours is very, very low. And again, I'm going to refresh this because these images are some coming in so fast. Let me refresh it, and let's go back and run this off the Flickr feed here. These are images coming in from, I believe this is, well, I'll tell you what, I can, let me go back and I can see where these are from. Okay, this is from Cahaba Heights. And let me back up and see where this last image. This is from Tuscaloosa. This is the Comer Engineering Building on the campus of the University of Alabama. That is a tree down, and you can see that they are out doing a cleanup with that at this point. And again, that's the Comer Engineering Building on the campus of the University of Alabama. This is a business in Cahaba Heights that's got some serious damage there. This is the University of Alabama campus you're looking at. And again, we thank everybody for taking the time to send these images to us this morning. Again, this, you know, I wish I could tell you this stuff is isolated. It's not. It's very widespread. And again, that looks like that is also coming from the campus of the University of Alabama. And of course, as the storms came through, it produced severe damage east of town, out toward Coaling and Vance. And of course, the Birmingham Metro, it's a big mess. And I don't want to start calling out counties because we've had so many people with damage. It is very widespread. I'd say probably almost every county within our market has damage. Most of the damage the result of straight line winds this morning. And again, a lot of that's coming from that same tree. Now, this is the Birmingham metro area. That looks like some type of large business or structure there. I couldn't quite recognize.
Is that Tuscaloosa Toyota?
No.
No, that's not. I didn't get a good look at it.
No, it's not. Not quite sure what that is. There's a lot of that. Now, let me just say this. You know, the power company, they are probably overwhelmed at this point by the damage to their infrastructure. If you come across a line like that, you need to assume it's live. Don't go near it. Don't touch it. Just stay away from it. If you see people that are entrapped in a vehicle or a home where there are power lines down, they need to stay put. If they are not injured, they need to stay put and wait on the power company or first responders to ensure that those lines are not live so they can taken out of there. These images are from Cahaba Heights. This is near Dolly Ridge Road. And again, I've got the information button pressed so I can see where these images are from. Look at this. I don't have a location on that, but when I said this was serious business, this is serious business. It says Friday Lumber Company, so that could have been in the Tuscaloosa County area. On the sheetrock on that home, there's a tree down on a home. That's in Leeds, okay? That's from the city of Leeds. That's also coming from Leeds. Thanks to Julie Hubbard for sending that image in to us. This is a very widespread. If you're just waking up to this, it's 7:23. The threat of severe weather is ending now. The storms that produced all of this damage, the storms are in the process of exiting the state. And accordingly, we're going to have a break here for about 4 hours where we're going to have a chance to clean things up a little bit. This out around the Mercedes plant. There's a look at the numbers. And again, many of you are listening by radio. The numbers are up now to 257,000 statewide. In the western region, 64,000. The eastern region, 27,000. So it is going to be a while before the power comes back. And I'll just tell you right now, there is absolutely no way Alabama Power Company can, handle all of this at once. Go back to some more images. This is coming from Interstate 65. And tell you what, that one right there. Let me stop that. Okay, this is what you're going to encounter if you're driving. The reason we're showing a lot of pictures, quite frankly, this is the best way we can determine what's happened through your eyes. That is Interstate 65 at the 297 mile marker. And it's a mess, okay? This is between
That's between Highway 91 and Highway 69.
Yeah, that's in southern Cullman County, south of the city of Cullman. And this is where perhaps a small tornado came through. And Jason, you've described the damage in Cullman County. They took a big hit up there.
Yeah, the eastern side of Cullman County seems to have gotten a pretty good hit. We got reports of a lot of homes damaged around Bremen and southwest Cullman County, too. But I don't have anything beyond that. Heard from Deputy Rob Cook from the Cullman County Sheriff's Department. He said that there was some major damage at Wallace State Community College in Hanceville, and waiting to get a little bit more information on that. From Rob. I don't know if you're listening, Rob, but if you can send me some info, that'd be great. Just got an alert in from Cherokee County. Trees are down everywhere. A barn was destroyed in Tate's Chapel. So it looks like that circulating part of that storm that came across Cherokee County might have enhanced the damaging winds up north of Center in the northeastern part of Cherokee County. That's now moving into Georgia pretty quickly. It's almost, in fact, it looks like it's completely out of Cherokee County now. So the danger is over for Center and Cedar Bluff and Leesburg and Sandrock. But there has been some tremendous wind. And you see these pictures as they keep on rolling through. This is not localized. This is a widespread damaging wind event that we've had this morning. Okay, yeah. We've got, do you want to go with it, James?
Yeah, let me say one more thing before we go to her, Jason. A lot of people are telling us there's no way to get around U.S. Highway 280 in the southern part of the Birmingham metro because of trees and lines down around Cahaba Heights. And we're getting reports Cahaba Heights looks bad. So I think Honora is in Cahaba Heights. And Honora, if you are, tell us where you are and what you see there.
Well, James, I'm actually in Cahaba Heights by accident because I was trying to get down 280, and 280 right around Dolly Ridge Road is completely blocked by several trees. It almost looks like a forest growing in the middle of that interstate right now. So if you're heading out that way, turn around, find some other way to go. And I would not advise coming through Cahaba Heights. The roads out here are absolutely a mess. There's power lines down, hanging low in middle streets. There's trees blocking the streets, and because emergency crews are spread so thin, those roads still appear to be open right now. But I'm standing in the Heights Village, which is a little strip mall that has a bunch of stores and restaurants, and it appears as if the wind has completely sheared off the roof of this strip mall. The building now appears to be collapsing in on itself. If you take a look at the support pillars, they're starting to buckle. A lot of restaurants are the ones that are right below the area that has no roof, like a Car's Deli, Yankee Pizzeria. How bad the damage is inside right now, no one really knows, because right now a lot of the restaurant owners have not come out here yet. There's been other business owners out here who've been on the phone trying to get contact with those business owners to get them out here. But this whole area around Cahaba Heights has a lot of damage. Most of the trees around here are just snapped at the top. You can actually, for once, there's not that thick foliage hiding all the restaurants, hiding all the homes. You can pretty much see everything around here. There's several trees on one of the gas stations, and the front end of the gas pumps have actually been exposed because those metal panels have been blown off and have actually traveled several blocks down the street. So a lot of damage here around Cahaba Heights.
Okay, and again, to your knowledge, and this is the most important thing, and let's go back to the images coming off my MacBook back here in the office. I can take mine full screen, Dennis. And again, these are images across various parts of the state. Honora, to your knowledge, nobody was injured in Cahaba Heights. That's the most important thing we're trying to communicate now is we don't know serious injuries. Do you know of anybody that was hurt there?
Correct. As of this moment, I have not heard about anyone being hurt. A lot of the homeowners are out walking around because, as I mentioned, the roads are blocked. They can't get out of their own driveways. So they're walking around trying to assess the damage. And everyone I've spoken to, a lot of people do have some damage to their homes, but I have not heard of anyone being injured in this area.
Okay, Honora, thanks. Well, please give us an update if you know more. And again, if you're watching us on television, the images we're seeing, that last image was an apartment complex in Moody. And again, you can see very serious roof damage there. And again, this is on Old Fayette Road in Northport. We're just these are images that you have captured this morning. And with the damage so widespread, we could have 500 people in the newsroom and we couldn't, get images of all of this. And that's the Mountain Lodge Apartments in Vestavia. This is Helena, the old section of Helena in Shelby County. These trees were over 100 feet high. And again, that is why you don't want to drive fast going down the road this morning. Many roads are blocked. This is 2nd Avenue West in Helena. And again, this is the older part of Helena where the damage was very severe this morning from that bow echo that came through. But again, it's going to take a while to get back to normal. We have taken a major hit this morning. If you're just joining us at 7:30, that is, again, some of the images coming in from Shelby County. Now, this is near Preston Place Apartments off University Boulevard in Tuscaloosa. You can see that tree crushed a car. This is a tree down in Hueytown. But it's going to take us a while to get things back to normal here.
And the Vestavia Police Department is shutting down all roads in Cahaba Heights right now.
It makes sense.
So everything is closed in Cahaba Heights. Don't even try it.
And again, listen, I said this multiple times this morning, and that's I-65 you just saw. If your boss gives you a hard time for being late to work this morning, I've got your back. You tell him to call me. There is no point in anybody where these trees are down trying to get to work. If you get there, fine, but take your time. You're going to be late. The traffic is a nightmare. Everywhere where the power is out, the traffic lights treat it as a four-way stop. That's the way it's got to work, even on these busy thoroughfares, which means it's going to be an absolute traffic nightmare this morning. So treat all of those intersections where the lights are out as a four-way stop, and it's just going to take some time. And again, in just a matter of moments, we're going to go back to Tracy and kind of do a reset. Maybe people are getting some power back on. Power will be restored as the day progresses. By the way, that damage is on the campus of the University of Alabama. That was and that's some Cahaba Heights damage right there. That's I believe a dog grooming boutique. But again,
before we go to Tracy, there is a tornado warning in effect for Monroe and Itawamba counties in East Mississippi.
Oh, brother.
That one will move into Lamar County. It's a supercell, and it looks rough.
Early.
Look at this. Let's go to radar, please. This is the Columbus, Mississippi radar. If we
Let's go to the radar.
Go over to the radar, please.
Yeah, and again, what's going to happen, Alexander, we are now getting back into a tornado situation, so we're going to have to put the news on hold for a minute. Let me just, now we're going to have to rethink this. We talked about having a 6-hour break, and we might have to take that back.
I think this is probably going to be a lone supercell.
Okay.
You've probably got one isolated supercell here. It's moving into a place that the energy was kind of robbed, but there's still enough energy and enough dynamics in the atmosphere to make something like that go. So if you're watching this on the live stream in Aberdeen, Amory, or up toward Tremont, and in Marion County and Lamar County, the first places that we had them this morning, you got another one coming.
Right. So again, if you're watching us on television, this is the state line. The Weather Service in Memphis, they handle Monroe County, Mississippi. They have put out a tornado warning for this storm southwest of Aberdeen that is moving east-northeast. And as Jason said, the air has been totally worked over this morning. We are hoping that this will weaken as it approaches us, but considering the dynamics at play, sometimes it doesn't matter. So this is just a heads up for those of you that are in Lamar and Marion counties. Be aware we have a tornado warned storm southwest of Aberdeen moving northeast, and if that holds together, we could require a tornado warning for parts of northern Lamar and Marion. Okay, now Alexander, who we have on the phone? Okay, Bobby Best is on the phone now with Walker County Emergency Services. And tell you what, Bobby, while we talk with you, I'm going to reset, and we're going to show images. We have thousands of them now from our viewers across the state. So, Bobby, tell us what happened in Walker County this morning, and most importantly, was anybody injured? Let's take a look at these images.
Well, first of all, communications in Walker County at this time is almost down to zero. The 911 control board is absolutely jammed. Cell phone service in the county is down to almost zero. Ham radio operators are who are providing, along with police and fire officials, are providing communication with their two-way radio equipment. I work with the Walker County Aries group. I'm the Assistant Emergency Coordinator for Walker County Aries, and half of our storm spotters are blocked in their driveways with power lines behind their vehicles because they can't get out. There is structural damage to businesses on 19th Street in downtown Jasper. There are structural damages to businesses on, it would be 18th Street in downtown Jasper. Cordova was hit extremely hard, is the report that we're getting from our ham radio operator in Cordova. As a matter of fact, the last report that I had, the Cordova Fire Department was having to wait on Alabama Power to come out to take power lines off of their fire department so that they could get their trucks out of the bays to go out and do damage assessment and render assistance. Everybody has had to park their vehicles. There are so many trees down. People are on foot using handy-talkies and having to work back with repeaters. If there are injuries, we're not getting them. And one reason, I hope there aren't any injuries, but one reason that we might not be getting injuries is because telephone service is so slim, and not just cell phone, landline service is very slim. It took me about an hour to get this telephone call into you, into Birmingham, and we can't communicate from one side of the county to the other side of the county in many instances over the telephone, both cell and landline.
You know, Bobby, it's amazing to me that we've heard of nobody injured, and I think you're right. There's a lot we don't know because of the communication problem. So as one that is working in the EMS community, what is your advice? Maybe somebody's listening to us on radio. They have no power. Their cell phones don't work. What's advice if they need help? What do they do?
If they need help, most of the time, I do know that all of the emergency fire departments, the volunteer fire departments, the police departments and such, they are out patrolling all the areas. If there is not active weather going on, go out to your yard, into your front yard. If you see a patrol car come down, if you see a fire truck come down, flag that fire truck down. They are going to have on board their vehicles two-way radio equipment that they can get reports back to the appropriate officials that can get help to you. Last time I come through downtown Jasper, Walker Baptist Medical Center was operating on emergency backup power, and there was no power to over half of the 4-lane in downtown Jasper. But that would be my suggestion at this point, with the communication problem being what it is that I do know that volunteer firefighters, police, sheriff's deputies, and such are out patrolling the county, especially in the incorporated city areas. And if you don't have active weather going on, you need to go out and try to flag them down if you've got a medical emergency. If you don't have a NOAA weather radio, which every home should have a NOAA weather radio with a battery backup, if you don't have that and you don't have power, there's power out to tens of thousands in the county. My suggestion will be to take every little thunderstorm that pops up as serious and go ahead and go through your pre-planned plan of shelter to take at this point in time on a day like today.
Okay, Bobby, well, I know that communication is very difficult, but thanks to you and all the amateur radio operators and the first responders that are in Walker County, and if you hear anything new, let us know if you can get in touch with us.
If we can get in touch, we'll try to keep you posted. Thanks a lot, James.
Okay, and by the way, for those watching, I believe that, Jason, is one of a building under construction at the Mercedes plant. I don't believe that building was occupied, but again, that is the damage that we have heard people report from the Mercedes plant.
And we just got a significant report from Moody. 140 trailers were destroyed or toppled at the Heathermore Mobile Home Park in Moody, and they're going through the trailers right now to determine if there were any injuries. As of right now, they haven't reported any, but we'll keep you updated. If you know someone in that area, just kind of hold off. Let the rescue workers and the emergency management folks do what they need to do. You need to stay out, especially if you don't have anybody that lives there. If you're just out sightseeing, this is not the time to do that. You can do that at another time. Got to get these emergency personnel, just as you heard from Walker County. They can't even communicate with each other, and they certainly don't need folks who have no business in a damaged area in the way there. James, I'll send it back over to you. You were going through several things.
Let's keep going through these images. And again, I've loaded about 300 more that are coming in. And I'll go ahead and put the info button. This is from Moody, the damage you see there. And again, we are going to stay with the damage now as long as we don't have any additional severe weather. We're watching that supercell in Marion County, Mississippi. This is from Warrior, north of Birmingham, up in North Jefferson County. This is from Hueytown. And again, the damage is widespread. Ashley Manor Apartments, this is in Moody. And again, where you can see where the damage is very severe. So again, we are in the process of doing storm assessment, and in fact, let me go back to that image and give you a specific location because the damage was so severe. That is Magnolia Springs and Coaling. And again, some of this damage could have been caused by tornadoes that were within that line, but again, a lot of it was caused by damaging straight line winds. We have had reports of 2 injuries now in Cordova. Due to a truck being blown into the ditch along Interstate 22 around exit 70. At least 1 mobile home was destroyed. This was in Cordova at 5:28 this morning. Structures were damaged. So again, I would imagine that we do have a number of injuries we just don't know about. As you heard from the EMS there in Walker County, communications is next to impossible in some of these areas. But again, as you look at these images, I'm just going to go down and pass along some of the reports we're getting in via our Skywatcher network, social media, and the Weather Service. Highway 119, Alabama 119, coming toward Oak Mountain Elementary School is closed at Broken Bow South. Traffic is being diverted. And I would imagine that's probably a tree down. Again, that's in Shelby County. We're getting multiple reports of people that are smelling the odor of leaking natural gas. And again, if you are obviously in a position where you smell that, you need to report that to Alabama Gas Company, Alagasco. The power outages are extreme. And I tell you what, Tracy, I'm just going to, if you don't mind, I'm going to let you pick it up, and we're going to leave these pictures rolling, and you've got maybe some additional information. The problem we have here, if you're just joining us on television, we have in fact, we do have 250,000 people with no power in this state. So they're listening on radio or on their phone, and we have to read the information. So, Tracy, I'm going to let you take that task here and just give everybody kind of a refresh and get us up to date on where we stand right now.
Okay, James, thanks very much. And since you have those pictures rolling, I have to tell you, James, I am impressed by the amount of damage that we do have this morning. We're used to having severe weather in our area or somewhere nearby, and we've seen damage before, but the amount of damage that we have in our viewing area this morning is tremendous. And if any of our viewers are following any of these tweets or any of these internet discussions about the damage that we've had in the area, you'll notice that there's a great deal of it out there. And as James has said, we are not out of the woods by any means yet. If you have pictures, of course, you know that you can email them to us at pictures@abc3340.com. They help us a lot because they help us tell the story and help you be better informed about just what kind of conditions are out there in your area. And as James is scrolling those along, you have a lot of damage. Now, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to read you the school closings and delays. This is kind of a long list, but as James said, a lot of our viewers are actually listeners this morning. They're only able to hear us, so this especially is for you here. I'm going to go through the closings and delays, and the delay times are probably changing right about now because they've been going on for a bit. So if you're unsure or if you don't see or hear your school system called out, you'll want to give them a call if you can and see what's going on. Let's start at the top. Atala City schools are delayed this morning. Bibb County schools are delayed this morning. Blount County schools are delayed. Briarwood Christian School is closed. Coosa Christian School is delayed this morning. Also, Coosa Valley Academy is closed this morning. We want to move that up there so our viewers can see that too. Cullman City schools are delayed this morning. Also, Cullman County schools delayed as well. Episcopal Day School is delayed. Etowah County schools are delayed. Fayette County schools are closed. Gadsden City Schools also are delayed. Hale County Schools are delayed. They're supposed to open at 10 a.m. this morning. Haleyville City Schools are going to be closed. Jasper City Schools will open at 10 a.m. Lamar County Schools are closed. Lead City Schools are delayed. Liberty Christian in Guin is closed as well. Marion County Schools are closed. North Christian Academy Schools are closed. Aniana City is delayed this morning. Oxford City Schools are delayed this morning. Pell City Schools are closed. Shades Mountain Christian School is closed this morning. St. Bernard Prep will open at 10 a.m. St. James Catholic in Gadsden is delayed. Talladega City buses are delayed as well. Tuscaloosa Christian School is closed. Tuscaloosa City Schools are closed. Tuscaloosa County Schools also are closed this morning. And the University of Montevallo set to open at 9 a.m. this morning. Valleydale Christian School is closed. Walker County Schools should open at 10 a.m. Wallace State should open at 10 a.m. Westbrook Christian also should open at 10 a.m. And here's just a reminder for you, too. Central Dispatch in Pell City is out this morning. If you're trying to get in touch with Central Dispatch in Pell City, their service is out this morning, so those calls are going to be rerouted through leads, so there is going to be a time delay. There is a lot of cleanup that has to be done, and there is quite a bit of property damage out there. And as you see the images that a lot of our viewers have sent us, one after another, you see these destroyed vehicles, you see these trees down everywhere, and James and Jason, a lot of wind damage this morning, and not nearly the end of it today, right?
Let me tell you something, fellas. You know, this ain't my first rodeo, and this damage is more widespread than the damage we had here during Hurricane Frederick in 1979. I would suggest the damage is more widespread than from Hurricane Opal in 1995. From Hurricane Katrina. I'm talking the inland damage up here in this part of the state in terms of the widespread nature of the damage. This event this morning is going to go down in the books. And, you know, we talked about this being a red letter day, and by golly, we've already got one, and the major tornado outbreak has not even started. Almost all of this damage, not necessarily all of it, but a large chunk of it, was the result of damaging straight line winds, not from tornadoes. But there clearly could have been a few embedded tornadoes within the line this morning. Again, you can see these fences blown down, trees are blocking roads. It is an absolute nightmare. This is some damage coming from Oxford. And again, we have probably 2,000 images of damage, and we're just going to let these kind of scroll on through. And again, we're watching the specific locations, and I'll tell you, I've probably seen images just like this from probably 24 Alabama counties. And it's a big mess. So while we look at the pictures, let's kick it back over to Pam Huff in the newsroom. Pam.
Hi, James. I just want to talk about a couple of problems that apparently school systems have been having this morning. One of them in Calhoun County. Let me emphasize up front, we have not been able to confirm this because we have not been able to reach anyone at the Board of Education. We have not received any calls this morning from Calhoun County except from one individual who did not have the code to pass along to us, but he did say the following. Apparently, the notification system in Calhoun County failed this morning as far as getting word to schools, to students, to teachers that school had been closed today. So apparently students have been showing up at schools in Calhoun County in pouring rain. Nothing's going on there. So we can only assume that the schools are closed in Calhoun County. Again, that is an assumption on our part because no one with the authority to tell us that has called today. But apparently there has been a major problem with the notification system in Calhoun County schools today. Now for Jefferson County schools, again, we have not heard from anyone. However, I did talk with the woman whose daughter drives one of the buses. She told me that all of the buses are being held this morning. Mechanics right now are outside on the roads trying to check and see if it's even possible for buses to run their routes today. So if you have a child outside waiting for a bus in Jefferson County, get that child and get back inside. We don't know if or when the buses will be able to run. Again, that is Jefferson County on the buses, Calhoun County apparently on the notification system. I think that you mentioned just a moment ago, we have some tremendous damage this morning in Moody and around the Leeds area. We do have photographers in that area right now, but we have been notified that Heathermore Estates have approximately 114 mobile homes wiped out. The miraculous good news about that is that no one, as far as we know, and one individual has been able to make his way through that park. Apparently, no one has been injured. Again, this is at Heathermore Estates in Moody. We, of course, are getting all kinds of information in here about trees down, neighborhoods blocked off, fire stations damaged. And again, we're covering just as much as we can. James and Jason, I'll throw it back to you right now, but that's what we know, and hopefully that will help many parents who are concerned this morning.
Yeah, Dennis, let's go right back to these pictures. I mean, at this point, nobody wants to see me. I don't. This storm you saw in Mississippi, the good news, the Weather Service is not concerned about a tornado in Alabama with that storm in Monroe County, Mississippi, because of the cool, stable environment. It's elevated, and we don't expect a tornado warning. So I think our initial projection of having a nice long break this morning is sound. Again, what you're seeing, this is damage from all across this part of Alabama. And as we look at this, let me just go through some of the reports coming in from Twitter and Facebook. Bad damage in the Kensington neighborhood in Moody. Trees down in Sylacauga on Main Avenue near First Baptist Church. The entire Wine Ridge neighborhood is blocked in by downed power lines. Their only way in and out, they are blocked, and that's just down the road from us here off of Valleydale Road. Again, we're getting major reports of damage at Cahaba Heights, of course, you know that. No power at Hoover High School. A lot of schools have no power this morning, including Hoover High School. Getting a report that Jasper City schools are closed, and I think that's a safe bet. We're going to go through all of the school closings here in just a little bit. Large trees down in the Royal Oaks neighborhood of Pelham. Horrible trees down on the way to Jeff State this morning. A lot of damage in the Rock Springs area of 278 and US 231. The Bluff Park Elementary School without power up on South Shades Crest Road, or just off South Shades Crest up on Shades Mountain. And they're sending the kids home, obviously. Nobody can go to school there. Trees down on Highway 80 at Merkle Mountain down around Sylacauga. And again, one thing we want to stress, if you come to an intersection this morning where there's no power and the lights are out, treat that thing like a four-way stop. Reports of damage in Pleasant Valley, that's west of Jacksonville. There are trees down in East Gadsden on power lines. Lines are ripped down over 3 blocks. 2 poles are snapped off at the top. Multiple trees down in Hoax Bluff in Etowah County near Gadsden. A church damaged, a couple of houses damaged there. We are getting reports of a lot of tree and power line damage in Cleburne County. One house destroyed near Muscadine in Cleburne County. Many businesses in Pell City have been damaged. Many reports of major damage in Cordova. We had a representative of the EMS of Walker County, and communication is next to impossible. That's why ham radio is a lifeline during times like this. And those ham radio operators, I can't express the importance of what they do on days like this. But again, Cordova, major damage. The town of Berry in Fayette County, major structural damage. Major damage in Coaling in East Tuscaloosa County, in Vance in East Tuscaloosa County. So again, Jason, you know, I don't want to sit here and sound like a broken record. We could do this all morning, but this is a big deal this morning. Yeah, and one of the issues that we've talked about is the fact that where power outages may last all day because we have a significant infrastructure damage. It's not just a few trees down on some lines. We may have entire service lines that are out. We may have some of those big metal frame power lines that are down. We're not sure about that, but if the transmission lines are down, it's going to be a long time before some folks get power back. There will be another round of storms later today. We do note that the storm over in Mississippi and Monroe County has a tornado warning on it. That's also a tornado warning for Itawamba County, Mississippi. National Weather Service in Birmingham believes that the storm is elevated, which means it's not likely to produce a tornado, so they will not be warning for it. It may produce some hail and potentially some gusty winds and some heavy rain up in Marion County and the western northwestern edge of Lamar County. But that is just a sign of the fact that even though we have almost completely juiced the atmosphere this morning, there's still enough out there to create thunderstorms. And once we
get the surface back to a more warm, unstable environment like it was earlier, get those temperatures back in the 70s and 80s. We're going to go with round 2, and round 2 may be more significant. Might not be as widespread, but might be just as significant, if not more so, with tornado threats than the first round was. Let's go to Tracy Haynes over at the desk. You've got some new information.
Jason, thanks very much. There was a discussion just a few minutes ago about what the situation was with Calhoun County schools. We had not received here at ABC 3340 an official call one way or another about whether schools were in session in Calhoun County. We do have a caller who has told us that buses are running in Calhoun County and that some students are being picked up by buses. What we would like to do is urge Calhoun County school officials to call our newsroom at ABC 3340. School officials, call our newsroom and let us know if Calhoun County Schools is having class and if they're doing so at a regular time, or if they're not having class. That'll clear up some confusion for some of our viewers here. Also, we do want to let you know that Jefferson County Schools have let bus drivers know if you can find a safe route through your route and back to the schools, that bus drivers have been instructed that they can begin picking up students this morning. We'll keep an eye on the situation with the schools for you throughout the morning, and we'll let you know all the latest information on that. Jason, James, we'll toss it back to you.
Let's go right back to these pictures, Tracy. Again, they tell the story. You know, people don't want to look at us. If we can take my MacBook Pro here in the office, that is the Heritage Golf Course up in Blount County. Again, Blount County was certainly hit by this mess this morning. Cullman County hit very hard. Again, those images coming in from Blount County. In a minute, you're going to see a picture of a trampoline, I believe, up in the top of a tree or a power pole. Right there, that is in coaling. That's a trampoline. On top of that, let me go back to that. Are you kidding me? You know, whether the damage in coaling in Vance was a tornado or straight line winds, we don't know that yet. Damage assessment will be done at some point, but that's a sign of how serious this stuff was. And again, this happened this morning about 5 to 6 o'clock, and that's coaling is between Vance and Tuscaloosa, between the Mercedes plant and Cottondale, if you will. Again, these are coming in from Glencoe in Etowah County. You know, it's a case where the storms did not lose their intensity as they moved on into the eastern side of the state. That's from Etowah County this morning. In fact, I'm just going to let this thing roll. We're going to see, I probably got 2,000 pictures now from all across the state. And again, that's a Hoover police unit right there. And let me go back and we can tell where this is. This was the Wine Ridge neighborhood, okay? There is no way you're going in or out in Wine Ridge in Hoover because you can see trees and lines totally blocking the one way in and the one way out. And unfortunately, that's a fairly common scene. Now, look at this. Again, that's coaling. And again, that damage is consistent with what could have been a tornado. And
not just that. I mean, it looks like just on those pictures, it was a sizable tornado.
Yeah, this was not your standard EF0 kind of thing here.
And Ronald Hughes told me just a few minutes ago that there was about a half-mile wide swath of damage near Highway 82 coming out of Pickens County into West Tuscaloosa County. He's going to check it out and going to send us some pictures. But I think there was one point while you were on your way in here this morning that we had 4 different circulations in Tuscaloosa County on that line.
Goodness.
All 4 of them may have produced tornadoes, and some of them may have been fairly significant. So this has just been an incredible kind of day so far, and we really haven't even gotten started.
No, you know, this is round 1, and again, I'll tell you now, this is already a red letter day in Alabama weather history, and understand the worst of the weather is yet to come, with potential for, now the good news, I think what happens later today will not be as widespread as the stuff this morning, but where the tornadoes do form later today, they could be the strong, violent, long-track tornadoes. And again, I'm trying to see if, again, all of these images, apparently nobody was injured. As I look at the descriptions coming in, I would imagine, and we have had reports of injuries. We've had reports of injuries in Cordova, 2 people injured there. That came from the National Weather Service. Well, here's an interesting report. This is from the Weather Service. 2 large broadcast towers down near the fairgrounds. Those are the old WSGN towers. Those have been there since, I want to say, the 1930s. Now 610 is WAGG, one of the Cox stations, but if that's what I think that is, those are very historic broadcast towers that have been through hurricane after tornado. They went through that big 1966 tornado out there when that's the big store called GES was hit. If those things are down, that is unbelievable. Reports, and again, the reports are extreme, and they are coming in so fast. The damage is widespread, but I'll just go through some of the reports. Highway 280 is a nightmare. especially around Cahaba Heights. Traffic is not moving.
Take a look at the Skycam. Live traffic on Highway 280.
Yeah.
This is what it looks like.
Forget about it. And that's not where the damage is. The damage is up at Cahaba Heights, farther north. You can see the new Trinity Hospital building on the left. You go to the right up through there. Just beyond that, that's the Interstate 459 bridge. You see traffic going right to the summit. Just above that, that's where the serious damage is, and that traffic is just at a gridlock. And you got people, trying to get out of the summit there, but it is an absolute mess. And the other thing that's a little disturbing, Jason, the sun is out now, which doesn't help. I mean, I'm afraid we're going to be in bright sunshine for hours this morning, and that could make, again, this thing a total powder keg. So 250,000 people have no power. And again, you're looking at images from our viewers, and if you'd like to send us images, it's pictures@abc3340.com. And as we look at these images, let's go to Tracy.
James, thanks very much. And you guys were talking about the sun being out. One of our regular communicators out there tells us that the sunshine is out in his neighborhood, and he's got some partly cloudy skies, able to see some blue skies. So that is definitely going on. Also, I'll tell you guys out here, not very far away from ABC 3340 studios, right here on River Chase Parkway, there are a number of trees down. Ainsley Allison, one of our colleagues here at 3340, tells us that some of the heaviest hit areas include the city of Birmingham, the city of Tuscaloosa, and that area. Jasper, Reform, Dora, West Blockton, Aniana, Pell City, Anniston, take your pick. There is a lot of damage around. The latest from Alabama Power, 263,000 Alabama Power customers without power right now. They do have crews out, and they are working hard to restore the power. And I'll tell you guys, Ainsley Allison, again, one of our colleagues here, one of our producers, took this photo, and you can see this massive tree, this old tree here, slammed down right in the center of this house. And James and Jason, we're seeing that over and over and over again through our area this morning. And Ainsley sent that picture in for us just a few minutes ago, so a lot of our viewers are seeing that kind of thing this morning.
Yeah, let's go back to the MacBook Pro 2. Again, these images are coming from our viewers all across the state. These are the ones sent to pictures@abc3340.com. And again, we're getting, literally, 50 or 60 about every 5 or 10 minutes here. And again, you can see in so many neighborhoods are in just bad shape this morning. And here's one of my concerns. And again, the reason we repeat ourselves, we're in a situation where a lot of people are coming and going. This is morning drive. People are trying to get to work, and they're in and out as they listen to the radio and watch the televisions. We have to be a little repetitive here. So if you're at home watching this on a consistent basis, we don't mean to be repetitive, but we have to be. We want to stress that this is not the end. The worst of this event is to come. Now, I don't think it will be as widespread as this, but I do think the damage will be more severe where the tornadoes get down later today, this afternoon and tonight, in that conditions are favorable for a few long-track violent tornadoes. There is a rare high risk of severe weather in place for much of North Alabama today. The damage this morning primarily because of straight-line winds. Within that line this morning, I'm sure we had some isolated tornadoes. I think it's clear to see from some of these images. But we are going to have a lot of people in the dark with no power. So this is a whole different ballgame. This is almost like a hurricane situation. The outages that we have right now, there's the Pell City Library, the sign there in front of the library. This will almost be like a hurricane situation for us. Many people will have to ride through this tornado outbreak this afternoon and tonight with no commercial power. So the most important thing when it comes to these major severe weather outbreaks, look at the limb through that bedroom right there. I mean, in fact, let me back up and show that picture one more time. That is why you clearly, and you know what, there it is right there. Imagine if, I don't think anybody was sleeping there. Yeah, that's a tree limb. Let me stop that. The tree limb came through the roof. All right, this is from Susan Moore, okay? That's in northern Blount County, north of Aniana.
Speaking of Susan Moore, the Red Barn restaurant, big landmark on Highway 278, gone.
Really?
Got a text message saying it was gone.
Goodness. But here's the deal, guys. Look, this is why you got to get into a small place. In that big bedroom, that limb came right down through the roof. And again, you can see that that could have killed somebody if somebody would have been asleep in that bed. and that thing's going to come through there like a projectile. So as we keep looking at these images, let's go to Honora, who I believe is in Vestavia. Honora, so tell us where you are and what you've got.
Well, James, I'm still over here in Cahaba Heights, right near the intersection of Pump House and Dollar Ridge Road. And right now, police are busy blocking down a lot of roads and evacuating homeowners out of their homes. There's a series of gas leaks going up Dollar Ridge Road. They're going up there, turning off all the gas. They think there's at least 15 homes that are leaking gas right now, but they're not too sure. So they're trying to get everyone out of their homes on the Cahaba Heights side of Dollar Ridge Road on 280. But apart from those people, they're really trying to urge everyone in the Vestavia Hills area to stay at home if your home is safe enough to stay in right now, because they're trying to get to all the damage. They're trying to make sure no one is injured, but it's becoming increasingly difficult as more and more people are trying to get on the road and check out all the damage for themselves. James?
Okay, Nora, thank you very much. And again, we're continuing to watch pictures. And as you watch the pictures, Jason, I'm reviewing the new Day 1 convective outlook. For those people that watch our weather extreme videos and are really into the weather, you know that the Storm Prediction Center issues a series of outlooks, thunderstorm outlooks. In fact, let's take the graphics. I think Jason's already got this depicted. The guys at the Storm Prediction Center have expanded the high risk now to include a large chunk of north and central Alabama. That is a relatively rare risk. The standard risk is called slight. That can be misleading, but that's the standard risk. That means severe weather is expected. It's just fairly scattered. A moderate risk is a very enhanced risk, and you don't see those that often, but that high risk you might see a few times a year. And that includes basically our viewing area. It includes Birmingham, Tuscaloosa. It looks like it includes Anniston, Gadsden, and up into the Tennessee Valley. That is the bullseye, if you will, for the potential for a major outbreak of tornadoes and severe storms later today. Clearly in that moderate risk, we could see major issues as well, all the way down to Monroe, Clark, and Washington counties. We think the main risk will be noon to midnight. We'll have to watch storms this morning. The sun is out. We're sitting on a powder keg. And again, this is a potentially violent outbreak we have. So I wanted to show you that. Let's go back to the damage images again.
And while you're talking about damage, I got a report via Twitter from Brian Chandler. He says that medical personnel with Lifesaver helicopter is on site in Hanceville right now. There's some potentially life-threatening injuries there.
Dennis. Hello, Dennis. Okay, I think we lost Dennis for a minute here. I need the pictures on the internet, please. We're just going to go back to, as we go to, Jason, go ahead and repeat that report from Hanceville.
Yeah, a Lifesaver helicopter on the scene in Hanceville with potentially life-threatening injuries. I'm not sure exactly where in Hanceville that is located, but we did hear that there were some significant damage to Wallace State. Some of the buildings were damaged there. Most of the trees on campus have been downed, and that's a lot of trees at Wallace State. Then there's also a lot of the light poles that have been knocked down. So whatever happened in Hanceville is what moved up to Holly Pond. And so far, we do know that there are some injuries based on a Twitter report we have here. Lifesaver helicopter on the scene right now in Hanceville.
All right. So again, let me just tell you, the communication is next to impossible in these really hard-hit areas this morning. And I'm talking Cullman County and Walker County. Cell service is very spotty. Earlier this morning, we had Bobby Best of the Walker County EMS on with us, and I think it took him an hour just to get a line out to talk with us. And there are people that, in some parts of the state, at one point we had a report where officers were only responding to injury recalls. Now that things have settled down, they're trying to respond to everything, I'm sure. But I don't know how many people have been injured. We've had reports of injuries in Walker County around Cordova. We know that the damage is very severe in Berry and Fayette County. The damage is severe around Hanceville and Dodge City and the Holly Pond in Cullman County. But again, officially, and often in these situations of modern communication, it's still best to use official information. We've had no reports of any additional injuries. We've had the 2 injuries in Cordova reported. And beyond that, we just don't know. We'll find out later today. I got a note here from Max Armstrong. Max is the EMA director in Blount County. He has done some initial surveying. Max has reports of houses damaged and destroyed in Hayden, Nectar, Bangor, Sneed, Susan Moore, and Royal. And he says the reports are still coming in. He'll provide better information when they have it. Blount County schools, of course, have canceled for the day, as we know. So again, according to our friend Max Armstrong, who is the EMA director, and this is where you get the official information, we've had reports of houses that have been damaged and destroyed in Hayden, Nectar, Bangor, Sneed, Susan Moore, and Royal. To me, it's a miracle nobody was killed this morning, and I think it is a testament to the warning process. Warnings were issued well in advance of all of these storms this morning, and if you had a weather radio in your home, which is what we preach, never rely on a siren. Everybody should have known this stuff was going to happen about 30 minutes before it got there. At the summit, there's no power in the Birmingham Metro. US 280, again, is a nightmare and basically at gridlock. And if we can take that 280, the Inverness Skycam, now, again, that is a live look at traffic out on Highway 280. The building you see on the left, that's the new Trinity Medical Center building, and on the right, that's 280 coming up over the 459 bridge. And then the traffic moving off to the right, that's coming up toward the summit. But clearly, traffic is just not moving out there if you're trying to go inbound from Shelby County back into downtown Birmingham.
Is there any way we could look at the traffic cam at I-65 and 459? Getting a lot of questions about that. Okay, we don't have that camera available. There is an accident at I-65 and US 31. A semi has rolled over, and it looks like we're gridlock on I-65 too. So we can't see that from the camera, but there's definitely a big traffic issue in Hoover. And a new severe thunderstorm warning now for Marion County and Lamar County. That supercell that's moving out of Mississippi is headed right into the northwestern edge of Lamar, and it'll affect much of western Marion County, including the city of Hamilton, over toward Bexar, probably stays just a little bit south of Scottsville. James? And
again, we stress that is not a tornado warning. Notice the dew point is down to 59, the temperature is 62. This big mass, this complex this morning has temporarily stabilized the air. So none of us, the Weather Service, and we don't expect any tornado issues for the next 3 or 4 hours. But again, the storm moving into Marion County in northwest Alabama could produce some hail. Let's go back to the images. These are some new ones coming in. This is some new stuff coming in from Hanceville. New images coming in from Cullman County. This is near Wallace State. In fact, we'll just let this thing roll on through here. And Hanceville was hit very hard this morning.
Now, I just got a note that says that Cullman County is requesting regional help from state Homeland Security to come and help out with the situation there in Cullman County. It's gotten that bad.
Right, and again, that's Wallace State right there. You can see in fact, let me back this up one. You can see the campus of Wallace State off in the background. And you can see that the lines are down. It looks like those buildings on the campus are okay, but we know that there's major structural damage in other parts of Hanceville. But again, we're going to let these images roll. These are from various parts of the state. And again, that's Hanceville right there. That's at Chevron. You know where that one is, Jason?
Yep, right there at the intersection.
That's Coaling. That's the damage in Coaling. And again, that looks like tornado damage. This is in Cahaba Heights. This is some video. This is Cahaba Heights east of the summit. And this was taken here within the last few minutes by our viewers. And again, if you do have video to send us or pictures, this is a tremendous way for all of us in the state to see what has happened here. And again, this is Cahaba Heights, just east of the summit. All right, we've got a representative now of the Jefferson County Schools on the line with us. And if you would, just tell us who you are and what you've got to tell us about the school situation today.
Yes, this is Nez Calhoun.
Oh, hey, Nez, this is James Spann. How are you?
Hey, James. Jefferson County schools will be closing today at 10:30. We have 55 schools, but only 20 have power, and we have no idea when power will be restored, so we have to close schools at 10:30.
Okay, Nez, well, that's a great decision, and thanks for you and your interest in this. And again, if you have any changes, please let us know. But again,
I certainly will.
Thank you, Nez. That's Nez Calhoun with the Jefferson County Schools. They're closing early today because so many schools have no power. And again, these are images taken obviously from somebody in a car in Hueytown. This is Hueytown right here. This, of course, is a western suburb of Birmingham. And understand that this damage today is very, very widespread. We could probably sit here for the next 2 days and show images. That's the Sonic Drive-In in Hueytown. And again, you saw the damage there. This is coming from Cherokee County. This is up northeast Alabama. Again, that's a photograph from Hueytown. These are all, we're showing these in chronological order as they are sent to us at pictures at abc3340.com. But again, the damage has been just incredible. And I made the statement earlier, as one that has lived through so many of these things over the years, the damage with the MCS, it's the mesoscale convective system this morning, I do believe is more widespread inland for this part of Alabama, the northern part of Alabama, than we saw with Hurricane Frederick in 1979, Opal, Ivan, and Katrina. It's a pretty bold statement, but I can tell you that's Moody, Odenville right there. And again, this is serious damage to well-built structures. There's the campus of the University of Alabama in Tuscaloosa. That was in Clanton this morning. The sun was up as the storms were coming into Chilton County. You know, down in Chilton County and Point South, you didn't have a lot of damage down there. This damage was concentrated across the northern, really the northern third of the state, if you will. Again, this is from Joppa, the New Harmony area. And Jason, you know where that is. Look at that. Yep. That's Joppa right there. Goodness gracious.
Same storm that came through Hanceville and Holly Pond went through Joppa.
Let me back that up. You know, quite frankly, that looks like that maybe was a trailer because I can see furniture. You know, a lot of times you see damage like that, you have to look and see what was in there. But, you know, that was that rotation that you pointed out so well. What, about 6? I lose track of time. It's
between 6:15 and 6:30, I think.
Right. And again, that is, and there's no doubt we had embedded tornadoes within that line this morning. And the damage was tremendous. Again, this is also from the northeast part of Cullman County. Again, this is from Kevin Gaddis, who took these images up in that part of northeast Cullman County. And look at the school bus. This is Coker. Okay, now, let me go back on this one. I do not believe that any student was in that bus. The school systems traditionally do an excellent job of making very sound decisions on keeping kids safe, but this is why you don't want school buses running during something like this. And I think, to my knowledge, the school buses were off the road this morning when the storms were coming through, and of course we didn't have any incidents with kids in them, but again, that was a pretty scary picture. That's Bluff Park in Hoover, up on Shades Mountain. We know that Bluff Park Elementary School has no power. Hoover High School has no power. This is damage in Shannon. That's down in the valley between Shades Mountain and Bessemer. That was the sky over Oxford as the storms moved in. And again, some of the serious structural damage you see here, it's pretty bad stuff from embedded tornadoes. That's East Gadsden. Some of the damage there, that is Ruckle Street at the Goodyear plant. I've heard of no damage at Goodyear, but obviously a lot of trees came down in East Gadsden. That is the Vintage Trace subdivision on Eastern Valley Road. That is the Cahaba Mobile Home Trail Park in Trussville.
James, a new tornado watch has just been issued until 2 o'clock. If you see, you can see it in the right-hand corner of the screen. The lower right-hand corner includes Fayette, Lamar, Marion, Walker, Winston, Cullman, Marshall, DeKalb, and the Tennessee Valley counties. And that's for the storms that are developing in Mississippi now. We expect that's where the next round will begin initially over North Mississippi, northeastern Mississippi, and North Alabama. So again, we are far from even getting halfway through this. This is just the beginning.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to be here all day and all. This is going to be a very long duration event. By the way, that image you see there, that's the number 5 fairway at Ross Bridge, which of course is down in the Oxmoor Valley in the city of Hoover. And again, a lot of trees were blown down there. You know, like I've talked about, we could sit here for a long time and show you these images. That's Coaling in eastern Tuscaloosa County, and we know that some people have been injured, but to my knowledge, we've had no fatalities this morning. I think I can say that clearly. And I do not know the extent or the number of injuries, and because communication is so sketchy in many of these hard-hit areas, especially in rural areas, there's a lot we don't know at this point. Again, we know that Walker and Fayette counties took a very hard hit. Tuscaloosa County, a very hard hit. Moody and Leeds and Odenville, Cahaba Heights, the Eastern Valley Road at McCullough. You see that's the sign there at the Pelt City Library. That's Susan Moore. That's up in northern Blount County. Cullman County, very hard hit. Parts of Blount County. Again, the damage is excessive and widespread all across the northern part of Alabama. And again, that's a horrifying picture right there. You saw that limb that came through a bedroom roof. And obviously, with the bed made up like that, there was nobody sleeping in that bed. But you can imagine if that were to happen at, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, and if you don't know the storms are coming, that's a direct threat to life. And again, we stress the importance of having a weather radio in every home so that you get the warnings, whether they're 3 a.m. or 3 p.m., and the Weather Service was able to provide early warnings for all of these storms this morning, a good 30 minutes in advance in most cases. You know my position on sirens. I don't like them. Never have liked them. Don't like them. You can't hear them inside a home. They don't work for a business. You've got to have a weather radio. And of course, with today's technology, with smartphones, there are a lot of good ways of getting information too, including our latest app, which is a weather radio app for Android and iPhone that knows your GPS coordinates, and you get the warnings based on where you are. It follows you around, if you will. So again, we're coming up on 8:15. There is no severe weather in progress in the state. We are going to hold it here for just a little bit. I know that we have gone past our look at that. That's the trampoline in the top of the utility pole. Unbelievable. Some of the images we have seen this morning. But because that's again the Wine Ridge subdivision just down the road from us off Valleydale Road here in Hoover. That's coaling. And the damage you saw there, that was clearly potentially a significant tornado. And this is Vestavia, Tangle Creek Circle, tree down into that swimming pool. That's Pelham in Shelby County. But we're going to keep it here and just kind of walk you through what's going to happen later today. And Tracy, I think we can safely say that most folks know by now the school situation, but again, you might just kind of run through what you know from the news department side. Yeah,
I'll tell you what, James, we don't have any new information on that. And you know, when we started about 5 a.m. and went forward, and so we had school delays by 2 hours. We also had school delays by 1 hour, and those situations have probably worked themselves out. We do know that Birmingham City Schools is in discussions right now to consider what they are going to do regarding whether or not to continue with classes or whether they will close early. Jefferson County, as you know, James, just spoke with you over the phone a few minutes ago and told you that after 10 o'clock they are going to begin closing their schools as well, so they will end classes early. Birmingham City Schools is in discussion about that right now. So we are going to stay on top of this information for our viewers, and for you, our viewers, again, you look at the top of your screen, look at the bottom of your screen. That's the latest information as it comes in. James, we're going to work on something for 9 o'clock and see what kind of information we can bring for our viewers. And between now and then, we'll pass it back to you. Okay, let's go back to the. Well, let's stop here. We have not talked weather for a while. The images are so mesmerizing that we just sometimes go through a lot of them, and the pictures are just amazing coming in. Let me show you where we are right now. We have this new tornado watch that is in effect until what time, Jason?
2 o'clock.
2 o'clock. And again, the times are not that important because, again, the prime risk will be later this morning, this afternoon, into tonight. But we are in this lull, this big convective mass that produced widespread damage across the state this morning is well to the east. We have stabilized. We've got one storm that's prompted a severe thunderstorm warning over Marion County in northwest Alabama. Not tornadic, not rooted at the surface. That is an elevated storm. It could produce hail. There's a severe thunderstorm warning there. Other storms are firing back in Mississippi, but again, you can see that that storm here in Marion County is just north of Hamilton, moving northeast. And again, there's no concern at this point of any tornado activity here. The main issue is large hail. So I wanted to point out that Marion County in northwest Alabama is under a severe thunderstorm warning. Everybody else, things are pretty quiet. The big convective mass is gone. In fact, the sun is shining in many areas, which you don't want because, you know, the two elements of instability that adds to buoyancy of the air, the ability for air parcels to rise, low-level heat and cold air aloft. That makes the air want to turn over. And again, with these big breaks in the cloud cover here, there's a visible satellite shot. That's not good. We've also got big breaks back in Mississippi. So it looks like we might see several hours of sunshine this morning. And that, in turn, could lead to some really rough weather later today. I think the main window for the long track violent tornadoes we've talked about, potential for that today, again, noon to midnight, but especially mid to late afternoon into the early evening hours. That would probably be the core of this risk. And everybody is involved. Within the sound of my voice on the television side, there is a high risk, and we'll show the graphics system here behind me, if you will. This is one of these relatively rare outlooks from the Storm Prediction Center. This is the new day one convective outlook, and that high risk is the area in purple. That does include all of our major cities: Birmingham, Tuscaloosa, Anniston, Gadsden, as far south as Clanton and Selma and Marion and Demopolis. And surrounding that, a moderate risk is a very significant risk. That is an enhanced risk, and that goes all the way down almost to the Mobile Delta and up into Tennessee and eastern Kentucky. But clearly, this is the bullseye, if you will, for potential for a major tornado outbreak later today. And again, the greatest problem, and this is something, quite frankly, in my 32 years of doing this, I can't recall an event with a potential for a major tornado outbreak in the afternoon following a major, widespread, damaging event in the morning, where 250,000 people have no power, which means a lot of people will be going through this outbreak this afternoon and tonight with no commercial power. And that means you're going to have to be very creative on how you get these warnings. And again, sirens would be the last resort. The beautiful thing about these phones, you could probably find a way to charge them. Go down to a store, a library, someplace that has commercial power, get these things charged up. The free app, ABC 3340 app for the iPhone and for Android phones, enables you to watch us live on your phone. So you can sit there with no power and watch our coverage as though you had commercial power. And again, we've got weather radio apps that send, alerts to phone. There's a lot of available ways of getting tornado warnings today. So be creative. If you've got a laptop or a smartphone, go to abc3340.com and see all the different methods of doing that. This is 2011. The technology is fantastic, but clearly a lot of people will be without power. And we have many radio partners around the state that do a great job, and they will be working with us today to air our audio on their radio stations. It is a lifeline when commercial power is out like this. But again, to have 250,000 people with no power in the state, this is a very significant infrastructure problem for the power company. So again, let's go back to the radar. And again, we want to stress that at this moment, this is the radar coming from the Shelby County Airport. We do have storms that are severe in northwest Alabama, prompting warnings. But these storms are in an environment in which they are mainly elevated. More than likely, very large hail is falling here just northeast of Hamilton, moving northeast. And if these were rooted down at the surface... I'm sorry, Jason?
Look at the VIL on that product. It's got...
That's probably 55 to 60 kilograms per cubic meter. That could be hailstones up to the size of golf balls or larger, and maybe 2 inches in diameter or larger. So that is a very, very good indication of large hail moving up here toward Brilliant and ultimately Hackleburg and Bear Creek up in the northeastern part of the county. That's our